Your attention to the pit area, please. Attention to the pits. We'll make the call for top dragster. Top dragster, Q2. This is your call to the staging lanes. If you are not already there, top dragster. We're looking for you in the staging lanes for Q2, please.
Looking for the best carbon fiber wheelie bars? Look no further than the official wheelie bar of PDRA. MVM by Galot Motorsports. MVM by Galot Motorsports manufactures their wheelie bars to the highest quality, making them the only proven wheelie bar on the market. Check out MVM by Galot Motorsports on Facebook or give them a call at 918-305-2207. Structural Concrete Incorporated, proud sponsor of PDRA nitrous wheels, specializing in residential and commercial pour-in-place foundations and slabs. We pour 40,000 plus yards of concrete yearly and have knowledge and experience that is unmatched in our industry. www.structuralconcrete.com or visit our Facebook page. USA made in South Florida since 2009. Top drivers and racing teams around the world for over a decade. Street cars, track cars, cars and boats. And longer-lasting Trail battery. WS Construction, located in Providence, North Carolina, specializes in pre-engineered metal building erection. They have more than 25 years of experience. Construction has jobs that are located all over the U.S. and take pride in efficiently providing safe and quality erection services to their customers. Satisfied customers include Microsoft, Japanese, Airbus, Boeing, and Rockwell. WS Construction, the performance team. Visit WSConstruction.com for more. Summit Racing Equipment is proud to be a contingency sponsor and the sponsor of the Summit Racing Equipment PDRA Pro Stars. Order online anytime at summitracing.com. You'll find millions of parts in stock from over 1,500 name brands. Parts for racing, street performance, trucks and off-roading, tools and more. Summit Racing delivers fast shipping, world-class customer service, and expert technicals. Download the Summit Racing app to shop anytime, anywhere. Winning takes work. Getting parts is easy. SummitRacing.com.
Larice Motorsports Insurance, top dragster. Top dragster, we need you for Q2 to the staging lanes now, please. Top dragster, we need you to the staging lanes for qualifying attempt number 2 at this time, please.
Best-winning reliability? No problem. Record-setting technology? No problem. Evident Transmissions has what you need. We build everything customs and transmissions to torque converters. You can also get the latest and greatest shifter design that most of the current race cars have. Check them out on the web at www.m&mtransmission.com. Copcams.com.
Racing is a lot of fun, but it's also dangerous. Your family and friends depend on you using the highest quality race safety gear in the market. That's why you should always be with Stride. Stride produces high-quality, innovative race safety equipment. Don't just think of yourself. Think of the ones who love you. For more information, visit StrideSafety.com.
We'd like to give a special thanks to Casper Performance Edge and Victus Bats for sponsoring the #1 qualifier race from PDRA Pro Stars. Casper Performance Edge is a specialty automotive shop specializing in street and strip performance. They're backing the cash for your great performance. And Victus Bats is supplying your custom bat trophy. Great job, drivers and crew. And thanks again to Casper Performance Edge and Victus Bats for sponsoring the PDRA Pro Street #1 Qualifier Award.
Top Dragster, we're looking for you in the staging lanes. Larice Motorsports Insurance, Top Dragster. We need you in the lanes now for Q2. Top Dragster, looking for you. We're firing them up, getting ready to roll them out. So if you're not in the staging lanes, you're late. Our first pair, Larice Motorsports Insurance, Top Dragsters, backing up from their burnouts. Lucas Salemi on the left-hand side. New York-based 07 S&W chassis. Won a 446 with the 1 in Q1 last night. Tim Williams here on the right-hand side out of Carson, Virginia. The Williams Fabrication 2019 Race Tech out of the House of Pain. He won a 440 with the 4. .020 to an .022 in reaction time. Williams picks it up. He goes a 427 with the 2. Lucas a 450 with the 7. So that'll move Tim Williams all the way to the number 21 spot in the qualified order. Larry Cox Jr. on the right-hand side out of Mechanicsville, Maryland. The Larry's Auto Repair 2015 American chassis. He went a 443.7 on his first attempt last night. And Michael Savoya on the left side out of Tipton, Michigan, the 2017 American chassis. He went a 429.7 and landed him in the 25 spot on the qualified order. .431 with the 1 for Michael. Larry, 450 with the 2. Either driver will improve their qualifying position. And that'll bring up Nicole Zuccarelli here on the right-hand side out of Falls Church, Virginia, the 2021 Ken's Custom Chassis Machine. And Kellen Farmer, left side out of Graham, North Carolina, the Race Tech. FTI Engineering, Strange Engineering, 2020 model. Kellen sits in the 8th qualifying position. He won a 382.0. Nicole, number 45, at a 454.3. Oh, issues there for Farmer on the left side. You saw the smoke trailing off that machine. He goes a 413 with the 6 after being 003 red. Nicole tattooed the tree with a 007. Goes a 455. Jimmy Bradshaw and the rest of the PDRA officials going to go out and check the racing surface. And we do have reports of fluid on the racing surface, so we will be down for just a moment while we clean up the mess.
Offering race fuel technology for your daily driver. Increase fuel mileage and restore power in your street car with VP's fuel system cleaner. Or give your race car a boost with VP's Octanium Unleaded, improving your fuel's octane by up to 7 numbers and giving you the throttle response your performance car was built to deliver. That's VP Additives. Available at vpracingfuels.com.
Stroud Safety is making faster, safer. It's your job to make your car as fast and responsive as possible. It's Stroud's job to protect you during your run and slow you down when you've blown through the finish line. Stroud makes world-class parachutes, fire suits, seatbelts, and much more right here in the good old USA. Stroud Safety is with you every step of the way, keeping a dangerous sport as safe as we can. For more information, visit StroudSafety.com.
Penske Shocks is the leading shock manufacturer in all forms of motorsports. Helping racers is what we do. Winning is what we strive for. Holder of countless world records and championships, let Penske Shocks show you why our shocks are better than the competition. Whether it's PDRA or FloDragRacing, we have the shocks that make a difference. Contact Penske Shocks representative today and feel the difference.
Performance products and energy manufacturing are proud to team up with the PDRA Drag Racing Series. Be sure and visit Callie's online at www.callies.com or follow us on Facebook at Callie's Performance. If you're serious about being in the winner's circle, then you have to be serious about Callie's Performance products and energy manufacturing. Callie's crankshafts, camshafts, and connector rods have grown to be the industry leader for innovative product design. Now with our sister company, Energy Manufacturing's billet blocks, cylinder heads, and intake manifolds, we have the complete package from top to bottom for your next engine. Callie's Performance products and energy manufacturing are proud to team up with the PDRA Drag Racing Series. Be sure and visit Callie's online at www.callies.com or follow us on Facebook at Callie's Performance. Maxima Racing Oils offers engine oils, gear oils, suspension fluids, power steering fluids, coolants, brake fluids, and more. At every step, Maxima's focus is providing the best possible product. For example, Maxima's engine oils utilize a triple ester formula, with each ester serving a significant role to increase performance as well as protection for engine parts. P2 Contracting is a general contractor based in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, that specializes in commercial and residential projects. The P2 management team has extensive construction knowledge with decades of experience in the industry. P2's experience and considerable technical knowledge in all phases of construction, combined with their ability to self-perform most construction divisions and a low-cost, low-overhead approach, allows P2 Contracting to stay competitive in all types of construction projects. Let P2 build for you.
At Classic Graphics, we're a one-stop shop for all your silk screening and embroidery needs. We've been a leader in the motorsports industry since the mid-'80s, producing everything in-house at our Southern California location. Our facility can print up to 1,000 shirts an hour, and our 3 large embroidery machines are capable of handling all of your apparel needs. So if you're in need of top-quality silk screen t-shirts, whether it's in one color or eight colors, scarf shirts, or embroidered jackets, give us a call or send us an email, and we'll work with you to exceed your expectations.
Structural Concrete Incorporated, serving Maryland, Pennsylvania, and Delaware for over 35 years. We specialize in residential and commercial concrete foundations, slabs, and exterior decorating. Visit us at structuralconcrete.com or visit our Facebook page. Sponsor of the PDRA Nitrous Wars and the 3-time World Nitrous champs, Jim Halsey and team. Championship winning engine since 1972. Our reputation speaks for itself. Whether it's the PDRA Pro Nitrous record, first and only nitrous pro-mod to run 350s and 210 miles per hour, or the Pro 275 nitrous record of 365. Fulton Racing engines can provide you with a durable and top-performing engine like we do for Will Hall, Jim Halsey, Stacy Hall, and Erica Coleman, just to name a few. Fulton Racing engines, built for champions.
When you want proven performance, there's one brand that's been around since 1938. Edelbrock, building the finest American-made performance products for the street and the track. Edelbrock's Total Power Package delivers dyno-proven parts for maximum results. Edelbrock has thousands of made-in-the-USA performance products for all makes and models. Visit Edelbrock.com to get your free Edelbrock Performance Catalog and to check out the latest products we have for your world.
In 2021, Jessel has turned its focus on sportsman lasers with replacement sportsman steel rockers, providing an affordable upgrade for its pro aluminum rockers. They're designed to be a direct replacement for Jessel's pro aluminum bodies and will bolt to existing stands. Each rocker body is manufactured from a premium heat-treated steel alloy with a black oxide coating, providing years of dependable service. These rockers are the perfect fit for boosted or nitrous motors, which build up extreme cylinder pressures. For the ultimate and affordable steel rockers, give Jessel a call today. Jessel's new Sportsman roller lifters feature Jessel's proprietary bronze bushings, the only bushing lifter available with Jessel's unparalleled precision and reliability. Starting with an 8620 heat-treated and polished lifter body, these tie bar style roller lifters have a pressurized oiling circuit and share many of the components found in Jessel's Pro Series tie bars. Available for all popular blocks, the Jessel Sportsman roller lifters are perfect for all but the most extreme engine packages. Learn more at Jessel.com. P2 Contracting is a general contractor based in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania that specializes in commercial and residential projects. The P2 management team has extensive construction knowledge with decades of experience in the industry. P2's experience and considerable technical knowledge in all phases of construction, combined with their ability to self-perform most construction divisions and a low-cost, low-overhead approach, allows P2 Contracting to stay competitive in all types of construction projects. Let P2 build for you. The global leader in post-grade racing advantage. USA made in South Carolina since 2009. Over 16 great providing safe and quality erection services to their customers. Satisfied customers include Microsoft, Jack Daniels, Airbus, Bullet, and Rockwool. WS Construction, the performance team. Visit wsconstruction.com for more. Race-winning reliability? No problem. Record-setting technology? No problem. M&M Transmissions has what you need. They build everything custom from transmissions to torque controls. You can also get their latest and greatest shifter design that most of the current race cars have. Check them out on the web at www.m&mtransmission.com or find them on Facebook, M&M Transmission. Structural Concrete Incorporated, serving Maryland, Pennsylvania, and Delaware for over 35 years. We specialize in residential and commercial concrete foundations, slabs, and exterior flatwork. Visit us at www.structuralconcrete.com or visit our Facebook page. Proud sponsor of the PDRA Nitrous Wars and the three-time Nitrous champs, 2018.
Back into top dragster qualifying we go after a little hiatus. Clean up there on the racetrack that took place. So Kathy Fisher, Dickie Smith will come back here to the starting line. Fisher, left-hand side of the racetrack, currently number 6 in the category. That American race car, 547 cubic inches of pro-charged Ohio crankshaft power, and Dickie Smith will pull to the starting line in the Ohio Cat Lane. That Race Tech, 582 cubic inches of big block power. Out of the Mazier Enterprises, Cool Shirt System stable. Who's your tire? On their number 34 at 438. They're set. Out of the gate they go. One's out of power, and that's going to be Kathy, 449, coasting at only 109 miles an hour. Dickie was 008 and 4.302. 163 the speed, so that's the best run of the weekend so far for Dickie Smith, up to the number 27 spot. Now it's going to be Nick Shirkey and Tony Elrod. Tony Elrod, burnout is complete, comes back to the starting line, right side. Elrod out of Michigan. A run yesterday at 7:02, had some mechanical issues. And Nick Shirkey's Race Tech, sitting on the left side. So we'll go out and check the racing surface again here for a moment. Get ready to send this next pair here in Q2 of Top Dragster. So our PDRA officials gives the go-ahead. So Shirkey will bring that race car back to life. Complete his burnout. Tony Elrod waiting here at the starting line patiently. Elrod goes A to B. He should be in the top half of the field. Right now, Pete Maduri holds on to your number 1 spot at 376.3, over 195 miles an hour. Look at the top 16 drivers right now in top dragster, 376 down to a 390. That's the spread we're looking at for the elite side. So a very fast field here in Norwalk, and things are going to get sure much quicker at the end of final qualifying. Elrod right side, Shirky left. Pre-stage and stage bulbs are lit. Here comes the tree. Tony Elrod, 401, 182 miles an hour. He was 13 green. Shirky, 3 thou red, and stops the clock at 459. So that's going to put Tony Elrod number 18. Here comes a young lady on the left side. Should be in the elite field. Outside looking in, Cynthiana, Kentucky. Here comes Ashley Johnson and Art Zioffi. Zioffi out of Campbell, Ohio, that American race car. A 632 cubic inch Chevrolet for power. Got a 380, 390 player. Over there on the Summit side, a 450 player in the Ohio Cat Lane. Ashley struggled in the opening round of qualifying last night. She's in. Tree comes down, and there goes Ashley Johnson. Top into the racetrack, 3.806. 190 miles an hour for Ashley Johnson this morning here in Norwalk, 459. Art stays very consistent, varying less than 100th of a second between the two qualifying runs. That's going to put Ashley Johnson to number 5 with that run. Matt Albright will bring up the Spitzer race car out of North Royalton, Ohio. He'll be on the Summit side, and he will take on Pat Forrester's American. They were out of Pittsburgh. Sunoco Race Fuel on board, and Par Racing engine, 632 cubic inch Chevrolet. Your attention in the pit area, please. If you are driving a silver Ford Explorer with a Missouri tag, there's no point even reading it because who knows their actual tag number, let's be honest. You hear that every time you go to a racetrack, and it's like, yeah, I'm sure I know my license plate number. Most people, they don't even know where their car's out of if you have a rental. But it is a silver Ford Explorer. It's parked in the pit area facing R&L Carriers between Cam Clark and Jim Widener's pit. Matt Albright, 384 at 191, right on down the Summit lane. Forrester at 470. Forrester has varied 4 thousandths between yesterday and today. Forrester number 55, Matt Albright to number 12. That's going to bring up 2 more, and a top player in the categories backing up there on the right side.
Yeah, Steve Furr here on the right-hand side out of Harrisburg, North Carolina. The Red Rocket 2013 American chassis, undefeated in Larice Motorsports Insurance Elite Top Dragster event so far this season on the PDRA Tour. He leads the point standings in the Hoosier Tires, Wright Trailers, VP Fuels machine. And Max Butcher on the left-hand side out of Dolestown, Ohio. The Butcher & Son Demolition 2021 American for Bruzy Transmissions. Steve Furr here on the right-hand side, your number 15 qualifier so far with a 387.9. Butcher went a 457.3 that landed him in the 50 spot.
Steve Furr starts to bump in. That stage bulb is lit up. Max Butcher is going to complete the stage process left lane. And they let go and going to turn him loose. 002 to a 25, and Steve Furr, 385.6. 188 picks up 200ths of a second. Butcher at 454 to 151. So Steve Furr, even though he picked up 200ths of a second, that's going to be no advancement in the qualifying order. Number 15 and 49, as Mike Kopko holds on to your number 16's position at 388.0 currently.
And we just had our quickest field of elite top dragsters at VMP at our last event. The bump spot there was a 398.2.
We've already surpassed
We've
that.
eclipsed that so far here With
376 to a 388. I'm sure we're going to see less than a tenth of a second separate 16 drivers when it's all said and done.
That's amazing. So our next pair staging up, Dan Davies here on the right-hand side out of White House, Ohio, the 2021 Diamond Chassis. He won a 4:04.5 that landed him in the number 21 spot. And Alan O'Brien on the left-hand side, the Greenbrier Excavating 2011 Race Tech with the AMC power plant. He sits number 10 with a 382.4.
Dan Davies, the man behind Diamond Chassis. 12 up front, 397 at 182 to the 380, 196 charge out of Alan O'Brien's little AMC. To number 4, Dan Davies to number 20. Get this, you have 3.975 and you are 4 spots out of being Elite 16. Yeah, that would have made the show down in Virginia Motorsports Park. It's not making the Elite field here in Norwalk at America's Racetrack this weekend.
Mike Knott will be up next here on the right-hand side. The KB Trailers 08 Spitzer chassis for Fowler Engines and Motorsports Unlimited. He struggled on the first attempt, coasted through it at 10:21. But we'll see if he can make his way to the elite side of things here.
Mike Knott. Watch this Spitzer race car coming up to make a single run. If Knott goes A to B, he will be in the elite field with ease. The Ohio Cat scoreboard, 3.800. 195 miles an hour, and Mike Knott, we were talking about with ease, all the way up to number 4 this morning. And I'm going to just tell you, that is a tough break to see for Brian Keller and the KB trailer sales team, because they have one of the fastest cars in the category, and they are not currently qualified, I believe, in the Elite 16. They had some issues yesterday in the opening round of qualifying. They did not make the Q2 effort, and you can see the frustration down there. That is a top-tier team. So they'll go back to the drawing board, come back in Q3, and hopefully go right to the middle half, top of the field.
So that'll bring up Chris Stein here on the right-hand side out of Silver Lake, Indiana. The Stein Tire 2016 Diamond Chassis for level performance and OEM combustion. And Tim Antonora on the left-hand side out of Kendall, New York, the New York Moment 2 2011 Antonora chassis. Janus Superchargers, Competition Transmissions, and Martino Motorsports on board his machine. So Antonora and Stein
Wheels up, leave, and a little bit of a pedal there out of Tim Antonora. 408, look at the number, 178 miles an hour. Chris Stein at 407.9, 180 the speed. Stein, you see him a lot of the Big Money Bracket Tour. He goes to number 24, Antonora to number 25. He picked up nearly 0.3 of a second, and that could have been a low 4 flat to a 401, 402 for Antonora, who you see that front end come high up there. He pedaled it, bring it back down. It cost him the overall run.
That'll bring up Sammy Helms on the left-hand side of the racetrack out of Locust, North Carolina, the Midland Engine Machine 08 Horton chassis for Pro Dimension powder coatings. It's number 35 out of 432.7. And Kyle Harris, the Mountain Tire altered here on the right-hand side. 00 permits, Hartman Machine Works, all steel fabrication, and Fast Eddie Racewear on board his machine. He's in number 14 qualifier so far. He won a 385 with a 4 that landed him in that spot.
Yeah, 385, and you're in jeopardy of not making the elite field. Just think about that. So Sammy comes up alongside Kyle Harris. KHR. Neighbors to the north in Beaufort, Ontario. $27 to a 69, and Kyle Harris 385.3. We have talked about consistency, folks. Kyle Harris has varied 1/1000 of a second from lane to lane from yesterday to today. Wow. No improvement there for Sammy Helms. He's going to stay number 35 off the earlier 4:32 elapsed time. Next up, we have a car that is outside looking in the elite field. And yeah, it's a beautiful ride there.
It absolutely is for Casey Ingram here on the right side out of Farmington. The full throttle truck centers 22 Miller chassis for PSI Superchargers and Cohen Engineering. He won a 410 with a 5. And Jordan Willis Parker on the left-hand side out of Kalamazoo, Michigan. The Chrome Works Ultra Cars. He sits number 39 on the left side of the racetrack. He won a 437.7.
Problems for Casey Ingram right at the starting line. That car is silent, coasting on down the right lane. And Jordan Parker, 436, 157. They will pick up just 100th of a second and stay number 39 overall.
Frank Carpinelli here on the right-hand side out of Dover, Ohio. The F&C Trucking 2014 Undercover for Horizon Audio. Wild West Paint Works. And Moser Engineering, your number 23 qualifier so far at a 405.1. And Trayton Parker, left side, sits number 42 with a 441.6.
So Trayton and Frank. Three-stage beams are lit. They work their way in. Set to go here in Q2. Frank Carpinelli, top end at 413. 179 the speed, 441 at 155 miles an hour for Trayton Parker.
Patrick Forrester up next on the right-hand side out of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. The Bruzy Transmissions 2014 American for Sunoco Race Fuels. And Tyson Fabish on the left side out of Medina, Ohio. Another one of those Bruzy machines, 2019 Race Tech for Mike's Restoration. Tyson, number 18 out of 389.8. Patrick, number 62, struggled, coasted through at 849.
An unfortunate break there for Tyson Fabish. Mechanical issues at the starting line. It appears he was having some kind of leakage, so they will shut him off. Single run for Pat Forrester with the Sunoco Race Fuel American race car. Forrester at 381.4. Look at the number there, 193 the speed, so that's going to put Pat Forrester up to the number 9 spot. Bill Fordyce will now hold on to the number 16 position at 385.6. 0.09 of a second separates 16 drivers.
And your number 1 man in points has already been down this round and is not in the Elite 16. Steve First, it's number 17 now. Justin Fordyce next up on the right-hand side out of Harmony, North Carolina. Justin won a 4:56.1 yesterday, put him in the number 53 spot in the qualified order. And Frank Falter, the Candyman out of Mount Airy, Maryland. He's your number 3 qualifier. He won a 3:78 with a 5.
.009 to a 28. Watch Frank Falter pull away. 380. No improvement off the earlier 378 here at 195 miles an hour for the Candyman. And the burnout is playing out to be, well, not what Angie Travis was looking for as the chutes fall out on her Miller-built race car. The Conover, North Carolina Hickory and Close trailer sales entry will not make Q2 here. So Chad Traylor will be on a single run. Just as Angie started to do her burnout, that is when the chutes shook out. And it's not something that can be quickly fixed and repacked. So Chad will come to the starting line by himself. He lets go to be 9th thou red. Chad Traylor will run 4:41, 155 miles an hour in his American race car in the number 44 spot. So we will look over the top 8 in Elite Top Dragster right now. Pete Maduri is number 1 at 376.3. Mark Romanovsky is number 2. Frank Folder's 3. Mike Knott's 4. Alan O'Brien's 5. Larry Roberts, reigning world champ, is 6. 7th is Ashley Johnson, and 8 is Pickett. So, Alaska, if you look across the racetrack, the towers over here will wave to you. There you go. You were in the VIP hospitality suites. Those are not open this weekend. The VIP area is over here. So, at least you got a workout in. So, T.G. Paschal and Tony Fagnelli. That's a good one. Tony Fagnelli is 006. And he will run 4:39.9, 156 miles an hour. TG is going to go 4:27 at 158. And T.G. Paschal in the number 30 spot. Qualifying this morning.
Next up is going to be Dave Jamieson on the left-hand side out of Twinsburg, Ohio. The Pickens Metalworks 06 Spitzer chassis from Michaels Automotive and Summit Racing Equipment. He won a 392.2. Sits back in the number 21 spot. And Tyler Rudolph here on the right-hand side, the Derek Wolf Trucking 2010 American chassis. He won a 4:43.0 that landed him in the number 46 spot.
Yeah, Dave Jamieson, a long-time runner here at Norwalk. And can you believe 392 gets you number 21 right now? Dave Jamieson going to try to find some extra horsepower somewhere and get the Pickens Metalworks Spitzer race car into the elite field. Tyler Rudolph. I don't know why. I butchered his name all day yesterday. The Wolf Trucking American race car will run 438.159 as Dave Jamieson 392, 187 miles an hour. They've got a very consistent race car. It's just not quick enough to go into the top 16 right now. So now, Tom Martino and Patrick McMath. So Tom and Ryan Martino, the father and son duo for Team Lucas Oil and Salt Life. A lot of marketing partners on board that Maddox built race car on the right side of the Youngstown. And Patrick McMath. Family operation here, the Chesapeake-based Race Tech. Martino will run 381.6. He is another driver that has varied 1 thou from the 2 qualifying runs we have seen this weekend so far. Tom and Ryan, number 11, McMath, number 32, here in qualifying.
Next up, we're going to have Shannon Roberts on the left-hand side of the racetrack out of Greenville, South Carolina. The Roberts Equipment and Repair 2010 Race Tech sits number 43 at a 4:39.1. And John Parks here on the right-hand side out of Cadillac, Michigan. The Ultratech Race Cars Machines, number 56 at a 4:58.
John's going to pick up a bunch here. He'll go 398, 185. As Shannon Roberts, 438.9, 155 the speed for her. So number 44 for Shannon. John jumps to number 23 with that race car. We've seen Shannon go down. Now here comes Larry Roberts, I think world champ of the category. And a former world champ is going to be right alongside of him.
Yeah, Pete Maduri out of Niagara Falls, New York. The fun-loving criminal for Dynabrade Power Tools, Jansen, and FTI Performance. He is your number 1 qualifier here this weekend so far at a 376.3.
So now, 2 world champions side by side in Q2 of Top Dragster. Your number 1 qualifier sits on the right side, number 6 left side. Larry had to pedal it. There goes Pete Maduri, 377. No improvement to 195 the speed. 402 and 188 for Larry Roberts. Dury shows consistency, carrying 100th between yesterday and today.
Dale Foss next up on the left side out of Madison, Ohio, the 2019 American chassis, and Ben Wilson Jr., the 2011 Spitzer, on the right side.
So Dale Foss, Ben Wilson. Battle it out here in session number 2. The turboed machine right side, the nitrous machine left side, I believe. And 429 Dale Foss, 162. Ben's going to go 432, 173 miles an hour, so he'll pick up into the number 39 spot. Two drivers not on file yet. Run-outs are complete. Back to the starting line they come. .37 to a 12 on the reaction times. Right-hand lane, 421.66, 431.61 alongside.
Looks like some issues there for Robert Pickens out on the starting line. He is your number 8 qualifier to 381.1. So Ricky Molnar out of Seville, Ohio, the Gym Attachments 2016 American chassis will be on a single run here. 427.2 for her first attempt.
Molnar, 71 green and 423. Going to pick up there for Ricky, 164 miles an hour.
Tom Reese up next on the right-hand side, the Old Faithful 1999 undercover chassis for Francis Engineering Engines, Snap-on Tools, T&K Automotive, and Performance Transmissions. And Ashley Strickland on the left-hand side out of Harrisburg, North Carolina, the 2021 M&M chassis.
Ashley Strickland and Tom Reese. Ashley pedals and, well, a couple times gets back in it. 431.4, 174 miles an hour. And Strickland continues to struggle in qualifying.
Mike Kopko on the left-hand side. The Steel City Rocket sits number 18. Kopko went a 3:88.0. Nick Maloney on the right-hand side out of Brentwood, New Hampshire, the TT Motorsports 2016 Dan Page machine for Nesbitt Performance Engines and Pit Stop Auto and Truck.
Your attention to the pits, please. Attention to the pit stop sportsman. We're going to make the call for you, Q2, please. Top sportsman, this is your call to staging. So Mike Kopko, Nick Maloney. Mike Kopko, 389.1, 185 the speed. On the left-hand side as works change and our next pair comes up.
Chris Weinkammer here on the right-hand side, the Pickens Metal Works 2010 Gebhardt chassis. 451.8, the best attempt so far. And Howard Michael on the left side out of Newport, Michigan. The Mickey Thompson Tires 07 American chassis went a 721 with some issues.
001 red there for Howard Michael, 451. Best run of the weekend, 154. Problems for Chris. It was 007. He goes across at 5 at 28.
Tony Pastiano with all the RPMs there in the burnout. The Extreme Motorsports machine sits number 43, went a 4:34.2, and it's clearly not up to that machine's potential. And JB Donati here on the right-hand side, the 2018 Race Tech out of Henrico, Virginia. JB went a 4:45.5 on his first effort.
Tony Pastiano still having some issues. The car coming on strong at the end, though, 410, 186. So they're working in the right direction. JB is going to go 419 at 165. That's going to put Pastiano number 28. JB is going to be number 30 here in dragster qualifying.
Next up, defending world champion for Larice Motorsports Insurance, top dragster 32, Tisha Wilson here on the right-hand side out of Salisbury, North Carolina, the Tony Wilson Hauling Residential Concrete Services machine. She went a 4:45.6 on her first effort.
Tisha Wilson is 009 at top of the racetrack at 439, 158. Summit side 401, 182 miles an hour.
Magnafuel Top Sportsman, Magnafuel Top Sportsman. We've called you to the staging lanes. Magnafuel Top Sportsmen, you need to get them in line for Q2. Craig Addis here on the right-hand side. The RAB Trucking 21 Spitzer chassis for Kings of Vapor.
Craig Addis, 003, doing some driving out there. The car moved over towards the center line, 372.0. Craig Addis. Addis goes to number 1 by 0.04 of a second. Huge margin right there for the Kings of Vapor entry. So now you look at qualifying. Craig Addis 1, Pete Maduri's 2, Mark Romanovsky's 3, Frank Folder's 4, Mike Knotts 5, Alan O'Brien 6, Larry Roberts, Ashley Johnson, Robert Pickens, Patrick Forrester, Kathy Fisher, Tom Martino was rounding out your 12 until we switched and going into now Top Sportsman. Let's try to get all 16 of them in there.
Magnafuel Top Sportsman, first pair out, left side of the racetrack. Barry Daniluk out of Mooresville, North Carolina, the 68 Camaro. And Tim Papp, the Nesbitt Performance 2016 Corvette for JBM Tuners. Neither of these cars have a time on file from Q1. Both of them got pushed off. Right now, currently, 4:18.8, the bump spot here in Magnafuel Elite Top Sportsman. Donnie Urban, your number 1 qualifier so far, at a 376.7. Tim Molnar, number 2, at a 377.6. Butcher, number 3, at a 378.9. Perkinson, number 4, 379.7. And Jamie Fowler rounds out your top 5 with a 381.7. 61 cars took time from Q1 yesterday.
There's Tim Papp showing up here in Q2. 001 and 396 for Papp. 187 miles an hour. Barry Daniluk at 4 flat. That's going to put Daniluk number 11. Tim Papp number 9 here in Top Sportsman qualifying today.
Tommy Brown up next on the left-hand side. The Brown Line Construction 2018 Camaro. He's your number 13 qualifier to 4.052. And Chris Gilbert out of Warrington, Virginia, here on the right-hand side.
So Chris Gilbert, Tommy Brown squaring off here. Stage bulbs are lit already. Tree fires, and these Camaros are out and away. Brown off the gas early, 4:01, 184 miles an hour. Still makes his best for the weekend by 0.04 of a second. And it's going to put him at number 12. Number 44 at 4:59, 157. Gilbert next up.
Karsten Nyergis on the left side, the Schween Motorsports 2000 Firebird for top this and performance insulation. He won a 440 with a 0 on his first attempt. And Scotty Wise here on the right-hand side. The Wise Guys 63 split window Corvette out of Ashland, Virginia is your number 8 qualifier to 3.902.
So Karsten Nyergis and Scott Wise. Wise knocks the tire off the head. So he's going to coast on down. There goes Nyergis, 439, 161. He's going to pick up 0.08 of a second from yesterday.
Next pair completing the burnout process. Vince Vercade Sr. on the left-hand side. The FloRacing Camaro. And Caden Wick. The 04 Dodge Stratus.
Cade moves around and decides to abort the run. Caden Wick, 451, 155 the speed in the K&K Stratus. That's going to be good enough for number 37 from Top Sportsman qualifying.
Next up here on the right-hand side, Dan Germano, the Royal Purple Camaro. And Buddy Perkinson, left side of the racetrack, the LAT Racing Oils. Perkinson Construction, Musi-powered machine. He sits number 4, won a 379.7 to land him in that spot.
So Dan Germano and Buddy Perkinson will take their Camaros down to the top of the racetrack. 382 here for Buddy, who's 003 at the starting line. 194 miles an hour. Dan Germano will run 426 at 166. That's going to be good enough for number 29. Perkinson will stay number 4 right now. And you look at the top half of the field. Donnie Urban's number 1. Molnar is number 2. Glenn Butcher's 3. Buddy Perkinson's 4. Jamie Fowler's 5. Chris Nerge is a 6. Cheyenne Stanley's 7. And Scott Wise rounds out your top 8.
Mark Reese up next on the left-hand side, the 2014 Mustang out of North Dinwiddie, Virginia. He coasted through at a 781.8 last night, had some issues. And Jeff Gable here on the right-hand side, the beautiful 71 Duster. He went a 447.9 that landed him in the number 41 spot.
So Mark Reese will turn it loose to the Mustang. Close it into the finish line straight. The Summit scoreboard will light up 424. Best run of the weekend for Mark Reese. Jeff Gable at 437, 162. So that's going to put Mark Reese number 26. Jeff Gable number 37.
Junior Ward up next here on the right-hand side. The 63 Corvette out of Goad, Virginia. And Wes Goddard, the 58 Nash on the left-hand side. Short wheelbase monster.
Yeah, that little car that was assembled in England, and they only marketed them from 1953 until 1961.
You don't see many, and I don't think I've ever seen one as a race car, so this is pretty cool.
It's very unique and by far the only one on the grounds here this weekend. So Wes Goddard, your Ward over there. Ward's in. Car did exactly what it did yesterday. Goddard, 434. Look at that, 179 miles an hour. They continue to get quicker each and every qualifying pass. So they will be number 35 or number 54 as they're trying to work some issues out on the Corvette.
Pete Ignatovic on the left-hand side out of Boardman, Ohio. The Abruzzi Trans 68 Camaro. Had some issues in qualifying yesterday. Coasted through at a 672. And Brian LaFlamme on the right-hand side. The 67 Mustang out of Gilbert, Arizona. Also had his fair share of troubles in qualifying. This car easily goes down in the 380s. We'll see if LaFlamme can go A to B on this shot and make his way into the elite side of things.
Ignatovic moving around, doing a little bit of driving out there. 438 and 159, even though he makes his best run of the weekend. Brian LaFlamme at 383, 196. That's going to put Brian at number 7. Pete Ignatovic to number 39.
And now move Andy Horn to the number 16 spot with that 412 with the 3. Joe Robachek, left side of the racetrack out of Niceville, Florida. 68 Camaro with the Sonny's horsepower underneath the hood scoop. He went a 4:21.2 that landed him in the number 22 spot. And Ken Cortuccio behind the wheel of this beautiful 55 Chevrolet. Ken struggled a little bit yesterday in Q1. We'll see what he can do right here.
There goes Ken Cortuccio. Watch the scoreboard. How about 386.4? Nice run, 181 miles an hour. Robachek at 422. So Ken Cortuccio climbs right up the qualifying board to number 8. Robachek, number 23. But that's the run Ken Cortuccio and the team was looking for without a doubt. I think they still have some laps time left in it.
Absolutely. Calvin Butler up next on the left side, the 08 Corvette out of Marlington, West Virginia. And Bob Mandel, the Orange Crush 2 55 Chevrolet out of Bob's Profab. Both these machines struggled in Q1 last night. Mandel very capable here on the right-hand side of getting on the elite side of things. You just watched Cortuccio do it, and can he get it done in his orange machine?
Mandel starts to spin the tire over here at the starting line, so he's going to coast on down. 436, 163 miles an hour for Calvin Butler, and that's a big improvement off the earlier 717 that we seen yesterday. So Butler will slide right into the number 38 spot. Mandel will still struggle, and that team is qualified right now all the way down to the number 62 position.
Dan Osborne on the right-hand side, the Murphy's Auto Center 63 split-window Corvette. Dan went a 471.2 that landed him in the number 51 spot yesterday. And Max Butcher on the left-hand side out of Dolestown, Ohio, the Schween Motorsports 02 Corvette. A Bruzy transmission, Butcher and Son Demolition. Max went a 448.9 that landed him in the 47 spot.
So Max Butcher, Dan Osborne pulled into the pre-stage beams. They stage simultaneously. This pair is set to go. Butcher goes towards the wall up the starting line. He was 19th out red. Osborne, A to B run at 458. They're going to pick up nearly 0.2 of a second at 150 miles an hour. So Dan Osborne will climb up to the number 49 position.
Mike Savoy up next on the right-hand side. The 09 Dodge Stratus. And Bad Eye Brenniger here left side. The 03 Ford Mustang out of Middleton, Ohio. Brenniger, no time on file yet. Savoya went a 4:43 with a 4 on his first attempt.
Mike Savoya, 5 thou red and 427 in the Stratus, 170 miles an hour, 451 for Bad Eye Breininger with that Mustang.
Jamie Fowler up next on the right-hand side, pimping and limping the PD Fleet 69 Camaro, and your number 5 qualifier to 381.7. And Jacob Elrod sits back in the water box here, left side of the racetrack, the Megatron 1963 Corvette for Bruzy Trans, Moser Engineering, Hoosier Tire, and Mr. E's Auto Sales. Jacob looks like he might be having some issues down there, though. Elrod ends up backing out of the water box, having some issues with that Corvette. So Jamie Fowler will be on a single run. 381.7 for Fowler on his first effort. Fulton Power Plant, PD Fleet, LAT Racing Oils on board his machine.
Oh, you can see the nitrous explosion there. There goes the hood scoop, and Jamie Fowler coast on through at 4:19. So obviously no improvement for your number 5 qualifier, and they will go to work on the PD Fleet Chevrolet back in the pit area after this qualifying attempt that did not end in Jamie Fowler's favor. So we'll be down for just a moment. Go out and pick up those parts and pieces off the racing surface and finish out a session of qualifying here in Top Sportsman.
At Flying A Motorsports, we stock, consign, and design specialty trailers for motorsports competitors across the USA. Flying A offers motorhomes, motorhomes, stacker trailers, semi-trailers, gooseneck and bumper pull car trailers with living quarters, toy haulers, and motorcycle trailers. We offer consignment programs, financing, and can build you a custom unit with all your needs and wants. Go to Flying A Motorsports at flyingamotorsports.com or call us at 800-222-4004.
Delivering speed, power, and performance for over 40 years. AFCO Performance Group is proud to be partnered with the PDRA as co-sponsors of both the Pro Street and Super Street classes again in 2023. In drag racing, you only get one chance to get it right. When winning and losing is everything to your race team, think AFCO. Summit Racing Equipment is proud to be a contingency sponsor and the sponsor of the Summit Racing Equipment PDRA Pro Stars. Order online anytime at summitracing.com. You'll find millions of parts in stock from over 1,500 name brands. Parts for racing, street performance, trucks and off-roading, tools and more. Summit Racing delivers fast shipping, world-class customer service, and expert tech advice. Download the Summit Racing app to shop anytime, anywhere. Winning takes work. Getting parts is easy. SummitRacing.com. MagnaFuel Products, the leader in racing fuel systems, provides the highest quality CNC machined fuel pumps and pressure regulators on the market today. All MagnaFuel products are proudly built and assembled within the United States. MagnaFuel leads the industry with their ProStar, QuickStar, and ProTuner series products. Street cars to all-out race cars or anything in between. MagnaFuel has a system to meet your every need. MagnaFuel is always expanding our extensive line of products, so check out our new products online. MagnaFuel products have been fueling champions for over 20 years. Visit us on the web at magnafuel.com and like us on Facebook. Keep your fuel moving forward with MagnaFuel.
Stroud Safety is the industry leader in race safety products. They manufacture high-quality nylon seatbelts that are available in many colors. The industry's most dependable parachutes, ballistic-grade SFI certified blankets, completely custom-fitted fire suits, and much more. And the best part is that it's made right here in the USA. For more information, visit StroudSafety.com.
Penske Shocks is the leading shock manufacturer in all forms of motorsports. Helping racers is what we do. Winning is what we strive for. Holder of countless world records and championships, let Penske Shocks show you why our shocks are better than the competition. Whether it's quarter mile or 8 mile, we have the shocks that make the difference. Contact a Penske Shocks representative or dealer today and feel the difference. At Classic Graphics, we're a one-stop shop for all your silk screening and embroidery needs. We've been a leader in the motorsports industry since the mid-'80s, producing everything in-house at our Southern California location. Our facility can print up to 1,000 shirts an hour, and our 3 large embroidery machines are capable of handling all of your apparel needs. So if you're in need of top-quality silk screen t-shirts, whether it's in 1 color or 8 colors, hats, golf shirts, or embroidered jackets, give us a call or send us an email, and we'll work with you to exceed your expectations.
Stroud Safety is the industry leader in race safety products. They manufacture high-quality nylon seatbelts that are available in many colors. The industry's most dependable parachutes, ballistic-grade SFI certified blankets, completely custom-fitted fire suits, and much more. And the best part is that it's made right here in the USA. For more information, visit StroudSafety.com.
Penske Shocks is the leading shock manufacturer in all forms of motorsports. Helping racers is what we do. Winning is what we strive for. Holder of countless world records and championships, let Penske Shocks show you why our shocks are better than the competition. Whether it's quarter mile or 8 mile, we have the shocks that make the difference. Contact a Penske Shocks representative or dealer today and feel the difference.
Maurice Motorsports Insurance offers racers broad packaged insurance policies that don't leave gaps in coverage. We offer affordable on and off-track coverage for racers, and starting in 2023, Perfect Run and Best Package programs, along with our contingency program. You spend money on insurance to get to the track already. Now collect money when you win. Visit them online at MauriceMotorsportsInsurance.com or scan the barcode on the banners here at the track. From
All right. Track cleanup complete. We'll be back up and running here momentarily. Ken Langlois up next here on the right-hand side out of Milan, Michigan. Lang transmission, 63 split window for Napa Auto Parts. He sits number 48, won a 450 with a 4. And Dwayne Gallagher on the left-hand side out of Cedarville, Ohio. The Performance Clinic, 1968 Camaro. Dwayne went a 418.8 and landed him in the number 20 spot. $419.0 for Dwayne. Ken Langlois goes $438.0. That'll bring up Kirk Frederick on the left-hand side out of Burlington, Wisconsin. A 68 Camaro, won a 507 with a 5 on his first attempt. And Mike Badia here on the right-hand side, the 96 Cutlass out of Milford, Michigan. Badia, 444.9, his best effort so far. Kirk Frederick all sorts out of shape on that attempt. Badia, 438.7 for his best effort so far, 165 miles per hour. David Strauss on the left-hand side. Widener Automotive 94 aluminum. And Brian Warner here on the right-hand side of the racetrack. Tomorrow's Auto Service 68 Camaro. Brian had some issues on his first attempt. David, he went a 476.8 in aluminum. $433.1 for Warner, $443.5 for David Strassel. Troy Finner on the right-hand side out of Rockford, Illinois. The 68 Camaro sits number 21. He won a 419 with a 3. And Dennis Gaborio, left-hand side, the Red Line Oil 07 Mustang for Precision Turbo and Factory Billet. Dennis won a 396 with a 7. Sits in the number 12 spot. And Dennis, brand new chassis underneath that Ford Mustang body. Did a lot of work over the wintertime. Wasn't happy with the way his car was performing, so he totally rebuilt the chassis. Looks like it's paid off as he sits number 12 on the elite side of things so far. Both cars having their fair share of issues. Troy Fenner goes towards the right. Dennis Gaborio goes towards the left. Kathy Gallo up next on the left-hand side of the racetrack. The 05 Cobalt out of Murraysville, Pennsylvania. And Chris Nyergis here on the right-hand side. The Schween Motorsports 2020 Corvette owned by Dr. Gary Schween. Top this and Buck Racing engines on board this machine. He's number 6 out of 381 with a 7. .017 red light for Chris, then ran into some trouble. Coast through it a 5:30. Kathy Gallo, 005 reaction time, 4:46.5. Chris Osborne up next on the left-hand side out of Oakland, Michigan. The Pack Racing Spring 69 Camaro. And Boyd Byer here on the right-hand side. The Byer Trailer Sales 06 Mustang. Byer smacks the tires, 4:28.3 for Chris Osborne. Station, Ohio sits number 18 at a 412 with a 6 in that Motorsports Unlimited machine. And our most recent winner at MagnaFuel Top Sportsman 32, presented by Corbin's RV, sits on the right-hand side of the racetrack. That's Chad Traylor out of Dispatana, Virginia, the 63 Corvette owned by Keith Cox. .412 with a 5 for Scott Wasco. Yesterday went a 412 with a 6, a very consistent machine for him. Brian Stoltz up next on the right-hand side out of New Lebanon, Ohio. The Mighty Joe Young, 69 Camaro. And Chad Tilley, the Winston-Salem Wonder on the left-hand side. The TNT Express, 96 Beretta for MJ Printing and Graphics, Euchre Motorsports, and Sunrise Tire. Chad Tilley, 429.4 at 165. Brian Stoltz, a 407.2. That'll move Brian all the way up to the number 17 spot in the qualified order. Chad Tilley will be in the 36th qualifying position. Don Swindell on the right-hand side. Swindell trucking 63 split window. And Mark Payne left side of the racetrack out of Waynesboro, Virginia, the House of Payne Performance 06 Cavalier. Mickey Thompson, Rogers Automotive, Mosier Engineering. All on board Payne's machine. He went a 4:13.3 since number 20. Mark Payne within 2 thousandths of his first attempt, 4:13.5, 4:18.4 for Don Swindell, his best effort so far this weekend. Andy Horn up next on the left side out of Delaware, Ohio, the 2018 Mustang. He sits back in the number 18 spot with a 4:12 with a 3. And Ron Biondo here on the right-hand side out of Macedonia, Ohio. The 94 Lumina for Penske Racing Shocks. .004 to a .007. 4:15 with the 3 for Andy Horn. 4:28.0 for Ron Biondo. Vonnie Mills comes up next on the left-hand side, the Show and Tell Camaro. She went a 4:21 with a 5, put her in the number 27 spot. And Gary Kent's here on the right-hand side out of Windham, Ohio. The T&K Performance 07 GTO. He's been a 4:26.0 so far. Vonnie doing a little bit of driving, 4:06.6 at 178 miles per hour, 4:22.3 for Gary Kent's. That'll move Vonnie all the way up to the number 17 spot right now. Jeff Pittman sits in the 16 qualified position with a 4:05. Cheyenne Stanley up next on the left-hand side. The 08 Ford Mustang out of Cynthiana, Kentucky. He's qualified in the number 9 spot so far with a 3:87.3. And Henry Underwood here on the right side of the racetrack out of Quinton, Virginia. Your defending world champion in the 63 split window Corvette for Underwood Flooring. Par Racing engines. Henry, not in the show yet. Needs to go quicker than Pittman's 4:05.9 right here. Cheyenne, 391.9 at 197, and Henry Underwood, he'll put himself into the program with a 387 with a 4. Move Henry all the way up to the number 10 spot. Now Andrew Johnson sits on the bump spot with a 4:04.2. Brian Yenchik here on the right-hand side. It's number 34, won a 4:26 with a 2. And Glenn Butcher, left side of the racetrack out of Doylestown, Ohio, the 69 Camaro from Butcher Demolition. Albert Race Engines and Abruzzi Transmissions. He's your number 3 qualifier to 3:78 with a 9. Butcher has to pedal at Yanchik. Has to coast through as well at a 4:44.8, 4:39 for Butcher. No help for either. Gary Grainer, left-hand side of the racetrack, the 63 Corvette. And Rodney Pryor here on the right-hand side. Uncle Rodney, the Black Ice 02 Camaro. For Iceman Racing, Parr Racing Engines, House of Pain, and Robert Hayes Motorsports. Gary Grainer with some wicked tire shake right there. Rodney Pryor, 4:54.6 at 159. Crazy Ed Foley here on the right-hand side. The Cox's Automotive 08 Cobalt. Monte Carlo there on the left-hand side. $427.2 for Foley, $426.9 for the Monte Carlo in the Summit lane. Gary Wojnarowski on the left-hand side. Ohio-based 09 Cobalt. And Lester Johnson here on the right-hand side, the 58 Corvette out of Cynthiana, Kentucky. They call that hot rod the Coal Train. Lester picks it up 4:07.7 at 186 miles per hour. Gary has his best pass of the weekend, a 4:29 with a 2. Al Davidowski up next on the left-hand side, the 2010 GXP out of Columbus, New Jersey. He's done a 4.208 so far. And Ronnie Proctor on the right-hand side. The West Virginia-based 2009 Mustang for Albert Racing Engines, Roadrunner Racing Fuels, Hoosier Tire, and Linux of Frederick. Both cars having issues. 003 reaction time for Ronnie Proctor. Davidowski was 016 going by the tree. But both lift early, coast through. Jerry Albert, left side of the racetrack out of Avon, Ohio. The Mickey Thompson 97 Camaro. And Dan Ferguson here on the right-hand side, the Dean Young Motorsports. Rossler Transmissions machine. Ferguson headed towards the center line there. Goes through at a 4:21.8, 4:32 with a 1 for Jerry Albert. Dave Pone on the left-hand side, the 02 Grand Am out of Mansfield, Ohio. And Nick Maloney, right side of the racetrack out of Brentwood, New Hampshire, the TT Motorsports 69 Camaro. Nesbitt Performance Engines, a Pit Stop Auto and Truck. In the pit area, we need Edelbrock Bracket Bash. Edelbrock Bracket Bash presented by Comp Cams to staging lanes 1 and 2. You must come around to the Ohio Cat side of the racetrack staging lanes. Edelbrock Bracket Bash presented by Comp Cams. We need you to the staging lanes. You must come around to the Ohio Cat side. .448, for Dave, 427 for Nick. Andrew Johnson up next on the right-hand side out of Cynthiana, Kentucky. The Excalibur 55 Chevrolet for Mickey Thompson, FTI Performance and Competition Turbos. He is your number 16 qualifier so far with a 404 with a 2.
So Andy Johnson, pre-staged and staged, the Excalibur 55 Chevy, out and down course, and will run 406, 187 miles an hour, no improvement by 200ths of a second. So Johnson will stay number 16. Left side 431.65.
Jeff Pittman up next here on the right-hand side out of Hickory, North Carolina. The 68 Chevelle for Hickory Enclosed Trailer Sales. It's number 17, the first car on the outside looking in. He went a 4:05.9. And Donnie Urban, left side of the racetrack out of Selma, North Carolina. The Nesbitt Performance, Cone Engineering, House of Pain. 69 Camaro. He's your number 1 qualifier. He went a 3:76.7 to put him in that spot.
So Jeff Pittman pulls up alongside. Donnie Urban starts to bump in. They're set. Tree drops, and their Chevys are out of the gate. There goes Donnie Urban to a 3:79 laps time, 198 miles an hour. Jeff Pittman stops the clock here, 4.105. Donnie's number 1, Jeff's number 17. Here comes 2 more.
Bruce Barth here on the right-hand side, the 02 Grand Am out of Pinckney, Michigan. And Tim Molnar, left side of the racetrack out of Seville, Ohio, the gym attachment. 68 Camaro. Tim currently sitting in the number 2 spot in the qualified order with a 3:77.6.
So Tim Molnar missed that top spot by less than 1/100th of a second. Watch the scoreboard, Summit side. Nope, no improvement. 381.99 for Tim. 460, 154. Bruce Barth down to the top of the racetrack there. Will stay where they are in qualifying.
Next up here on the right-hand side, Bob Mandel. Orange Crush 55 Chevrolet. Out of Bob's Profab. And Killer Brooks, left-hand side of the racetrack, the Tri-Area Electric Chevrolet Camaro. Edelbrock Bracket Bash. Edelbrock Bracket Bash, we need you to staging. Edelbrock Bracket Bash, we need you to the staging lanes, please. Come in on the Ohio Cat side.
So Killer Brooks brought Bob Mandel. Tri-Area Electric Camaro. Now the Cleveland area there for Brooks and Bob Mandel's Orange Crush, that old school 55, Tennessee. Here comes Brooks top end, little smoke out of his race car at 397, 178. Bob Mandel, no improvement there off the earlier 422 elapsed time. That's going to put Brooks to number 14.
Edelbrock Bracket Bash presented by Comp Cams. You should be making your way to the staging lanes at this time. All right, Josette Roach bringing the house of color. Jet Dragster to life down here on the left-hand side of the racetrack. Lane Larson stands out in the front. Part of that two-car team. They have tested this hot rod, as you can hear the burner pops going off. But one of their newer jet dragsters here this weekend. Larson's Motorsports with their Blazing Trails program in attendance here today. You can see the windows rattling over in the media suites. Beautiful paint job on a House of Color machine. Stop by their pit area and check it out. They got sample colors down there. Goes through at a 416 and 193 miles per hour.
Enthusiasts know where to look for those quality components that give you superior results. Mazir Enterprises offers the very best in cooling and starting system technology for the most demanding applications. For your next starter, water pump, or flex plate, look to Mazir. On the web at mazir.com. Track Racing Springs is the aftermarket and racing group of Patterson Springs, founded over 100 years ago. Track Racing Springs, located in South Michigan, is an industry leader in valve train components, with one of the largest product portfolios in the industry. Track Racing Springs comes in best-in-class components and game-changing products. With our dedicated engineering team and fully accredited knowledge and lab. Additionally, we can test functionality and physical properties in our dynamics laboratory under your valve train application. We strive to bring confidence that our products meet and exceed your performance parameters. Track Racing is proud to design, test, and manufacture our products in the USA. Please visit racingsprings.com or call toll-free 866-798-9417.
Winning doesn't just happen. You have to engineer it. You have to test it and make it better than it was the last time. Our engineers have the passion to create the parts you need, the way you need them to be, again and again and again. We've led this game for over 40 years, and we design, refine, and perfect every valve train part worthy of the winner's circle.
We drive tech. We drive the industry, going beyond the limits and advancing forward. A versatile all-in-one solution. We're here for you every step of the way. And that's why you see Fuel Tech everywhere.
Final call for Edelbrock Bracket Bash presented by Comp Cams. Final call for Edelbrock Bracket Bash presented by Comp Cams. You should be in the staging lanes.
So we are rolling into Edelbrock Bracket Bash, presented by Comp Cams. Their first time trial of the weekend here at the American Doorslammer Challenge. These drivers are not yet entered into the CompuLink timing system. So the Maduri camp will roll up here on the S10 right side for Team Dynabraid. So the S10's in, the dragster's ready, tree's gonna drop. 37 to a 22. Summit side, 450, 152, 610, 111 miles an hour for Maduri. Now it's going to be Vince 4K, the right trailers, and Sapelli Racing Camaro on the left side. Your attention out in the pit area, attention to the pits. We're going to make our first call for Classic Graphics Top Junior Dragster, presented by Philadelphia Racing Products. Top Junior Dragster Q2. Staging lanes are open for you. It's 4K 526 at 129, 661 and 102 the speed for the Nova. Once again, Top Junior Dragster, you've been called to staging. Top Junior Dragster Q2. Staging lanes this time. continuing on at Edelbrock Bracket Bash here. The dragster summit side, 485, 140. The speed, 617, 110. Down the Ohio Cat Lane. Once again, we are looking for top junior dragster, Classic Graphics Top Junior, presented by Philadelphia Racing Products. You've been called to the staging lanes for Q2, please.
Vega left side with the better reaction time. 0:26 going by the tree. Gets a 6:45. 6:08 here on the right-hand side. Bill Fordyce, right side out of Harmony, North Carolina, the 68 Camaro. Smokey's Garage Camaro left side. Bill Fordyce on a single run, 0:13 reaction time, 5:73 at 120. Issues for the Smokey's Garage Camaro. Classic Graphics Top Junior Dragsters, presented by Philadelphia Racing Products. We need you to stage in lanes 1 and 2, please. Top Junior Dragsters, we need you to stage in lanes 1 and 2, please. Jeep on the left-hand side. Jack in the green stock here on the right side. $645 for the Jeep, $695 here in the Ohio Cat Lane. Mike Clark, the Smokey's Garage Challenger here on the right side. Beautiful Chevrolet Nova on the left side of the racetrack. Maybe some issues there for the Nova. .601 at 115 for Clark.
All right, our next pair here. 009 to the 407, the Nova. Yeah, just a little dirty this morning. 549, 124, 665, 102 down the left side.
Dragster here, right side. Chevrolet Nova on the left as we continue on with our Edelbrock Bracket Bash T1.
Hell, the dragster we're going to run here for 7144. 556, 127 down the summit side for the Nova this afternoon.
Malibu left side, dragster here on the right. $487 for the dragster, $571 for the Malibu. Trip zip reaction time for the dragster here on the right hand side. 486.7, 684 left side. Cool looking Chevy 2 here, right side of the racetrack. Camaro on the left.
Three thou red to the 4th thou red, and it's going to be 607, 112 summit side. 622, 119 miles an hour. They're on the right lane. Next pair will come back to the starting line here in just a moment as we are continuing to work our way through our Edelbrock Bracket Bash category presented by Comp Cams. Make sure it's having a little issue backing up out there, so get that taken care of. Get him back to the starting line momentarily.
Yeah, that's Mallory Logan over on the left-hand side in the dragster. Had some issues there, getting it in reverse. Got it figured out now. Chevy 2 here, right side.
Mallory Logan is perfect. And 515, 132 miles an hour, 644, 105 for the Chevy 2.
.678 in the Summit lane, 689 over here on the Ohio Cat side. S10 versus Dragster up next. So the S10 and the Dragster. Left side, 89 up front and 498, 135. 666 with a 6 at 102. Joe Socek up next here on the right-hand side. Chevrolet Nova, Dragster on left side.
Socek, 4th out red, and the Nova for Socek at 654. 103 miles an hour. The Dragster 478, 143.
Chevrolet Vega up next, left side. Dragster here on the right. .002 reaction time for the Dragster goes a 488 at 140. 583.2 at 116 for the Vega. Scott and a Camaro here on the right-hand side, and Derek and I have been up here talking. That may be a Torino over there on the left-hand side. We can't tell. It's monstrous, though. 4 doors. Carry a lot of stuff in that hot rod. It has a parachute, though.
Scott Chitty 006, and I believe this Camaro goes 611, 99 miles an hour. 595, 114 on the left side.
Cool Shirt Systems Pro Junior Dragsters will take you to the staging lanes. Cool Shirt Systems Pro Junior Dragsters, presented by Philadelphia Racing Products, will take you to the staging lanes at this time, please. Mustang getting all squirrely on the left-hand side. 009 reaction time here on the right. Stops the clocks with a 5:52 at 125. And left lane sits down past the scoreboard, so we'll have to get that race vehicle removed off the surface. Because you can't park there. We have called Cool Shirt Systems Pro Junior Dragsters. Pro Juniors, presented by Philadelphia Racing Products. We need you to the staging lanes, please. Cool Shirt Systems Pro Junior Dragsters. We need you to the staging lanes for your next round of qualifying, please. All right, got the car moved off the bottom end. We're ready to go again. El Camino here on the right-hand side. Big red light. Start for the El Camino. 057 in the summit lane. Stops the clocks at a 596.6 at 111 miles per hour. El Camino with an 816 at 80.98. Camaro here on the right-hand side. Pinto on the left. 004 reaction time right side, 013 on the left. Pinto stopping the clocks with a 5.66 at 118. 5.66.8 on the right-hand side for the Camaro at 120. Pair of dragsters. .004 reaction time, left side, 012 here on the right, 4.65 with the 4, 4.65 with the 1. Nova, left side, beautiful machine, 009, going by the Christmas tree, goes a 5.61.7 at 131 miles per hour. Both junior dragster classes, you should be in the staging lanes, including Ashley Franklin. Both junior classes, you should be in the staging lanes for your next round of qualifying.
Deciding on your choice for an engine builder, the choice is clear. Cat Music Racing Engines. With 2 generations of the Music family working in unison, Cat Music Racing Engines has become a household term when it comes to nitrous or boosted, electronically fuel-injected drag racing power plants. From the all-sportsman categories to the quirky Doorslammers and dragsters in the universe, specializing in engines ranging in size from 565 to 903 cubic inches and bigger. Using the talented craftsmen in the Roseville, North Carolina suburb of Charlotte, produce championship-winning engines with the broadest torque curves, highest horsepower, and reliability that is second to none. Go to www.musicracing.com to get the facts straight.
All right, so now we'll move into second round of qualifying for our Classic Graphics Top Junior Dragsters presented by Philadelphia Racing Products. Number 2 man in points on the left-hand side of the racetrack. That's Nathan Kuhn. The Kuhn Construction 2000 PSP chassis for Kelling Equipment. And Mandrel Refer here on the right-hand side. 21 Race Tech out of Virginia Beach. Number 8 and number qualifiers so far, and this is by reaction time. Top 16 reaction times get to race on Saturday.
So Nathan Kuhn, 53. And top of the racetrack, Kuhn will go 9 flat here at 71 miles an hour, 9:14.69 the speed. Mandrill.
Donald O'Mara III, next up left side out of Clayton, North Carolina, the Lucky Duck 21 Mike Boss chassis for O'Mara Realty Group. First Heritage, Quality Auto Group. And TJ Harvey here on the right-hand side out of Burlington, North Carolina, the CK Motorsports 2017 Mike Boss. TJ sits number 4 with an 014 reaction time. O'Mara all the way back in the 15 spot.
Well, TJ's way late, 135 up front. Donald's going to be 050. Top end of the racetrack. We'll see. 96 to the 907. TJ Harvey there at 71.50 miles an hour. So stay number 4, Donald number 15.
Corbin Helms up next, left side out of Midland, North Carolina, the 04 Mike Boss chassis, and McKenna Hollis, right-hand side. McKenna, number 7. Corbin Helms not in the field. McKenna having some issues here on the right side. So issues there for the Hollis machine. Corbin Helms going to be on a single pass. Alan Bukowski on the left side, the 05 half scale out of East Amherst, New York. And Kylie Varner here on the right-hand side out of Hampton, Virginia, the Meineke Auto Center, Century 21 Realty Group, 2017 ECP chassis. Kylie not in the program. Alan all the way back in the 15 spot.
Alan Bukowski and Kylie Varner to the top of the racetrack here. Kylie will go 9:12 at 69 miles an hour, so 68. Alan was 9:13, 69 as well. 66 thou red.
That'll bring up James Beatty III, left side out of Baltimore, Maryland. The ATI Performance Products 22 Mike Boss chassis. James is in the number 5 spot in the qualified order with an 016. Victoria still leading the way with a 001. Corey Johnson on the right-hand side out of Cynthiana, Kentucky. TPS Automation 2015 half scale.
James and Corey. Bulbs are lit there for both. Corey Johnson, 15 green. The 34 thou red. And top of the racetrack, 9:13 here for James Beatty. And 12:41, Corey Johnson, 51 miles an hour.
Lily Stedding, left side out of Carnegie, Pennsylvania, the P2 Contracting 2018 Mike Boss chassis, and Will O'Brien, right side of the racetrack, the Greenbrier Excavating 2021 Mike Boss chassis. Corey Johnson on that last pass moved himself all the way up to the number 5 spot. Lily Stedding is number 15. Will O'Brien not currently qualified.
All right, Lily, last one to roll in, set to go now. Ball's going to turn it red. Will O'Brien, 63 thou too soon. Lily's going to be 29 thou. And steadying at 897. See the wind getting a hold of it down there a little bit. 1204, Will O'Brien at 52 miles an hour.
Colin Mazzullo here on the right-hand side. The 2021 KCS chassis out of Buffalo, New York. Mackenzie Hogan, left side, out of Dudley, North Carolina. The Hogan Motorsports. Shaw RV, O'Mara Realty, Professional Staffing Solutions. Amsoil 2023 Mike Boss chassis. Mackenzie picking up a win this season already at the season opener at the East Coast Nationals. Currently not in the program. Looking for a green light right here.
All right, so Hogan, gonna be 039. Colin at 056. They are side by side to the top of the racetrack. Summit side scoreboard will show 901 here for McKenzie. 913, 70 miles an hour for Colin Sulo.
So with that shot, move McKenzie up to the number 8 spot. Colin will go 13. Now Rowan Parlett sits in the number 16th qualifying position. And he's next up on the left-hand side of the racetrack. Rowan out of Mechanicsville, Maryland, the Computech. Racer websites Caruso Racing, 2015 half scale. And Aiden Tillman on the right-hand side. Tillman out of Henrico, Virginia, the Super Slots Hobbies Hubble Motorsports machine. Tillman currently sitting in the number 3 spot in the point standings.
Yeah, this is the time for both of these drivers to move up in the field, secure their spot. Rowan Parlett, Aiden Tillman. Final adjustments being made. They'll come to the starting line. We're moving our way through Top Junior Dragster here in Q2. Yeah, looking at Rowan Parlett. How about a 006 reaction time? Rowan the robot, 895. Aiden's going to go 884 at 73 miles an hour. So 79. That's going to put Rowan Parlett from the number 16 spot all the way up to number 3. Rowan Parlett solidly qualified here at the American Doorslammer Challenge.
And that'll bring up Carter Jackson and Morgan Pickens. Pickens here on the right-hand side, the Twinzilla. Jackson left side of the racetrack, the S&S Electrical Solutions 20 Mike Boss chassis. Carter Jackson, number 2 qualifier with a 004. Morgan Pickens, number 4 at a 010.
Now Carter at 076. S&S Electrical Solutions team will run 896 here. Morgan Pickens stops the clock 12-12 here in Q2.
Madison Pickens next up on the left side. The right trailer's 22 Pickens chassis. Malia Mosley here on the right-hand side out of West Salem, Ohio, the AK Industries. Keen Pump, South Street Grill Machine. Number 15 and 21.
So Pickens and Mosley. 057 on the right side for Malia. Finish line, they will run 896 at 73 miles an hour. Madison Pickens at 12:13, 52 the speed.
Rylan Lawrence up next, left side. Another one of those Pickens Metalworks machines. And Wyatt Stanley on the right side. Out of Cynthiana, Kentucky, the Parker Paving Hot Rod. Wyatt's number 8. First shot at the racetrack for Rylan. Wyatt with the better of the two reaction times at the 041, not going to improve. 9:08 at 72, 12:02 for Lawrence. So now we move over to Cool Shirt Systems Pro Junior Dragster presented by Philadelphia Racing Products, and 790 the index that these drivers are looking for. And as Derek and I spoke about earlier, there's 29 cars or more, which there have been over 40 cars at our first 2 events this season. We will turn this into a 32-car field. This is the obvious future of drag racing here, and it's one of the toughest classes to qualify in. Our first pair up, left side of the racetrack, Charlie O'Mara, the Red Zilla machine, sits number 32. And Colby Helms on the right-hand side. Colby, your number 4 qualifier to 791.8.
So Colby's 29 up front, and the elapsed time for Colby Helms is going to be 7:97 here. Charlie O'Mara at 7:94. They're going to be an improvement there after going 003. So Charlie O'Mara takes the Mike Boss chassis into the number 17 spot. Yep, I was looking, and couldn't find it. So number 17 with that run. So you're still outside the top 16.
Next up, John Krieger Jr. here on the right-hand side. The Ghost 2.0 22 half scale for Century 21 Realty and Meineke Car Care. Krieger not in the program yet. Went too quick by 0.03 of a second on his first attempt. And on the left side of the racetrack, your number one qualifier so far out of Hickory, North Carolina, Carson Hoyle. The Chris Reaney Racing 21 Mike Boss chassis for Maxima Oil and ATI Performance Products. Red light start for Krieger Jr. He's going to stop the clocks with an 8:01 with a 6, just a little bit too slow. 7:89.6, a little bit too quick for Carson.
So Alexis Grasby and Ray Schuler. Ray Schuler will be over here on the right side, the McDonald, Pennsylvania half scale. Outside looking in right now, number 42 spot. And Alexis, coming out of Canada, Stratford, Ontario based, 17-year-old. Qualified number 12 right now. Has been 793 with a 6. Bottom half of that 16 field right now. So Alexis going to be 14 green. Watch the summit side, and we'll run 788. A little quick there. No improvement at 79 miles an hour, 794. Ray Schuler going in the right direction. 80.95 the speed, so that's going to put Ray Schuler with a 794 run into the number 18 spot.
James Graves comes up next. All right, let's try that over. James Graves on the left-hand side of the racetrack, the 2013 Mike Boss chassis. And Alyssa Tillman on the right-hand side. Alyssa out of Henrico, Virginia, the Super Slot Hobbies machine.
So James Graves, Alyssa Tillman, top end of the racetrack. The elapsed times for both at 7:96 for Alyssa with the 003 reaction time. James going to go 7:93, so that's an improvement out of both those drivers. That 7:93.3 will put to the number 10 spot.
Ashton Hollis and Cameron Helms up next. Helms on the right side out of Midland, North Carolina, the 2017 half scale. And Ashton Hollis left side of the racetrack. Team Hollis Racing sits number 5 out of 791.9.
Ashton, left side. That Summit scoreboard will line up 794. No improvement for your number 5 qualifier. 8 flat for Cameron Helms. So they pick up by 300s, but that's not nearly enough where they need to be. So Cameron Helms still outside looking in.
Chase Gilbert up next here on the right-hand side out of Warrenton, Virginia, the Fairfax Towing 2015 half scale for Woody's Ice Cream, Buckland Farm Market, and Quality Auto Body. Left side, the Morning Motorsports Machine of Ashley Franklin out of Fredericksburg, Virginia, Franklin Electric, Smartcom Home Technologies, She sits number 9, won a 793 with a 2.
Ashley Franklin misses it by 1 thou at the starting line, and it's going to be 796 at the other end for Ashley. Chase Gilbert, 7.901. Look at the elapsed time there out of Chase Gilbert, 81 miles an hour. And say hello to your new number 1 qualifier. Gets in there by 1,000 of a second for Chase Gilbert.
Chris Upper's up next here on the right-hand side. Your defending world champion out of Manassas, Virginia. Teats Excavating, FTI, Daytona 1, and Redline Synthetic Oil on board his machine. He won a 794.3 that landed him in the number 17 spot.
See if either driver gets in the top 16. 791 for Chris Uppers. How about that? 82 miles an hour. They pick up by 0.03 of a second. 788 on the breakout per se. 790 index. So that's going to put Chris up to the number 3 spot.
Next up, Justin Kirby, left side, the Wilson's Tub Repair 2019 half scale out of Hertford, North Carolina. And Caitlin Page. Page here on the right-hand side. The number 9 qualifier to 792.6.
Justin Kirby. 792.7. Best run of the weekend in qualifying so far for Kirby. Caitlin Page at 786. They're going to be a little quick here. 92.7 gets them up to the number 10 spot. They are safe right now.
Fine Simpson comes up on the left-hand side, the 2015 half scale. Kiefer Simpson Designs, Haley James Racing, Billy Smith Racing, and Bullpen Construction. And Sophie Cooper on the right-hand side out of Charleston, West Virginia, the Midnight Rider 08 half scale for Proctor Enterprises and Dockside Restaurant and Bar.
So Klein's 067, the 444 custom apparel half scale, 803. 80 miles an hour they pick up, but not where they want to be at. Sophie, look at that, 7.908. 81 miles an hour. That's going to take Sophie Cooper from the number 35 spot up to the number 3 position.
Drew Elmore up next on the left-hand side, the 2014 half scale. Currently in the 28th qualifying position. And Brooks McMath On the right-hand side, the WL Black & Associates 22 Mike Boss machine out of Chesapeake, Virginia. It's number 19 at a 793.8.
Drew Elmore takes it on down at 8:26. They've got some mechanical issues, it appears. They're way off, especially the last run of 797. Brooks McBath goes 8:11 at 81.
Emma Crane comes up next on the left-hand side of the racetrack out of Dunkirk, Maryland, the Dockside Restaurant, 2017 half scale. Nico Joust here on the right-hand side of Spencerport, New York. Joust Trucking, 2014 half scale. Six thousandths too quick for Nico. 799.2 for Emma Crane. No help. Sean Nardi up next, left side, out of North Wales, Pennsylvania. In the Motorin 2019 Mike Voss and Ethan Stedding. He'll be on the right side. The P2 Contracting 2020 Mike Voss chassis out of Carnegie, Pennsylvania. Ethan currently sits in the number 6 spot. He won a 791.7.
Well, Sean Nardi and Ethan Stenning closing in on the top end of the racetrack here. Sean Nardi will run 799, no improvement. Actually slows up 400ths of a second. And Stedding misses it by 1 thou, 789.9. They've been 791.7, so they will stay at number 6. But Ethan Stedding is a very good race car here this weekend. And we talked about it. These teams in this category of Pro Junior Dragster are battling that headwind, and that is a tough game to play, especially when you are trying to dial these race cars in. The wind fluctuates so much, and it could start at the beginning of the session and with 70 mile per hour headwind. The middle it's changing. At the end of the session it's totally different. So constantly changing in the headwind here throughout qualifying. We are seeing a lot of teams struggle to figure out exactly what they need to do to these cars to get them where they need to be.
Danica Miles right side, Ralphie Stellato on the left side of the racetrack. Stellato too quick by 2 thou, 791.3 for Danica Miles. Great pass for that team. Has moved Danica all the way up to the number 4 spot. Spencer McGee, left side of the racetrack, South Carolina-based 2015 half scale. And Landon Cashwell on the right-hand side out of Wallace, North Carolina, the Shameless Racing 2017 Huddleston. Spencer sits number 10, 792.0. Landon Cashwell back in the 25 spot.
Spencer McGee, 11 on the reaction time, and the elapsed time is going to be 7:98 here. 81 miles an hour. Landon's going to go 7:86, quick by 0.04 of a second, 82 miles an hour.
Ryan Harris next up on the left-hand side of the racetrack. The Black Magic 08 half scale for Mountain Tire, 00 permits, and Hartman Machine Works. He's your number 6 qualifier to 791.6. And Zach Shirky here on the right side out of Ridgely, Maryland, and Isaac Marine 21 half scale.
So Ryan Harris down the left-hand side, 004 and 797 here. 794 Zach Shirky.
Brooke Riddle here on the right-hand side. Mallory Logan on the left. Mallory number 19. Brooke Riddle number 17. $796.9 to a $797.8. Not going to help either driver. Brylan Biondo on the left side. Macedonia, Ohio, the 08 half scale. Not on file here on the right-hand side.
So Brylan Biondo, 8:12 at 78 miles an hour. They slow up from their first qualifying attempt, 791 down the right side. Good run for that machine. That's going to put that team into, qualifying sheet pops up, into the number 9 spot. Right now, we got Ava Maloney and CJ Jenkins coming to the starting line. CJ over here in the Ohio Cat Lane out of Jamesville, North Carolina. That Mike Boss chassis. Call the car the Executor. Currently number 40. Made the best run of 787 earlier, and Ava Maloney went 793 to be number 17 right now.
C.J. Jenkins, perfect, going by the Christmas tree. Ava Maloney, 0-11. Great reaction time, 7.95.0 for C.J. Ava goes a 7.93.1, picks up by 0.03 of a second. Ava, number 15. C.J. all the way back in the 26th spot. Santana McMillian, left side of the racetrack out of Virginia Beach, Virginia. The Bat to the Bone 2017 half scale on Mallory Maddox. Here on the right side, the Russberg Auto Neighbors Lawn Care and Tony's Upholstery 2018 half scale. .025 reaction time for Santana, and that's the better of the two. Mallory 050, 7.92.0. Great run for Mallory Maddox. 7.92.9 for Santana. So that'll put Santana in the number 16 spot. Mallory, number 12. Macy Underwood, left side of the racetrack, the 21 Mike Boss out of Quinton, Virginia. And Cadence Sochuk here on the right-hand side out of Rittman, Ohio. The K&N Filters, Biddle Performance, Thornton Motorsports Machine. Caden Sochek with an 017 reaction time. That's the better of the two. 7.96.0. Improves a little bit. 7.95.4 for Macy Underwood. Alyssa Raven, left side out of Florence, South Carolina. The Pink Bullet half scale for Wright Trailers, Hubbard Heating and Air, and NGK Spark Plugs. And Braden Davis on the right-hand side. Out of Douglas, Georgia, the 2018 Mike Boss chassis for Davis Transport and Shotgun Graphics.
So Alyssa Raven is going to run here at 7.91.7. We're going to pick up there by 600ths of a second. Braden 7.88.5. Quick by 2 hunts. So Alyssa Raven will be in the number 7 spot of that run. Gabe Wojnarowski now. Wojnarowski, single run with the half scale out of Medina, Ohio. Only number 16 at 7.92.8. This should end out the category of our junior dragsters. So Gabe at 146. Top end scoreboard will line up with the lapse time of 7.93 here. No improvement for Gabe Wojnarowski. 82 miles an hour. So we're going to a little bit of track prep here at Summit Motorsports Park in the American Doorslammer Challenge, and we will see our Pro Nitrous competitors coming out here shortly for their first qualifying session of the weekend. With that being said, Pro Nitrous, you're on a standby call. Pro Nitrous, White Star Dynamics Pro Nitrous, this is your standby call.
deciding on your choice for an engine builder, the choice is clear. Pat Music Racing Engines. With 2 generations of the Music family working in unison, Pat Music Racing Engines has become a household term when it comes to nitrous or boosted, electronically fuel-injected drag racing.
Winning doesn't just happen. You have to engineer it. You have to test it and make it better than it was the last time. Our engineers have the passion to create the parts you need, the way you need them to be, again and again and again. We've led this game for over 40 years, and we design, refine, and perfect every valve train part worthy of the winner's circle.
We drive tech. We drive the industry, going beyond the limits and advancing forward. A versatile all-in-one solution. We're here for you every step of the way. And that's why you see fuel tech everywhere.
All types of construction projects. Let P2 build for you. Redline oil, born in the lab and tested on tracks around the world. You can push it to the limit. We'll protect it. Visit redlineoil.com to find a dealer near you. Maxima Racing Oils offers engine oils, gear oils, suspension fluids, power steering fluids, coolants, brake fluids, and more. At every step, Maxima's focus is providing the best possible product. For example, Maxima's engine oils utilize a triple ester formula, with each ester serving a significant role to increase performance as well as protection for engine parts. Want an experienced and professional staff working on your engine? Then head on over to Nesbitt Performance Engines located in Graham, North Carolina. The extremely knowledgeable and friendly staff at Nesbitt Performance is dedicated to giving you the highest quality, most consistent, reliable engines in the industry. Nesbitt Performance offers full in-house machine shop services with some of the industry's newest up-to-date equipment, giving them top quality control while giving you, the racer, the extra edge you're looking for. Paired up with top name brand parts such as Brodix heads and blocks, Dark, World Products, T&D rockers, and brand new lifters, Nesbitt Performance keeps a large inventory of parts in stock to keep you in the driver's seat. When you're ready to take your racing program to the next level, give Nesbitt Performance Engines a call. Winning drivers rely on VP Racing Fuels to optimize performance. They all get the same benefit with VP Batteries, offering race fuel technology for your daily driver. Increase fuel mileage and restore power in your street car when VP's fuel system cleaner. Or give your race car a boost with VP's Octanium Automatic, improving your fuel's octane by up to 7 members and giving you the throttle response your performance car was built to deliver. That's VP Batteries. Available at vpracingfuels.com. The world's quickest pro mods to the wildest radio cars out there. If you want record-setting performance and reliability, you need tie drive like competitors Jim Halsey, Tommy Franklin, David Reese, Kurt Steady, Mike Decker, Spencer Holland, and Jay Cox. Tie drive, the leading edge in converter drive technology for lockup and non-lockup style torque converters for race-winning results and a name that you can trust. Tie drive got you locked up. Total Seal Piston Rings welcomes you to PDRA Drag Racing. Working side by side with top engine builders, Total Seal has developed the most comprehensive line of performance piston rings available. Our new M2 tool steel top rings were designed to improve and protect extreme turbocharged, flow, and nitrous engines. And M2 piston rings are available in conventional gap-style rings as well as our new gas-ported designs. Total Seal makes more than gapless rings. We've also released our new .9, 2.0 millimeter steel rings, which offer significant increases in power and durability. Less friction means less wear. These advanced profile rings also come in our new gas-ported design and at a price anyone can afford. Our Total Seal diamond finish rings come as thin as 0.6
Once again, we have made the call for Schweitzer Dynamics Pro Nitrous. You're on a standby right now. Schweitzer Dynamics Pro Nitrous. This is a standby call. We're going to be making that official call to the lanes for Q1 here very shortly. Just go ahead and get them ready. We will be making the official call here in the next couple minutes.
The stripper on the street is a passion in Pro Charger. There are superchargers, then there's Pro Charger. From 400 to more than 4,000 horsepower. Pro Charger, leading the industry for almost 30 years with unmatched performance, efficiency, and innovation. Unmatched in the number of national championships and major event wins, Pro Charger now has well over 200 national championships in the last 15 years. If you demand the ultimate in power motors, visit ProCharger.com. Trail Battery, the global leader in race-grade lithium batteries. USA made in sunny Florida since 2009. Trail's 16-volt lithium battery is only 8 pounds and puts out over 2,300 cranking amps. It's the easiest way to drop weight and gain safe, reliable, and long-lasting power. Trail Battery. At Schweitzer Dynamics, we provide customers with innovative parts manufactured here in the USA while using state-of-the-art CNC machining. Our nitrous kits will work on street cars, drag cars, sand mud drags, drag boat racing, and land speed racing. Each part is designed for optimal flow and is subjected to stringent testing. The quality of our product and our customers' satisfaction is our primary focus. To learn more about how Schweitzer Dynamics holds multiple world records, including the world's fastest nitrous car, follow us on Facebook and check out our website at www.schweitzerdynamics.com or call us at 704-966-1210. All of Maxima's engine oils contain a double zinc formula. The first zinc activates at lower temperatures, protecting engines during startup. Once the engine warms up, the second zinc activates, again adding to performance and engine protection while in the heat of battle. To learn more about Maxima racing oils or find product for your performance racing needs, visit MaximaUSA.com.
It's thrilling to watch these racers shoot down the track at such amazing speeds, isn't it? But we can't forget that racing is dangerous. That's why most professional race car drivers depend on Stroud safety products to get them to the finish line safely. Whether it's the belt that secures them, the parachute that slows them down, the fire suppression system, or the window nets, Stroud Safety is here to keep drivers safe. For more information, visit StroudSafety.com.
Summit Racing Equipment is proud to be a contingency sponsor and the sponsor of the Summit Racing Equipment PDRA Pro Stores. Order online anytime at summitracing.com. You'll find millions of parts in stock from over 1,500 name brands. Parts for racing, street performance, trucks and off-roading, tools and more. Summit Racing delivers fast shipping, world-class customer service, and expert tech advice. Download the Summit Racing app to shop anytime, anywhere. Winning takes work. Getting parts is easy. SummitRacing.com. Located in Richmond, Virginia, AED Performance and Competition Fuel Systems has been manufacturers of the finest hand-built custom carburetors for over 30 years. As Holly's #1 modifier, the best custom carb builder, AED has the ability to build anything from a 352 barrel all the way to the full 2-billet 2.800 Dominator. With AED's knowledge of complete car and engine combinations, combined with outstanding customer service and racer support, AED Competition will give you the winning edge in drag racing, dirt track, marine, circle track, off-road, truck pulling, sand and mud drags, and everything in between. From a 300 cubic inch small block to a 959 cubic inch billet monster, AED Competition Fuel Systems has you covered. Give them a call at 804-271-9107 or visit them on the web at www.aedperformance.com. Remember, your car is custom built, your carburetor should be too.
So finishing up a little track prep of the racing surface and do want to make an announcement out there. We have the following racers who have packages at guest services. The following racers have packages at guest services: Scott Wildgust, Boyd Byer, Melanie and John Salemi, Brandon Snyder, Kurt Stedding, and Elaine Larson. Once again, Scott Wildgust, Boyd Byer, Melanie and John Salemi, Brandon Snyder, Kurt Stedding, and Elaine Larson. You all have packages at guest services. If you could pick those up. And we're going to make our first call for Q1. Schweitzer Dynamics Pro Nitrous. Pro Nitrous. Staging lanes are open for you. Go ahead and bring them on in. Schweitzer Dynamics Pro Nitrous. Qualifying session number 1. Bring them on down. If you found a lost cell phone out there, please return it to race control. Once again, we made the announcement for lost packages, or excuse me, packages that are down at guest services. If you have a package, go down and collect that. And we are looking for Pro Nitrous competitors to the staging lanes for that first session of qualifying.
Once again, we've made the call for Schweitzer Dynamics Pro Nitrous cars. Schweitzer Dynamics Pro Nitrous cars, we need you for Q1 to the staging lanes at this time, please. WS Construction Pro Boost presented by P2 Contracting and Tie Drive. You are on standby. Pro Boost, you are on standby. Pro Nitrous, we need you to the lanes. In the pit area, we need WS Construction Pro Boost. Pro Boost presented by Tie Drive and P2 Contracting. We need you for Q1 to the staging lanes at this time, please. Pro Boost cars will take you to staging for your first round of qualifying. Final call for Schweitzer Dynamics Pro Nitrous cars. Final call for Pro Nitrous. Pro Boost. Start making your way to the staging lanes. All right, if you've lost your dog, it's down in the Shirky's pit area, down on the pro side. If you've lost your puppy, it is down in the Shirky pit area. WS Construction Pro Boost. Pro Boost cars, we need you to staging for Q1, please. Pro Boost, we need you to the staging area for Q1, please.
So our first round of qualifying will come out now, and we're going to kick things off in the category of Schweitzer Dynamics Pro Nitrous.
First machine to take time here in the Schweitzer Dynamics Pro Nitrous category, Dave Romer out of North Ridgeville, Ohio, the Gladiator 1968 Camaro. R&R Auto Body, PPG Painter Supply, Buck Racing Engines, and Jerry Bickle built that machine. 959 cubic inches underneath the hood scoop for Dave Romer.
So the custom auto body painter, a local runner here at Summit Motorsports Park, Dave Romer. No stranger to this racing surface, did a little testing yesterday, and now he will be the first car out in the category. A single run. How we're going to start things off. Final adjustments being made. They bring the bottle pressure down a little bit. That's the wheelie bar height, and Dave Romer will drop it in gear and pull up to the pre-stage beam. Son Daniel down there. Turn the onboard computer system on. We'll back away, and Dave Romer lights the top ball. Tires shake in the first 60 feet, and Romer coasts on down to the Ohio Cat Lane to a 5:40.80 laps time at only 88 miles an hour.
Our next pair completing the burnout process. John Vergatz on the left side of the racetrack out of Erie, Pennsylvania. The A1 Automotive 1969 Camaro. They call it the Dark Knight. Charlie Buck horsepower underneath the hood scoop. 959 cubic inches. And Blake Housley here on the right-hand side out of Lee's Summit, Missouri. The Jet Club LLC 41 Willys. Flying H drag strip, M&M transmissions, and a big old Fulton power plant underneath the hood scoop of his hot rod.
John Vergatz, Blake Housley. You've seen these two make some runs yesterday. Willie's over here on the right side for Blake, the chassis builder. Trying to get a handle on this racetrack, rolling in to opening qualifying today. We talked about the Flying H drag strip out in Missouri. They are just in the infancy stages, moving dirt and getting that thing started. Should be pretty exciting. Housley's in. Here comes Vergatz. Tire shake for Blake. He clicks it off. John Vergatz goes to the top end. Summit scoreboard lights up 3.821. 195 the speed in the Dark Knight Chevy. First drivers we've seen to go A to B here.
Jim Widener up next on the left-hand side out of Batesville, Indiana. The BES Racing Engines 2017 Corvette. Widener Automotive Induction Solutions, VP Race Fuels, Holly EFI, and Ross Pistons on board his machine. And Jackie Sloan here on the right-hand side out of Milan, Michigan. The Sloan Boys Racing 69 Camaro for Cox Trucking, Mullins Auto Parts, Hoosier Tire. Big old Pat Musey mill underneath the hood scoop. 971 cubic inches of Musey power. WS Construction Pro Boost. You should be in the staging lanes. If you're not there already, you need to make your way in that direction.
I believe this is the first time we've seen Jim Widener on tour with us here in 2023. The Bischoff Engine Services powered Corvette there on the left side. Made some good runs last year, so you can't count that team out. Jackie inches towards the pre-stage beam with that blue and silver Chevrolet. First gen Camaro. Go to number one, 382 or quicker. Tire shake for Widener. It's a little pedal fest for Jackie Sloan, and 432 is going to be the end result. 138 miles an hour, 496 for Jim. So the teams will come out and take further inspection of the racing surface as we are officially underway in our professional category qualifying sessions. Ricky Smith, he's out there on the starting line. He'll be coming up later in the qualifying order.
Our next pair completing the burnout process, left side of the racetrack. Cam Clark out of Reidsville, North Carolina, the D&T Motorsports 1969 Camaro. Owned by Mark Engel, Cumberland Farm and Auto, Pat Musey Power Plant underneath the hood scoop of that machine. And here on the right-hand side, Marcus Butner out of Tobaccoville, North Carolina, the Butner Construction 69 Camaro for Twin City Rebar. Another one of those Pat Musey Power Plants.
Marcus Butner backing up the Heartbreaker. They just dropped some new merchandise this weekend with official shirts. They got printed up. So if you are looking for some Marcus Butner swag, Stop down and grab yourself a Heartbreaker t-shirt. Cam Clark back to the starting line already. Two of these Pat Musey powered race cars are going head to head. The so popular 69 Camaro body style here in Pro Nitrous that we see. Cam has cut his teeth in Pro Modified racing over the last couple years. Success down at the Big Dog Series, North Carolina at Piedmont. He's been in the winner's circle there. So, driving duties this weekend. Cam with the top bulb lit. Marcus Butner right alongside. Let's see what these two race cars have to bring to the table in round number 1 of qualifying. Tires shake, and Cam Clark's going to coast on down to a 5:28 elapsed time. Marcus Butner, no problem whatsoever at 373, 204, nearly 205 miles an hour there. So Marcus Butner goes right to the top of the qualifying chart for now. That is a good place to start, the 373 number.
Mike Achenbach and Chris Rini up next. Achenbach here on the right side of the racetrack out of Wind Gap, Pennsylvania. The deep purple 1969 Camaro for Canvas Plus and MJA Installations. Chris Rini left side out of Hickory, North Carolina. The Silver Bullet 1969 Camaro for ATI Performance Products. Charlie Buck horsepower underneath the hood scoop of that machine. Chris's Automotive and L&R Auto Sales on board. And Derek, yesterday was my travel day. I mean, I know I hated that you had to be up here by yourself, but, you know, it
it's
happens.
no different.
It happens. So I was watching testing on FloRacing, and Chris Rini was making some good laps out here yesterday.
Yeah, that car's really came around. Obviously, they debuted it, I think, right at the end of last year, did some testing and so forth with it, and this is their primary piece in 2023. Chris, obviously fighting for a world championship. They would love nothing more to put the number 1 on the side of that race car at the end of this season. Mike Achenbach, the guy you can never really count out. We've seen stellar runs. Mike, 2022 is really Mike Achenbach's best year that I've seen so far. And they are trying to find that momentum and get things back on track here. Car is capable of big numbers, so we'll see. These two Camaros will bring. Here's Q1. Held to the top of the racetrack they go. Look at the numbers, 371.0 to the 371.5. That's a good side-by-side drag race. And hello to your new number 1 qualifier in the category, Chris Rini. Takes over the top spot by 0.02 of a second. But Mike Achenbach, we talked about looking for consistency and making nice runs. Well, there's one right there. And our special guest, Brittany Ulmer, gets in the tower. How was your run in Bracket Bash? Did you even make a run? You were 60 and went, what? 486. And 140. Good job, Brittany. Just adjust that steering wheel a little bit. So next up, got Ed Birdley and Billy Hopper coming back to the starting line.
Ed Burnley on the left-hand side of the racetrack out of Pasadena, Maryland. The Ironman 1969 Camaro for Southwind Refrigeration. And Billy Albert, the engine builder, out of Wytheville, Virginia. The El Chapo 1969 Camaro here on the right side for Structural Mechanical and Albert Racing Engines. Stan Nance owns that machine here on the right-hand side that Albert pilots. So 2 stellar runs the pass before, side-by-side 71s. We'll see what they can do right here between the Ironman and El Chapo.
Albert turns it loose. He's going to the top end. Billy Albert, 374. Clean run for the structural mechanical group. 202 miles an hour there. Ed Burnley encountered some issues, and he's going to abort the run to a 5:50.80 laps time. So Burnley down to the number 11 position, and he'll come back swinging for vengeance in Q2 without a doubt. But Billy, right now, we talked about, slides to number 4, and that 374 number, solid, a good starting point to say the least. Especially when we've seen so many teams go out and shake the tire very early on into their run.
Jay Cox, Tommy Franklin will do battle next here. Cox here on the right-hand side of the racetrack out of Smithfield, North Carolina. The Pumpkin 1969 Camaro built by RJ Race Cars and powered by a Pat Musey power plant. 973 inches for Butner Construction and Smithfield Collision. Up against the boss man on the left-hand side of the racetrack out of Fredericksburg, Virginia, the Jungle Rat 1969 Camaro. Franklin Electric, SmartCom Home Technologies, Rogers Automotive, Pat Musey with the horsepower underneath the scoop of Franklin's machine.
Well, Tommy Franklin right now is sitting number 4 in the PDRA Pro Nitrous point standings. Went to the final round of the opening race of the season at the East Coast Nationals down there at Galop Motorsports Park. Tommy, of course, was last year's event winner here in Norwalk. So your defending event champ comes to the starting line, left side. You look across the racetrack, and there is Jay Cox.
And Cox has looked incredible this season. Has had a great running machine, and either for whatever reason has not put it in the winner's circle yet, but that team's got a lot of momentum rolling in here to Norwalk.
Well, we've seen some consistency out of Jay Cox this year, and that's something that can't take away from him. Right now, they come into Norwalk number 3 in points. So they're in a championship points battle. Two guys that are very hungry. Pulling into the pre-stage beams, side by side. Who's going to get there first? Problem for Cox, and Tommy has to drive it around a little bit out there. How about 3.704? 203 miles an hour for Tommy Franklin right on down that summit side of the racetrack this afternoon. And Jay Cox's car, it was pretty much dead in the water as soon as the tree dropped. He coasted on down. We'll have to get Jay off the top end of the racetrack, but there's a new number 1 qualifier right now in Schweitzer Dynamics Pro Nitrous, and that is Tommy Franklin of the SmartCom Home Technologies Chevrolet.
So, Derek, yeah, the announcer's curse. You talk about how good somebody's doing, and then they go out there and have issues.
Usually how it goes. The announcers always plague somebody there. So, we'll talk about guys that really have just been on fire this season, and this is quite the monster matchup in the opening round of qualifying that you are about to see, folks. Coming up next, Ricky Smith and Jim Halsey waiting patiently back behind the water box. And we have a guy that is committed to the PDRA World Tour this season. And Ricky Smith, without a doubt, is looking for a world championship here.
And he has come as advertised. He has been at the top of the charts in qualifying, has a runner-up finish already this season. He's pulling out now against another multi-time champion in Jim Halsey.
Rematch of the final that we seen a few weeks ago at the Mid-Atlantic Showdown down there at Virginia Motorsports Park. These two drivers, and of course you're rating a world champ, came out on top in that affair.
Halsey here on the right-hand side out of Havre de Grace, Maryland. The Daddy Shark 68 Camaro for Schweitzer Dynamics. Got a Fulton power plant underneath the hood scoop of his machine. Purnell Body Shop and Yellow Bullet Nationals on board. And Ricky Smith, the Parkway Ford 22 Ford Mustang for PD Fleet, Boss Buddy, Stockseth Racing. A Pat Musey power plant, 974 cubic inches for Ricky Smith there on the left side.
If you remember yesterday in testing, Jim had some issues. That car struggled a little bit. So we will see if Jim and his team, Brandon Schweitzer, went back to the drawing board last night, looked things over the fine-tooth comb, and he might come out here and go into the 60s.
But and we talked about it some on PDRA Live. Halsey, a lot of times in testing, uses it just for that. You know, I mean, you got to stay on top of things, so that's where he chooses. He doesn't come out here and qualify. He comes out here with a setup that he knows will go A to B.
So Jim and Ricky, two veteran pro-modified drivers, ready to go here, Ford and Chevrolet. Look at Ricky Smith, and it's a monster fireball out of Ricky Smith's Mustang, 383.7, 164 miles an hour. Halsey coast on through at 440 at 123. You go back and look at the numbers early on. Ricky was 948 down low, 248 to half track, and that's when the hood scoop went kabang and flew right off of the Parkway for it. It's Jim Halsey. He had his own set of problems, but that car's in one piece. 441.24. Neither driver made it to the other end of the racetrack under full power as we thought they were going to do.
But that just shows you the run that Ricky Smith was on. He went a 383 at only 164 miles per hour.
Yeah, that was going to be a number one qualifying effort for this session for Ricky. His car was very strong early on into the run. So we'll go out and pick up a few parts and pieces off the racing surface. Tommy Franklin ends the session in the number one spot right now. Drivers are suiting up to come out next in our WS Construction Pro Boost category, presented by Tie Drive and P2 Contracting here at America's Racetrack, an American Doorslammer Challenge, Q1.
At Flying A Motorsports, we stock, consign, and design specialty trailers for motorsports competitors across the USA. Flying A offers motorhomes, toterhomes, stacker trailers, semi-trailers, gooseneck and bumper pull car trailers with living quarters, toy haulers, and motorcycle trailers. We offer consignment.
Pro Boost. Tighten up in the staging lanes, please. Pro Boost. Tighten up the staging lanes, please. Pull up to the car in front of you.
FlyingAmotorsports.com or call us at 800-222-4004.
At Schweitzer Dynamics, we provide customers with innovative products manufactured here in the USA while using state-of-the-art CNC machining. Our nitrous kits will work on street cars, drag cars, sand mud drags, drag boat racing, and land speed racing. Each part is designed for optimal flow and is subjected to stringent testing. The quality of our product and our customer satisfaction is our primary focus. To learn more about how Schweitzer Dynamics holds multiple world records, including the world's fastest nitrous car, follow us on Facebook and check out our website at www.schweitzerdynamics.com. 966-1210.
When you want proven performance, there's one brand that's been around since 1938. Edelbrock, building the finest American-made performance products for the street and the track. Edelbrock's Total Power Package delivers dyno-proven parts for maximum results. Edelbrock has thousands of made-in-the-USA performance products for all makes and models. Visit Edelbrock.com to get your free Edelbrock Performance Catalog and to check out the latest products we have for your ride.
Total Seal Piston Rings welcomes you to PDRA Drag Racing. Working side by side with top engine builders, Total Seal has developed the most comprehensive line of performance piston rings available. Our new M2 Tool steel top rings were designed to improve and protect extreme turbocharged, low, and nitrous engines. And M2 piston rings are available in conventional gap style rings as well as our new gas-ported designs. Total Seal makes more than gapless rings. We've also released our new .9, 2.0 millimeter steel rings, which offer significant increases in power and durability. Less friction means less wear. These advanced profile rings also come in our new gas-ported design and at a price anyone can afford. The Total Seal diamond finish rings come as thin as .6 millimeter with oil retentions as low as 2.5 suppressors, leak down testers, and our new power ring filler, all made in-house in Phoenix, Arizona. We also offer a complete line of Pennsylvania-grade assembly units and break-in oils. Total Seal has you covered from mild to wild, street to strip, NA to blow. Any engine, any size, any budget. Total Seal has a ring for it. Check out our website, www.totalseal.com, for more information. The world's quickest promos to the wildest radio cars out there. If you want record-setting performance and reliability, you need tie drive. Like competitors Jim Halsey, Tommy Franklin, David Reese, Kurt Stenning, Mike Decker, Spencer Howell, and Jay Cox. Tie drive, the leading edge in converter drive technology for lockup and non-lockup style torque converters. Race-winning results and a name that you can trust. Tie drive. Got you locked up. MagnaFuel Products, the leader in racing fuel systems, provides the highest quality CNC machined fuel pumps and pressure regulators on the market today. All MagnaFuel products are proudly built and assembled within the United States. MagnaFuel leads the industry with their ProStar, QuickStar, and Pro Tour series products. Street cars to all-out race cars, or anything in between. MagnaFuel has a system to meet your every need. MagnaFuel is always expanding our extensive line of products, so check out our new products online. MagnaFuel products have been fueling champions for over 20 years. Visit us on the web at magnafuel.com and like us on Facebook. Keep your fuel moving forward with MagnaFuel. At Hoosier Racing Tire, it's our mission to fuel passion, pride, and success in the motorsports industry. Let us put you in the winner's circle with our advanced technology and tires designed to perform. Hoosier offers a vast selection of tires for all motorsports needs. So whether you're a weekend warrior or a professional driver, Hoosier has you covered. Also, check out our all-new apparel line at HoosierTire.com. The envy of all your friends on and off the track in your new Hoosier tee, hat, or hoodie. To find your nearest authorized Hoosier distributor, visit our website, HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tire. Tires designed for champions. Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the official racing tire of the PDRA Drag Racing Series. Let our performance race tire technology help put you in the winner's circle. When you're looking for an advantage, remember the name Hoosier Racing Tire, because they truly are tires designed for champions. From the pros to sportsman ranks, we have a tire that fits your needs. Stop by and visit us in the manufacturer's midway, or visit our website for the authorized Hoosier Racing Tire dealer nearest you at www.hoosiertire.com.
Liberty Skiers is your elite manual transmission specialist. From street stock to pro, this machine shop gives them the advantage to make sure their customers are getting the best quality products possible. Check them out on the web at www.libertyskiers.com or at 586-469-1140.
Maximo Racing Oils was born out of the desire to outperform others on the track, and it's that dedication to provide a quality product prepared to stand up to the high-stress environment of competition that makes it a top choice for racers. Maximo Racing Oils was founded in 1979. From its very beginning, Maxima has been focused on providing top-notch products for racers. Dick Lachine and Roland Reed founded the company after developing an improved lubricant for the motocross endeavors of Dick's son, Ron Lachine. Since then, Maxima has expanded its offerings to include a wide variety of lubricants, coolants, and more for power, sport, and performance automotive needs. Maxima first commercialized its automotive offerings in 2012.
All right, your attention in the pit area, please. We have some packages at guest services to be picked up. Brian McGee, I think Haley James, it says Haley Jones, but I think it's Haley James. RH2 Way Radios, Kathy Halsey, and Ashley Franklin. Brian McGee, Haley James, RH2, Kathy Halsey, and Ashley Franklin. You all have packages at guest services. If you want to get out and pick those up, So the cleanup is complete. A little track prep was taken care of as well. And it is time, ladies and gentlemen, that we bring you the opening round of qualifying here in WS Construction Pro Boost, presented by Tie Drive and P2 Contracting, right here at Summit Motorsports Park. This is no stranger to a PDRA national event coming up next.
Yeah, we've seen him in a Pro 632 car, a Pro Nitrous car, now a Pro Boost machine. Wes DeStefano out of Waterford, Michigan in the Skinny Kid Race Cars, 1972 Olds Cutlass. Richards Auto Parts, Shameless Racing, Liberty's Gears, and Proline on board his machine here on the right side of the racetrack.
Yeah, Wes DeStefano, a former PDRA world champion, making his debut in Pro Boost this weekend. And, of course, that Cutlass and the Skinny Kid Race Cars is so famous. A lot of different people have been behind the wheel and piloted that thing over the years. Receives a lot of media attention. And you can see violent tire shake. For Wes, he catches it as quickly as possible, gets his foot off the gas, and is going to coast on down.
Mincer Motorsports Pro Street Cars. Pro Street, we need you to the staging lanes, please. Mincer Motorsports Pro Street, presented by AFCO Racing. We need you to the staging lanes at this time, please. Mincer Motorsports Pro Street, presented by AFCO Racing. We need you to the staging lanes for Q1, please. Pro Street. Scott Quisenberry and Jimmy Pelkarski up next. Quisenberry behind the wheel. The 41 Willys here on the right-hand side. And Jim Pelkarski, left side of the racetrack, out of Sagamore Hills, Ohio. The PMP machine, 2019 Camaro. And there's another driver we've seen in various classes here in the PDRA.
Yeah, of course, Jimmy Pelkarski, just a few seasons ago, dominated in 632 and just set the world on fire with the combination that he had. And then comes into Norwalk this weekend, did some testing yesterday, and is in the category of Pro Boost. Scott Quisenberry backs up with that 1941 Willys, the Batman-themed machine, the Jones Paint Shop.
It was pretty cool yesterday in testing when he lined up next to Housley.
Battle of the Willys it was yesterday.
That was pretty awesome.
So two Ohioans will battle out here in the opening round of qualifying today on Pro Boost. Pelkarski, Summit side. Quisenberry comes into the pre-stage beam in the Ohio Cat Lane. See what Jimmy Pelkarski is going to throw up on the board here. Pelkarski, 412, 172 miles an hour. As Scott Quisenberry will run 495, 100 miles an hour as he lifted early.
Next pair up, Bob Bauer on the left-hand side of the racetrack out of Elma, New York. The Galaxy Auto Place 69 Camaro for Bauer Racing. VP Race Fuels, Hoosier Racing Tire, Red Horse, and G-Force Race Cars. And Rodejan Passato here on the right-hand side. Team Fuel Tech, the 2022 Camaro. You know, Rodejan made quite a few laps yesterday testing this beautiful red piece here on the right side.
So Rodejan Passato. Passato will bring that red Fuel Tech Chevrolet Camaro to the starting line as his team gets done with their final adjustments. Bauer and the crew have worked very hard to get where they are at the Galaxy Auto Place Chevrolet Camaro. Been testing for a while and want to make sure that race car is the best it possibly can be. Very competitive here in the Pro Boost class. So let's see what these two race cars can do here in Q1. Well, Passato's going to run 392, 199. He pedaled it to get it to the other end. Bauer experienced some tire shake just about the same time, and he decided to abort the run. Coast on down at 567, at only 83 miles an hour.
Next up, we have Scott Wilgus here on the right-hand side out of Sebringville, Ontario, Canada. The Smokies Garage 2019 Camaro, Remax, Clark Construction, and Fraser Asphalt on board this machine. Of course, last season, Wilgus campaigned the 67 body Mustang. And earlier this year, had an unfortunate incident with that machine, so they brought out the 2019 Camaro. They've had highs and lows with this machine so far. Trying to get it into the program here this weekend. I believe there's 23 or 25 of these Pro Boost cars on the property, so.
Scott Wilgus. Smokies Garage Camaro set. Little driving job down low for Scott Wilgus. He gets it to the other end at 3.689. 208 the speed, and there Scott Wilgus takes over your top spot right now.
Our next two coming to life, getting ready to do their burnouts, Preston Tanner and Kenny Lang. Lang on the left-hand side of the racetrack. The Miller Welders 1969 Camaro for NGK Spark Plugs, VP Racing Fuels. Al Billis, the crew chief on that machine. And Preston Tanner, the Sweetheart 2015 Corvette out of Rensselaer, Indiana. Strange Engineering, Talbot Manufacturing, Manhattan Collision Center, and YO Motorsports. Jeff Pierce, crew chiefing the machine here on the right-hand side, and a big shout out to Preston as he just made Sergeant. Good to see Preston back out here with us on the PDRA Tour.
Of course, you see the Strange Engineering logo on the side of Preston Tanner's Corvette, and we want to send our thoughts and prayers out to the Strange family. Bob Strange passed away yesterday. Preston Tanner would like nothing more to end up in the winner's circle tomorrow night. Kenny Lang, ITRA world champion out of Canada. there on the left side of the racetrack. Step into the pre-stage beam in just a moment. Preston definitely has a race car that can be number 1. Qualifying. Chad Crawford walks away. Andy Tanner watching his son. Drop the hammer on that 2015 Chevrolet Corvette. Preston clicks it off and coast on down at 466. He was 944. Down low, Kenny Lang's car still standing on the starting line. Or sitting on the starting line, I should say. It didn't, just lost fire. It went nowhere. So they will push him off. We'll fire up 2 more here in just a moment.
Mincer Motorsports Pro Street. Pro Street, we need you to the staging lanes. Mincer Motorsports Pro Street, presented by AFCO Racing. If you're not already down there, you need to make your way to the staging lanes for Q1. So 7 cars have attempted qualifying so far. Scott Wilgus sits on top of the list with 368.9 in our next pair. Next pair, James Beadling here on the right-hand side of the racetrack at Olmsted Falls, Ohio. The Kelling Equipment 2018 Camaro for SSI Industries. Looks like a little Band-Aid there on the quarter panel. That's new from the last time we've seen this car on the PDRA Tour. And Dustin Nesloney on the left-hand side. RJ Race Cars, the Lot Motorsports Camaro. And Tyler Crossnose picked this weekend here at Norwalk.
So right now to go number 1, you got to go quicker than 368.9. It's being held by Scott Wilgus, the Smokies Garage team. Justin Nesloney, Team Galot over there on the left side. Proline Power and charge power at her. Got a hot rod that can, lay down quite a number. James Beadling staying right alongside of him, top end of the racetrack. There it is, 365 with a 7, 207 the speed for Dustin Nesloney. Right to the top of the order, James Beadling, 371.9, 205.51. The numbers there for his Chevrolet Camaro. Into the number 3 spot he will go. A nice clean run out of both race cars. Dustin. See who's going to take down that 365 number he just laid down.
Rob Cox and William Brown III next up. William Brown III out of Chesapeake, Virginia, the Blue Magic 1969 Camaro for Brown Motorsports. Fuel Tech, Proline, and Brown Racing with career best numbers here testing yesterday. And on the right-hand side, Rob Cox out of Carlton, Missouri. Check that, Carlton, Michigan. Cox Trucking 2017 Camaro, Type A Motorsports, Modern Racing, Elite Motorsports, Corrigan Oils, Noonan Race Engineering, and Pro Charger. All on board the Cox machine here on the right-hand side.
Yeah, if William Brown lays down a run like he did yesterday, he'll definitely take over the number 1 qualifying spot. Robert Cox and the crew, they back away. Those drivers turn on those top bulbs. They don't waste any time. They're in. Brown's going to be out of power, and there goes Rob Cox at 370. 204 the speed. Clean run to the top of the racetrack into the Cox trucking machine. So he goes to number 3. William Brown flicks it off, coast on through at 617, and he's going to be number 10 right now.
So Dustin Nesloni stays on top at 365.7. Scott Wilgus, number 2, 368.9. Rob Cox, number 3, 3.700. And James Beedling, your number 4 qualifier, at a 371.9. Our next pair, completing the burnout process, Derek Ward on the left-hand side of the racetrack out of Friendship, Maryland. The DNS Concrete 69 Camaro. And Scott Lang out of Charlotte, North Carolina, here on the right-hand side. The AML Motorsports 2018 Camaro for Proline, Fuel Tech, and KAB.
So Scott Lang in the AML Motorsports Camaro comes to the starting line, right side. Pretty impressive yesterday in testing. See if the success that he's seen yesterday flows over into today, where it really matters here in qualifying. The old school and new school blue Camaros just about ready to go. Derek Ward left side, Scott Lang right side. Tire shake right off the starting line for Derek Ward, and look at the number there, Scott Lang. 365 with a 208 miles an hour for Team AML. Derek had that door fly open once again on the passenger side. We've seen it happen yesterday. And Scott Lang, by 5 thousandths of a second, becomes your new number 1 qualifier. Low ET right now for Scott Lang. 3.652.
Liberty's Gears Extreme Pro Stock, presented by AED Competition. We need you. Liberty's Gears Extreme Pro Stock, presented by AED Competition. We need you. And we have a little drama going on down in the water boxes. Kurt Stedding's machine not coming to life on the clock. Now it comes around. Stedding out of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, the P2 Contracting, P2 Racing, YO Motorsports Tie Drive 2020 Camaro. Randy Weatherford here on the right-hand side waits patiently. Weatherford out of Danville, Virginia, the WS Construction 2021 Camaro.
So Kurt Stedding guiding him into the pre-stage beam. Randy's been waiting there for a bit. Danville, Virginia. WS Construction. Entry over here on the right side. Two top-tier teams squaring off here. And neither one of these drivers come into Norwalk this weekend top 5 in points. So they're both looking to gain some momentum here. Kurt Stedding, final move, and the stage beam will light up. Kurt's doing some driving out there, man. Oh, man. 366 at 203. That car, woo. Randy Weatherford, 367, 208 the speed, but Kurt Stedding had his hands full. That car went to the left, and when it came back right, you could almost see the passenger door on it. And Kurt Stedding got it to the other end, though. So Kurt's 3, Randy's 4. And those drivers, you can see how bad they wanted that run.
Spencer Hyde, left side of the racetrack out of Stratford, Ontario, Canada. The Jack in the green stock, 1969 Camaro for Summers Generators, Hyde Electric. R&R Sand and Gravel and Permanent Paving. Nova Joe Albright here on the right-hand side out of West Babylon, New York. The 69 Camaro for Cox Racing, DeSoma Race Engines, Shady Trail Ranch, Pro Charger, VP, Glass Life Atlanta. Fletcher Cox, the car owner, here on the right-hand side. See Big Fletch standing down there in front of the race vehicle. Liberty's Gears Extreme Pro Stock. We're looking for you in the staging lanes. Pro Stock. We're looking for you in the staging lanes. Nova Joe and Spencer Hyde up here next.
Fletcher leans down next to the wall and watches Joe Albright do his thing. Albright 368, 205. The numbers there on the top end scoreboard. Spencer runs into some issues, chatters the tires, and goes 534. So Hyde's number 13. Joe goes to number 5. He's in the top half of the field right now in Pro Boost. We look at our top 5. Scott Lang, 365.2 is number 1. Eston Neslodi and Team Galot's number 2. Kurt Stedding's 3. Randy Weatherford's 4. And Joe Albright, number 5 right now at 368.1 elapsed time.
And Derek, we talked about it on PDRA Live this week about consistency and what a key factor it is here in the PDRA. Two of the most consistent cars in the category are going to face off right here in Q1. Jason Harris on the right-hand side of the racetrack out of Pittsboro, North Carolina. The Party Time 69 Camaro for Performance Auto, Sometime Racing, Hoosier Racing Tire, M&M Transmission, Walker Napa, and Pro Line, and Pro Charger. Left side, Ken Cortuccio out of Wallingford, Connecticut. The Serial Killer 1969 Camaro for Eastside Auto Transport, Proline, Menser, M&M, Carmack, Fuel Tech, and Pro Charger. Two of the most consistent machines every race weekend line up here in Q1.
I know you guys were talking on PDRA Live, and we're going to make if I'm going to make a pick, it's going to be Jason Harris. Is consistency, and that's what you were just talking about. Jason obviously runner up at our last race at Virginia. And we've seen some big numbers out of that blue Party Time Camaro.
And not just that, both these drivers absolutely killer on the starting line.
Yeah, Ken, if you look at his reaction times, he's probably one of the best levers in the category. And that car has been, producing some big elapsed times. And Ken Cortuccio, it's not often that he has to abort a run. And Jason, 365.2, 206 miles an hour with a 00. There, look at the reaction times. 001 and 004. We talked about it. And Jason goes to number 2 off of speed, as Scott Lang went 2:08.14, Jason 2:06.95. And he's right back toward the top of the qualifying order. So Jason Harris continues to be very fast and consistent right here in Norwalk.
Yeah, you talked about Cortuccio. He's got 2 semifinal appearances so far this season. Harris has a runner-up.
Yep.
So, I mean, you know, they're going to be around at the end of race day.
Ken obviously is doing double duty this weekend in Top Sportsman and Pro Boost. So I'm sure you'll see Cortuccio come back in Q2 and take that red Chevrolet right to the top half of the field.
So we've had 2 races so far on tour this season. Each one of these drivers backing up right now has a number 1 qualifying position. Both of them have been in the 358 range. So Melanie Salemi, left side of the racetrack, the Purple Rain side piece 2019 Camaro for Ali Installations, Liberty's Gears, Quick Drive, Ross Pistons, and NGK. Of course, Steady Eddie's on the door of that machine. And Travis Harvey here on the right-hand side, your current points leader in the category. The Galant Motorsports 1969 Camaro for Proline Fuel Tech, VP Racing, LAT Racing Oils Pro Charger, and M&M Transmissions on board the Harvey machine. Usually, we see Travis pulling double duty between Pro Nitrous and Pro Boost. He let us know that he's leaving the Nitrous car home this weekend, but he will be behind the wheel of a Pro 632 car. So, Travis, no, that ain't happening now either. Okay, just got word. So that changes up. Then maybe he'll just concentrate on the Pro Boost car this weekend, you know?
So Melanie and Travis, they're both going to swing for number 1. I'll tell you that 365.2 is the number to beat right now.
Yeah, I don't feel like it's going to be that 58 number that it's been so far this year until maybe later tonight.
Look at Melanie hiking the front end in the air, top into the racetrack, 364 with a 4. 210 miles an hour for Melanie Salemi to the 365 1 elapsed time on a Travis Harvey. And Melanie Salemi goes to number 1. There is a new number 1 qualifier on the house right now. Very tight field we see in the top half. Melanie, 364.4. 365.1, Travis Harvey, Scott Lang's 3, Jason Harris is 4, Dustin Nuzloni's 5, Kurt Sitting's 6, Randy Weatherford's 7, Joe Albrecht's 8, Scott Wildigus is 9, Rob Cox is 10, James Beadling's 11, John Basano's 12, Jimmy Pelkarski's 13, Preston Tanner's 14, Scott Quisenberry, number 15, and Spencer Hyde. Jack at the Greenstock Chevrolet at 534 is number 16 in the category.
All right. Vencer Motorsports Pro Street, presented by AFCO Racing, coming out on the racetrack next. Ron Stang, the 2013 Camaro, will be our first driver to attempt to qualify here in Mincer Motorsports Pro Street, presented by AFCO Racing. Feathers it down through. There goes a 482 at 161 miles per hour for Ron Stang in the Camaro. Mike Jones and Scott Kincaid up next. Kincaid on the left-hand side out of Thornhill, Tennessee, the 69 Camaro. And Mike Jones, right side of the racetrack out of Hazel Green, Alabama, the Pressurized Solutions 2008 Cobalt for B&B Race Cars, VP Racing Fuels. First time we've seen either of these cars on the PDRA Tour so far here in 2023. Ten and a half inch slicks on the back of these machines. Kincaid made a great lap yesterday. Let's see what he can do here in Q1. Both cars going to knock the tires off on the hit. Kincaid cruises through at a 6:04, 794 here for Mike Jones. Joel Winsley Jr. and Dan Bosco. Bosco on the left-hand side of the racetrack, the 74 Maverick out of Chardon, Ohio. Did some testing here yesterday. And Joel Winsley Jr. on the right-hand side out of Dearborn, Michigan, the 2014 Camaro. Winsley pedals it. Goes A to B at a 4.33.8 at 179 miles per hour. And Dan Bosco having some issues there in the Maverick. Goes to 7.12 at 142. Couple turbocharged machines coming up next. Jerry Morgano on the left-hand side of the racetrack out of Apollo Beach, Florida. The Copperhead 02 Mustang for Dasoma Race Engines. Bullseye Turbo Atomizer Fuel Systems. Mincer Motorsports, Hoosier Racing Tire and Fuel Tech. And Ty Casper here on the right-hand side out of Westville, New Jersey. The 05 Mustang. For Victus Baseball Bats, Vibrant, ATI Performance Products, Mincer Motorsports, and Hoosier Tire. I was out here making some test hits yesterday, riding the wheelie bars. Let's see if he can take this Victus Baseball Bats machine to number one right here. Has to go better than a 4.33 with an 8.
So Morgado and Casper, the battle between the Mustangs. They're in. Watch Ty Casper. That car was on a run to half track, and he had to lift 467, 133. Jerry, he's going to coast on through at 736. Well, they're on the Summit side.
Bill Lutz up next on the left-hand side of the racetrack at a Canal, Winchester, Ohio. The 68 Camaro they call Big Boost. And Nick Agostino here on the right-hand side. The Cannoli Express 69 Camaro for M&M Transmissions and NASA Competition Engines.
Yeah, two of the quickest cars in the category have to go head-to-head here in the round of qualifying. This should be an absolute dogfight. Winsley holds that top spot. We're just talking about 433. Bill Lutz and Nick Agostino should absolutely be able to crush that number if these cars get to the top and under full power. Watch Lutz. 467 was clicking it off early, and Agostino has his own set of problems, 568. So they are going to be number 2 and 5. Winsley's number still holds that top spot, 433. We've seen Bill Lutz and Nick Agostino go low to the fours and high threes. So they'll come back in Q2. For sure. Now Bill Riddle, Tim Essick, talk about two other top contenders here in the class.
Yeah, this is your number 1 and 2 in points. Bill Riddle and Tim Essick. 1 point separates them. They both have a win and a runner-up finish so far this season in competition. Essick on the left-hand side out of Port Tobacco, Maryland, a Brown Sugar 2018 Mustang for Essick Motorsports, Pro Charger, UPR, Atomizer, and Fuel Tech. Bill Riddle out of Howell, Michigan, here on the right-hand side. The Corrigan Race Fuels 89 Camaro for Mickey Thompson. These Pro Street drivers struggling to get a hold of the racetrack here. His number one qualifier is usually down in the 390 range, but we will see these cars 2 more times this evening. And maybe when the sun gets off the racetrack, they'll drop them down into the 3s. They could do it right here.
Bill Riddle top in. There it is, 402. 188 miles an hour. Tim Essick trails at 410, 187. And Riddle takes the Corrigan Racing Fuel Camaro to the top qualifying spot at the end of session number 1. You're in Pro Street.
In the pit area, we need M&M Transmissions, Pro 632. Pro 632, we need you to the staging lanes for Q1, please. M&M Transmission, Pro 632, we need you to the staging lanes at this time. It's time to move into Liberty's Gears Extreme Pro Stock, presented by AED Competition Fuel Systems. As our first pair comes to life, Dennis Furcus here on the right-hand side, and Tony Gillig. Gillig out of Huntley, Illinois, is the Dayco 2010 GXP for Wright Trailers and R&B Auto Body.
Last night in testing, Dennis Furcus went 405, and that is just a monster number. So you can definitely not count that race car out you see on the right side for Don Wright and Tony Gillig. That's the Pontiac. Wright Trailers. Upside, and you have not seen Tony
Or Dennis.
at either of our PDRA national events so far this season, so good to see both of those race cars out here qualifying this weekend.
Furcus with Amsoil and A Foreign and Domestic Auto on board that machine. Dayco Wright Trailers on board for Tony Gillig.
Oh, Gillig was straight into tire shake, turns the car sideways at the starting line, and the number there for Dennis at 4:13.6, 176 miles an hour.
That's a stout run for the heat of the day.
Stout run, yes. The Chevrolet Cobalt out of Franklin Park, Illinois, is laying down a big number here. First pair out of the day in Extreme Pro Stock.
Next up, we're going to have Douglas Cottrell here on the right-hand side out of Warsaw, Indiana, the 08 Cobalt. And Kurt Neighbor on the left-hand side out of Macedonia, Ohio, the 2012 Mustang.
Kurt Neighbor, quite a veteran in these Mountain Motor Pro Stock machines. Trying to get him lined up, and they are saying far right. Douglas Riddle. The ex-Dave Conley Pro Stock machine. Back in the old gas days. It's a Torco race fuel gas car. So,
Sonny's power plant here on the right-hand side. Kazi on the left side of the racetrack.
good to see so many cars out here trying to qualify here in Extreme Pro Stock in Norwalk this weekend. Kurt Neighbor was with the American flag themed Ford Mustang. 75 years young.
M&M Transmissions, Pro 632. I'm not certain what we just witnessed.
Doug left before the tree activated, and Kurt Neighbor, when he released the clutch pedal, that car went into violent tire shake, and he had to abort the run, 8:52. At only 56 miles an hour.
M&M Transmissions, Pro 632. We need you, the staging lanes, if you're not already there. Derek Reese and Daryl Stewart up next. Reese on the left-hand side of the racetrack out of Canal Fulton, Ohio. The Black Magic clutches 2013 Mustang. And Daryl Stewart here on the right-hand side of the racetrack out of Jupiter, Florida. The 2018 Camaro for Chassis Engineering. Kazi power plant underneath the hood scoop for Derek Reese, 820 cubic inches. See Clayton Murphy behind Daryl Stewart's machine. We watched this car run Pro 632 last season. They made the necessary changes and now have moved over to Liberty's Gears Extreme Pro Stock. Final adjustments made as they pull towards the top ball and get ready to stage these machines up. .414.0 at 176 for Daryl Stewart. Move him into the number 2 spot in the qualified order. Derek Reese had his share of issues. Goes to 616 at only 77. Next up, Dave Hughes and Jordan Insulin. Hughes on the left side of the racetrack out of Nazareth, Pennsylvania. The HRE Manifolds 2018 Camaro. And Jordan Insulin here on the right-hand side out of Lakeland, Florida. The Polk County Pro Stock 08 Mustang for PJP Construction. AED Competition Fuel Systems, Mincer Motorsports, Harry Glass, and CJW Solutions. Barry Allen, horsepower under the hood scoop for Jordan Insulin, 829 cubic inches. 832 inches for Dave Hughes. Insolent, another one that came through the Pro 632 ranks and now finds himself behind the wheel of this Extreme Pro Stock machine.
So debuts, Jordan Insolent. Problems for both right at the starting line. So they will coast to the other end. Jordan at Polk County Pro Stock Ford, 945. Dave for HRE Manifolds at 762. As soon as we get those two off the top of the racetrack, Jeremy Huffman, Steve Boone, their race cars to life. Take on the 660-foot race scores here in the opening round of qualifying today at Seba Motorsports Park.
At Boone here on the right-hand side out of Weaverville, North Carolina, the Boone Motorsports 07 Cobalt. AD Competition Fuel Systems, Allen Competition Engines, and Maxima Oil on board his machine, 825 cubic inches. Boone, a past world champion here in the Extreme Pro Stock ranks. And Jeremy Huffman on the left-hand side out of Catawba, North Carolina, the Patriot Axe throwing 2010 Cobalt for 3V Performance. Mike Huffman Enterprises, line-to-line coatings, Dellinger Fabrication, and Hillside Auto. And I tell you, Derek, we see the 7 cars go down the racetrack. Fergus is 4:13.6, still looking pretty stout.
It is. That was a good run, especially early on into the session. Right now, Jeremy Huffman, Steve Boone. Teams look across at each other. They walk away. The drivers will pull to the pre-stage beam now. See how long that 4:13.6 number can hold.
Tough session here to qualifying with the sun beating down on the racetrack. Obviously not ideal.
Steve Boone's out of power there, and Jeremy Huffman, 4.121. He said, yep, I have no problem whatsoever. The Patriot Axe throwing Cobalt is your new #1 qualifier now. Jeremy.
I tell you what a difference, too. Huffman's really come out this season strong. That 412 with the 1 will land him in the #1 spot right now. Still a few cars to come up and qualify here.
Yeah, I think it's definitely a confidence builder. They have the setup right, and Jeremy Huffman's got a good baseline to go off of, just like Dennis Farkas does here in that first session. Darryl Stewart, that's another guy that you're going to have to watch out for. That Cass Engineering team, they're swinging for the fence, went 4:14. But they've came a long way in a short period of time, going from 632 last year to Extreme Pro Stock this year.
Alan Drinkwater on the left-hand side, Johnny Placino on the right. Placino out of Smithtown, New York, the Strutmasters 2013 Mustang for Featherlight Batteries, Shameless Racing, Kelling Equipment, and Ram Clutches. Placino wears the number 1 on the side of that Mustang. He's your defending world champion. AFCO Racing Super Street, presented by Mincer Motorsports. AFCO Racing Super Street, presented by Mincer Motorsports. We'll take you to the staging lanes at this time, please.
So Johnny, just a short time ago, had that race car that you see, the Ohio Cat Lane, in quarter-mile trim. Changed some things back to PDRA Extreme Pro Stock Racing. Here at 660 feet. Reigning champ. Ready to go. Problems for Johnny right at the starting line, and there goes Alan Drinkwater. About 411, 176.65 the speed. And two teammates per se going side by side there at the starting line, but Drinkwater takes over the number 1 qualifying spot by 11 thousandths of a second. Drinkwater's 1, Huffman's 2, Fergus is 3, Darrell Stewart's 4, Derek Reese is 5, Dave Hughes is 6, Kurt Neighbors 7, and Steve Boone rounds out number 8 in the category. The 11 drivers who have attempted so far, only 4 have made it down under full power.
Dylan Voss, Dwayne Rice, our next pair up here in Q1. Voss here on the right-hand side at a Live Oak, Florida, the Liqui-Moly 06 Cavalier. They call it the Bad Banana. And Dwayne Rice on the left-hand side out of Grove City, Ohio, the DNR Grading and Excavating 22 model Camaro with the Ron Miller race engines. 840 cubic inch for Dwayne Rice.
Yeah, so this is a rematch of what we've seen in the final round of the first race of the season at the East Coast Nationals at Galot, where Dwayne Rice was your winner. Man, I gotta say, down there, Dwayne Rice, that car was just absolutely killer in North Carolina. So you look at the point standings. Coming into Norwalk this weekend, Powers is number 1. Elijah Morton 2. Dylan Voss is on the starting line right now. It's number 3. Dwayne's number 4. Johnny Placino rounds out your top 5 in the point standings in the Liberty Gears Extreme Pro Stock, presented by AED Competition.
Another cool stat, out of the final 4 in each race, nobody has been the same. Got 4 different cars at the East Coast Nationals, 4 different cars at the Mid-Atlantic Showdown, so let's see who can flex here. Maybe go to number 1 between Dylan Voss and Dwayne Rice.
Both are going to make clean runs. Here comes Dwayne, 4:13.4, 176 miles an hour. He's quicker out of the 2. Dylan goes 4:15 with a 0 at 171. So that's going to put Dwayne Rice at number 3 right now. Dylan slides to number 6. So when we've seen so many teams struggle to get down the racetrack and through that crucial point in the first 60 feet, Dwayne and Dylan, no problem whatsoever.
Our final pair here in Liberty's Gears Extreme Pro Stock presented by AED Competition. Elijah Morton and Chris Powers. Elijah on the left-hand side of the racetrack out of Jacksonville, North Carolina. The Double Trouble 2019 Mustang for South State Development, Horizons East, Carolina Utilities. Allen Competition engines underneath the hood scoop, 832 cubic inches. Chris Powers, your current points leader here on the right-hand side. The Sonny's Racing Engines 2020 Camaro out of Carlisle, Pennsylvania. ATI Performance Products. CR Powers HVAC on board. 827 cubic inches for Chris Powers here on the right side.
Well, we started to see towards the end of the session teams go down the racetrack and make decent runs overall. So now Chris Powers, Elijah Morton, as you just talked about, we have the horsepower, the race cars to go quicker than 411. Let's see if it can happen right here. Alan Drinkwater, potentially in the session at number 1. So final pair here in Q1 of Extreme Pro Stock. Rolls in the stage beams. They're set. Out of the gate we go, and both drivers experience tire shake. Elijah gets back after it, goes a little further down the race course before he decides to shove in the clutch pedal at 466, 128. Chris at 658 at only 73 miles an hour. Alan Drinkwater, Jeremy Huffman, Dwayne Rice, Dennis Furcus, Daryl Stewart, Dylan Voss, Elijah Morton, and Derek Reese rounds out your top 8 in the category of Extreme Pro Stock. Track prep's going to take place here at America's Racetrack at Summit Motorsports Park.
For 2021, Jessel has turned its focus on sportsman racers with replacement sportsman steel rockers providing an affordable upgrade towards pro aluminum rockers. They're designed to be a direct replacement for Jessel's pro aluminum bodies and will bolt to existing stands. Each rocker body is manufactured from a premium heat-treated steel alloy with a black oxide coating, providing years of dependable service. These rockers are the perfect fit for boosted or nitrous motors, which build up extreme cylinder pressures. For the ultimate and affordable steel rockers, give Jessel a call today. Jessel's new Sportsman roller lifters feature Jessel's proprietary bronze bushings, the only bushing lifter available with Jessel's unparalleled precision and reliability. Starting with an 8620 heat-treated and polished lifter bar, these tie bar style roller lifters have a pressurized oiling cycle and share many of the components found in Jessel's Pro Series tie bars. Available for all popular blocks, the Jessel's Sportsman roller lifters are perfect for all but the most extreme engine packages. Learn more at Jessel.com. Winning performance, whether at the strip or on the street, is a passion of Pro Charger. There are superchargers, and there's Pro Charger. From 400 to more than 4,000 horsepower, Pro Charger, leading the industry for almost 30 years with unmatched performance, efficiency, and innovation. Unmatched in the number of national championships and major event wins, Pro Charger now has well over 200 national championships in the last 15 years. If you demand the ultimate in power hours, visit ProCharger.com. Comcams has the parts to make big horsepower on the strip and the street. Each part is built by the industry's largest team of engineers and backed by a knowledgeable technical support staff. Camshafts, lifters, rocker arms, valve springs, and a complete line of valve tray components are available at Comcams.com. Whether you have a street car or a 5,000-plus horsepower Doorslammer, Fuel Tech has the perfect solution for your project. Fuel Tech is changing the game and transforming a traditional EFI system into a complete vehicle control unit, fuel injection, dashboard, traction control, wheelie control, staging control, and safety controls are just a few features you can take advantage of with a FuelTech system. Get ready to consolidate the electronics in your car and make the switch to FuelTech today. Learn more about what FuelTech has to offer by visiting their website at www.fueltech.net.
Stroud employees take pride in manufacturing the world's best race safety equipment. Stroud sells products manufactured in Oklahoma and Kentucky. When we say made in the USA, we mean it. When you want quality and experience, reach for the belts with the big blue patch. Stroud Safety, making faster, safer. For more information, visit StroudSafety.com.
Summit Racing Equipment is proud to be a contingency sponsor and the sponsor of the Summit Racing Equipment PDRA Pro Stores. Order online anytime at SummitRacing.com. You'll find millions of parts in stock from over 1,500 name brands. Parts for racing, street performance, trucks and off-roading, tools and more. Summit Racing delivers fast shipping, world-class customer service, and expert tech advice. Download the Summit Racing app to shop anytime, anywhere. Winning takes work. Getting parts is easy. SummitRacing.com. For more than 6 decades, ATI has been helping sportsman racers get to the winner's circle. Bracket racing takes consistency, and you can count on that from ATI. Our advanced engineering, precision in-house manufacturing, real-world race experience, and passion for the sport can help you turn on the win like round after round. Next time you're looking for a new tool, 3-speed transmission, torque converter, super damper, flex plate, or parts to upgrade your current transmission, let ATI supply you with American-made quality products. Our new T350 SFI approved super case and T350 components are now available. Power glide racers, we have a new billet aluminum carrier and gun dual output shaft for your 1.68 to 2.18 ratios to replace the OEM 40-year-old stamped steel carriers. Now for guard lighter and stronger. ATI is family-owned and has a staff of 70 people who work out of a 100,000 square foot facility with 32 CNC machines, and we do it all in Baltimore, Maryland. Whatever you need, ATI can help. Check out ATIRacing.com or give us a call at 800-ATI-3433. Performance is our passion, and we can make our passion your performance. Nash Competition Engines has been in business building racing engines and delivering quality machinery for almost 40 years. Located in Scarborough, Ontario, Canada, about 1.5 hours from Buffalo, New York. Our fully tooled machine shop specializes in boosting, nitrous small block, big block, and import engines. We also handle most box cylinder head repairs and stock parts for all your racing needs. We are happy to support the PDRA and helping the Pro Street class grow. So please visit us so we can help you. Proline Racing is a global top-tier provider of high-performance drag racing engines, parts, and turnkey packages, as well as EFI software and tuning capabilities. For over 15 years, Proline Racing has been in the pits and on the starting line, working hard to create the winning formula for the racing. Their team delivers products and services for over 150 customers throughout the USA, Australia, Brazil, the Middle East, Europe, Puerto Rico, Canada, and the Dominican Republic. Proline Racing is your #1 source for leading manufacturers like FuelTech, Billet Atomizer, Precision Turbo, Turbo Smart, and much more. Proline's main goal is to make horsepower and win races. Check out ProlineRacing.net for great deals and clearance parts, apparel, and more. Or call 770-481-8000 to speak to one of their experienced team members. Schween Motorsports and the rest of the racing teams would like to say thank you to Tommy and Judy Franklin and the rest of the PDRA team for providing us safe and amazing places to race. Thanks to all the sponsors of PDRA for helping make this season possible. We also want to thank Mark Smith Racing, Cherry Pickle Race Cars, M&M Transmission, Bark Racing Engines, and and Schweitzer Dynamics for all their help and support. Attention top sportsman racers. Don't forget to run the Vinegar, Schmid, and Schmidt contingency stickers for free money for a win or runner-up at all PDRA events. Buck Racing Engines has been the leader in heads-up and top sportsman racing for 32 years. With over 40 national and world championships, Buck Racing is your clear choice for all of your engine needs. Follow us on Facebook and Instagram at Buck Racing Engines. Whether you have a street car or a 5,000 plus horsepower Doorslammer, Fuel Tech has the perfect solution for your project. Fuel Tech is changing the game and transforming a traditional EFI system into a complete vehicle control unit. Fuel injection, dashboard, data logger, boost control, nitrous control, traction control, wheel control, staging control, and safety controls are just a few features you can take advantage of with the Fuel Tech system. Get ready to consolidate the electronics of your car and make the switch to Fuel Tech today. Learn more about what Fuel Tech has to offer by visiting their website at www.fueltech.net. PRP Racing Products is proud to be the title sponsor for the PDRA Junior Drag Racing Series. With many years of manufacturing experience creating some of the most unique racing products on the market, PRP can help put you on the circuit. Each product is in-house designed, manufactured, assembled, and shipped, all from their Philadelphia-based headquarters. PRP's 50-page catalog is busting at the seams, full of USA-made products to suit any enthusiast or all-out racing team, covering anything from fuel accessories, cooling products, engine accessories, and chassis components. They have what you need. New for 2022 is a components, featuring wheels, steering wheels, fuel cells, and more. PRP Junior has you covered. Visit their online store at prpracingproducts.com and view all of their great products, tech advice, and latest news. PRP Racing Products is track-tested, racer-approved. Welcome to Corbin's RV. We're a small, locally owned business here to serve all your automotive and motorhome needs in Fredericksburg, Virginia. Our facility is a full-service automotive. So please come by our pit for your RV repair needs. Redline Oil, born in Iran and tested on tracks around the world. You can push it to the limit. We will protect it. Visit redlineoil.com to find a dealer near you. Winning drivers rely on VP Racing Fuels to optimize performance. Now get the same benefit with VP Batteries, offering race store power in your street car with VP's fuel system cleaner. Or give your race car a boost with VP's Octanium Unleaded, improving your fuel's octane by up to 7 numbers and giving you the throttle response your performance car was built to deliver. Redline Oil, born in a lab and tested on tracks around the world. You can push it to the limit. We'll protect it. Visit redlineoil.com to find a dealer near you. Hoosier Racing Tire, it's our mission to fuel passion, pride, and success in the motorsports industry. Let us put you in the winner's circle with our advanced technology and tires designed to perform. Hoosier offers a vast selection of tires for all motorsports needs. So whether you're a weekend warrior or a professional driver, on and off the track in your new Hoosier tee, hat, or hoodie. To find your nearest authorized Hoosier distributor, visit our website at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tire. Tires designed for change. Parker Incorporated is a design build
All right, now we're going to move over to M&M Transmissions Pro 632. Had to repair a little bit of the racing surface there. All right, first car out on the racing surface, Tony Lasky here on the right-hand side, the 69 Camaro for Diamond Pistons. And I got the opportunity to look at this machine down in the pit area. Beautiful hot rod, not just on the outside, engineered to perfection. The wiring, everything on this machine is top-notch here on the right-hand side of the racetrack. Issues there for Tony Lasky. Coast through at a 7:14 and only 70 miles per hour. Next pair, Joe Valero on the left-hand side out of Campbell, Ohio. The Miners Racing Engines, 41 Willys. And Walter Lanigan Jr. here on the right-hand side out of Pooler, Georgia. The DeWitt Custom Concrete 2010 GTO out of the Black Flag Motorsports Camp. Nelson Competition on board the GTO. Valero snap, crackle, pop. Walter Lanigan, 427 with a 3 at 166 miles per hour. to the number 1 spot. J.C. Beatty Jr. next up here on the right-hand side out of Baltimore, Maryland. The ATI Performance Products 2018 Camaro for Jessel Valve Train, JE Pistons, Total Seal, RFD cylinder heads, and Holley. JC 050 going by the tree, 446 at 157 miles per hour. Patrick Patterson next up on the left side out of Wesley Chapel, Florida. The Wicked Willies for Insulin Racing, Badfinger Racing Products, Veterans Performance, and Race 632. Jason Ventura here on the right-hand side out of Pompano Beach, Florida. The Gladiator X 1970 Camaro for Brand X High Performance, Renfro Mining and Grading, Amsoil, and HRE. Jason Ventura, 428 with a 3 at 165 miles per hour. 451, 3 at 156 for Patrick. Move Jason up to the number 2 spot. Lanigan still holds on to number 1 with that 427.3. Lexi Tanner and Doug Nickel up next. Nickel here on the right-hand side out of Dearborn, Michigan. The Ground Control Property Services 68 Camaro. Lexi Tanner out of Rensselaer, Indiana. 2015 Camaro for Talbot Manufacturing and Oakley Motorsports. 4:27.3. The ET that these guys are trying to eclipse right here and go to the number 1 spot. Tanner left side. Doug Nickel here on the right-hand side. Oakley Power Plant for Tanner. UC Power for Doug Nickel. Doug Nickel right to the number 1 spot. 4:18 with a 0 at 172 miles per hour. You saw Lexi having some issues there. But Doug Nickel, great looking pass for that Chevrolet Camaro. In our final pair here in M&M Transmissions Pro 632, Amber Franklin and Jeff Melnick. Yep, that is Jeff Melnick behind the wheel of the Greenbrier Excavating Chevrolet Camaro. Melnick was having some health issues earlier this week. We didn't think he was going to be able to make the show, but here he is behind the wheel out of Hubbard, Ohio, the 2020 Camaro for Greenbrier Excavating, Barry Allen Race Engines, PTP Racing, Visner Engine Development, and Exotic Fab. Amber Franklin, right-hand side, your current points leader and defending world champion in the category, the OG Jungle Rat, 69 Camaro out of Fredericksburg, Virginia. For Redline Oil, Pat Musey Race Engines, Franklin Electric, and SmartCom Home Technologies. Melnick won the season opener. Amber Franklin was runner-up. At race number 2, Amber Franklin was your winner, and Jeff Melnick was your runner-up. Amber's been number 1 qualifier at both events so far on tour. Right now has to go quicker than a 4:18. Issues for Amber Franklin. Melnick goes A to B at a 4:23.166. Doug Nickel going to be your number 1 qualifier after Q1 with that 4:18. Jeff Melnick, number 2, 4:23.1. Walter Lanigan, number 3 at a 4:27.3. Jason Ventura, your number 4 qualifier at a 4:28.3. In the pit area, Magnafuel Top Sportsman. Magnafuel Top Sportsman to the staging lanes at this time. For your next round of qualifying, please. Magnafuel Top Sportsman cars. We need you to the staging lanes for your next round of qualifying, please. MagnaFuel Top Sportsman will take you to the staging lanes, please. MagnaFuel Top Sportsman, we need you for your next round of qualifying to the staging lanes at this time, please. AFCO Racing Super Street, presented by Mentor Motorsport. The tiny tire machines come to life here at Summit Raceway Park. Blake Molnar, left side of the racetrack. The Motorsports Unlimited 05 Mustang for CNC Performance Products and the Big Three Racing. And Phil Hines here on the right-hand side, Ford Mustang. Ross Pistons Pro Charger on board the Hines machine here on the right-hand side. Hines out in front on this one, goes a 5:03 at 146 miles per hour. Blake Molnar. Tom Hayes, the tire, goes a 5:73 at 138. David Knight out of Kannapolis, North Carolina, the 72 Nova on the left side. Brad Cox out of Brookville, Indiana, the Nitrous Outlet 1990 Mustang here on the right side for BES Racing Engines, RPM Trans, loves truck stops, and Holly EFI. Brad Cox gets out of shape. Nova goes A to B. 5:10 at 150 miles per hour for David Knight. So David Knight will go to number 2 with that 5:10.0. Phil Hines remains in the top spot with the 5:03.2. Connor McGee next up here on the right-hand side, South Carolina-based 85 Mustang for Brian's Heating and Cooling, driven racing oil and Fulton Race Engines. And J.C. Beatty Jr., left side of the racetrack out of Baltimore, Maryland, the ATI Performance Products 2012 Camaro for Whipple Superchargers, J&E Pistons, Total Seal, and AEM Electronics. Beatty out in front on this one, stops the clocks with a 4:95.2. New number one qualifier. Connor McGee on a great pass. A 5:10 with a 9 at 146. But J.C. Beatty Jr. goes to number one, 4:95.2 at 150. Magnafuel Top Sportsman. Magnafuel Top Sportsman, we need you for your final round of qualifying to the staging lanes at this time, please. Magnafuel Top Sportsman, we need you. Matt Shallow, Dan Wetstein up next. Dan behind the wheel of the Mustang of the Tim Essick Racing Camp. Matt Shallow here on the right-hand side out of Virginia Beach, Virginia. The 2000 Camaro for Virginia Speed and Lou's Lawn Service. Usually we see Matt Shallow behind the wheel of the white Ford Mustang. This weekend, driving his father's car. Big Dan on a rip right here, right to the number one spot. 486 with a 4 at 153 miles per hour. Matt Shallow had his share of difficulties here. Slides through at a 7:29.1 at 136. But Big Dan goes to number one, 486.4. Wes Irvin up next out of Hurlock, Maryland. The Hoosier Tire 88 S10. And Blake Denton here on the right-hand side. 76 Camaro for SmartCom Home Technologies, Franklin Electric. Blake was your number one qualifier at the Mid-Atlantic Showdown. He won a 4:72.9 at that event. Needs to go quicker than a 4:86.4 to take the number one spot here. Blake Denton on a good pass. 4:77 with a 2. Wes Irvin, 4:87.5. Blake Denton goes to number one. 4:77.2. Dan Wetstein, number 2, 4:86 with the 4. And Wes Irvin, number 3, 4:87.5. One more car to take time here in Q1 of AFCO Racing Super Street, presented by Mincer Motorsport. It's Derek Moda out of Peabody, Massachusetts, the 68 GTO. Jamie Miller tuning this machine here on the right-hand side. Single turbo under the hood scoop, or under the flat hood of this GTO. MagnaFuel Top Sportsman, you should be in the staging lanes getting ready to run your final qualifier. MagnaFuel Top Sportsman, you should be in the staging lanes. Derek Moda on a good pull, 481.3 at 158. So after first round of qualifying for AFCO Racing Super Street, Blake Denton, your number one qualifier to 477.2. Derek Moda, number 2, 481.3. Dan Wetstein, number 3, 486.4. Wes Irvin, number 4, at a 487.5. So a couple quit laps on the tractor, and we'll be moving into MagnaFuel Top Sportsman for their final round of qualifying. Don't forget to stop by the Classic Graphics trailer. Get your event t-shirt and all things PDRA, the PDRA apparel trailer. Classic Graphics, located down by the snack bar, concession stand. Final round of qualifying here for MagnaFuel Top Sportsman. Mike Savoya here on the right-hand side out of Tipton, Michigan. The 09 Stratus, it's number 41. Best pass so far, 427.4. And Ken Langloy, left side of the racetrack out of Milan, Michigan. The 63 Corvette for Lang Transmission and Napa Auto Parts. His best effort so far, a 438.0. Tommy Brown sits in the number 16 spot on the elite side of things with a 401.7. 64 cars have taken time so far here this weekend. Issues there for Ken Langlois. Slows to a 498, 431.2 for Mike Savoya here on the right side at 148 miles per hour. Junior Ward next up left side at a Goad Virginia, the 63 split window Corvette. And Tommy Brown right side, the Brown Line Construction 2018 Camaro. He is your number 16 qualifier. Best effort so far, 401.7. Buck horsepower here on the right-hand side, 872 cubic inches for Brown. And Ward's car does the same thing it's done every pass so far. Goes back and smacks the wheelie bars. 523 for Junior Ward, 402. No help for Tommy Brown here on the right side. Al Davidowski up next on the right side out of Columbus, New Jersey. The 2010 GXP sits number 28. He's been a 420 with an 8. And Bob Mandel III left side. The Orange Crust 2 1955 Chevrolet out of Bob's Profab. He hasn't gotten down the racetrack all weekend. Potential 3-second player over on the left side if he can make the trip. Pedals it over on the left side, trying to get in the program. Goes a 440 with the 7 at 165 miles per hour. 422.5 at 168 for Al Davidowski. Brian Warner up next left side. The Chevrolet Camaro out of Hubbard, Ohio from Moro's Auto Service. Best effort so far, 433. That landed him in the number 47 qualified position. And Mark Reese here on the right-hand side out of North Dinwiddie, Virginia. The 2014 Mustang has been a 424 with a 9. Issues there for Brian Warner. It's all sorts of crossed up. Mark Reese, 426.7 at 167. 020 going by the Christmas tree. Next out, Mike Badia on the left-hand side out of Milford, Michigan. The Badia Racing 96 Cutlass. Buddy Perkinson here on the right-hand side out of North Prince George, Virginia. The LAT Racing Oil 69 Camaro, Pat Musey Power Plant.
So Mike Batty and Buddy Perkinson set to go now. Perkinson, 12 going by the tree, and the Ohio Cat scoreboard, 385.5, 194 miles an hour for Perkinson. Mike Batty, a 446 down there. So Mike Batty is going to be number 53, Perkinson number 4. So our next pair will complete their burnouts and come back to the starting line. Scott Wise way out there at the half-track mark, the Ashland, Virginia-based split-window Corvette, the 1963 Chevrolet, currently number 11, and he will look across the racetrack in a moment, and he will eye Calvin Butler's 2008 Corvette out of West Virginia. It's been 430s. Butler and Wise have struggled. They've made one good run apiece. So there comes Scott Wise into the pre-stage beam. Butler will roll up with the Sonny's World Class Racing powered Corvette. Both of these cars into the handle on the racetrack. See some impressive numbers. There's kind of Scott Wise's car. The second machine. Tire shake, and he drives through it. Summit side, 397 for Scott Wise, 187 miles an hour, 451 for Butler at 156. So he is 0.2 of a second off his best run of the weekend. Well, Dan Osborne's going to have to back up and try and burn out again, potentially. Kathy Gallo, a short burnout there for the Cobalt. It's going to be the yellow machine. The starting line in a moment. So Dan Osborne, the Murphy's Auto Center sponsored 63 Corvette. These race cars evenly matched in the qualified order. 450, 440 players. Both 600 plus cubic inch Chevrolets for power. Osborne's in, Gallo's set, Tree's gonna fire, and here we go. Kathy Gallo, 452, 154 miles an hour, 462 for Dan Osborne. As you can see, the headwind is affecting everyone here in qualifying. Jeff Gable and Karsten Nyerges. Nyerges out of Warren, Ohio with that Schween Motorsports Pontiac Firebird. That's coming back to the starting line on the right side. Look across the racetrack, and that is the Stratford, Ontario, Canada-based 71 model Duster. Both cars in the 430s so far in qualifying. Urge is very consistent. They have varied 8,000s overall between their two qualifying efforts so far. Jeff Gable has got that race car to pick up a whole 10th between his two runs. He will waste no time. He lights the stage ball. Nair just bumps in. Jeff Gable grabs a little bit of wheel out there. 449, 158 to the 442, 161 charge for Karsten Nierges. Now that's going to bring up the Corvette of Chad Traylor out of Virginia. He will be alongside of Wes Goddard from Ontario, Canada. Another one of our neighbors to the north, the Synergy Composites 1958 Nash. The turbocharged Nash at 510 cubic inches has been 434. Nearly 180 miles an hour. Such a unique piece out there. Running in top sportsman. Nash has been consistent. Nash has been consistent this weekend. Very 200s in qualifying. Obviously, the 63 Corvettes are in no way, shape, or form a large, big-bodied car, but you compare it to that little Nash over there. This looks like a monster truck almost. Goddard and Trailer. Bulbs are lit. Goddard is 5 thou red and 435. 178 for Wes Goddard today. 442, 155 there. Chad Traylor down the left-hand side. They'll be number 48 and 54 in qualifying. Now this is going to bring up our next pair. See on the right side of the racetrack, that is going to be the 2008 bodied Mustang out of Kentucky. Cheyenne Stanley in the paving industry, currently number 9 in the category. And he will take on the Stratford, Ontario based Stratus for K&K Racing, 604 cubic inches for the 29-year-old electrician, Caden Wick. Wick's currently number 56 at 441. Cheyenne Stanley is in the elite field at 387 at nearly 200 miles an hour. So the Dodge left side, Ford right side. Here we go, another pair in the category of top sportsmen this afternoon. Cheyenne's car wiggles down low, 389.9, 201 miles an hour. Look at the reaction times, 10 to a 14. Wick goes 429 at 166. Wow, both cars got a little crossed up in the burnout there. Hold on. Here it comes. Beautiful Ford Mustang. Backing up on the Summit side. Ryan LaFlamme behind the wheel of the Hemi-powered Ford. The oval Mustang there, just a stellar paint job. Jacob Elrod has the 63 silver Corvette that you see sitting in the Ohio Cat Lane right now. Elrod calls home in Bluffton, Ohio. Trying to get that car to go A to B and make a respectable run. Let's see what's going to happen right here. LaFlamme flicks it off the starting line. Elrod 466, 148. They do get it to the other end of the racetrack. And the car has a lot more left in it. I can assure you of that. Now here comes Chris Nyerges and Dennis Gaborio. Gaborio's Red Line Oil sponsored 2007 Mustang. The technical director of Millbury, Massachusetts. Right now, Dennis sets number 13 at 396. Nyerges has the buck horsepower out of Charlie's shop at 941 cubic inches. Dr. Gary Schween down there, Schween Motorsports. They've been 3.81 seconds to put that blue Corvette in the number 6 spot. A 2-car operation for Chris. He's seen his son go down a few pairs ago. Now Dad's going to take his turn at the racetrack in this qualifying round. And Chris Nyerges aborts the run before half track. He goes through at 5:08. Dennis Gaborio 3:99, 191, right where they've been all weekend long. So consistency is key, and Gaborio has found it here. Battle between the first-gen Camaros coming up next. Left-hand side of the racetrack at 903 cubic inches. The Mighty Joe Young machine at the new Lebanon, Ohio. That's going to be Brian Stoltz. Brian Stoltz has been 4:07. He will take on your number 1 qualifier right now, Donnie Urban. Business owner out of Selma. Gets his horsepower out of the Nesbitt Performance Shop. They've been 379 and 376. We've seen a lot of the quicker cars struggle to get past about 200, 250 feet. See if Donnie take that blue rocket ship top of the racetrack with another stellar run. No problems whatsoever for Donnie Urban. 379 on the top end scoreboard, 198 the speed. Brian Stoltz takes his foot off the gas pedal and will coast at 441 this afternoon. All right, here comes Ron Biondo, Summit Side. 665 cubic inches of bow tie power underneath the hood of that 94 model Lumina. Ron Biondo, currently qualified at number 36. He will take on the Doylestown-based Corvette for Maximus Butcher. Butcher double duty this weekend between Top Dragster, debuting a brand new 2023 American race car, and doing the driving duties of the Corvette you see on the starting line. Biondo will sit there with the pre-stage ball blit. Max rolls up now. See his dad watching on. Glenn, the top sportsman category as well. His mom, Linda, recording the run. Family operation. There goes Ron Biondo to a 4:26 elapsed time, 168 miles an hour, 4:49, 1:52. Butcher's making nice, consistent runs throughout qualifying. Then 48 and 49. As those two will exit the top of the racetrack, two more will begin their burnouts. Don Swindle and Bad Eye Breiniger. Bad Eye Breiniger calls home in Middletown. here in the Buckeye State, the 2003 Ford, 700 plus cubic inches. Right now, sits in the number 61 spot. There's only been 451. And on a Concord, Turnpike, Ohio, for Don Swindle with his 63 Corvette. Swindle is like so many teams that have made a good run. They've also made a not so good run. It's been 520 and 418. Hopefully both of these race cars pick up here. For many years, Bad Breiniger been behind the wheel. That Ford Mustang you see on the starting line down there. Makes a few appearances with us here at the PDRA. They're in. 3 drops. Here we go. Scoreboard 419, 171, Don Swindle, and there it is, Bad Breiniger, 424 to a $1.69. They just made their best run in qualifying so far. Up to the number 35 spot goes Bad Breiniger. Next up, Gary Kentz and Vince Forcade Sr. The Mount Airy, Maryland, Safili Racing Camaro. ATI Performance Products, 665 cubic inches. Gary Kentz will be alongside, as we talked about, for TNG Performance with that blue Pontiac GTO. They'll move Vince Forcade over a little bit of the groove where they want him. They're going to tell him to back up again. Yep. They're just struggling to get this race car go down, track to its potential. They're going to move him over to the left now. Gary Kentz there in the pre-stage beam. He comes up, adjusts the Willie bar on Vince Forcade's Camaro. Forcade gets hard on the Willie bar and goes towards the wall. Gary Kentz, no problem. 423.5, 169. And in all 3 qualifying runs, Gary Kentz has been very consistent. That car is out repeating this weekend. Now here comes Tim Papp and Joe Robachek. Joe Robachek, Ohio Cat side of the racetrack in Niceville, Florida. That is the 1968 Camaro. And he takes on that red 2016 Corvette. Jerry Bickle built race car, and there's Tim Papp out of Illinois, body shop owner. Currently setting number 12 at 396. So Joe Robachek has clinched a PDRA World Championship last year in this category. Top Sportsman 32. Trying to defend that here this year. Cap did some testing yesterday. Trying to get that cart dialed in. Robacek waits for Tim Papp to pull up. Now they're about to turn these machines loose. Watch Tim Papp, 3.843. That's the number they were looking for, 193 miles an hour, 423 for Joe Robacek. And with that run, Tim Papp climbs to number 8. They are working diligently to find the happy spot in Tim Papp's Corvette. It was very, very happy there.
Bruce Barth and Kirk Frederick come up next. Frederick here on the right-hand side. The 68 Camaro. 0-2 Grand Am for Barth there on the left-hand side.
So Kurt Frederick, Profab built Chevrolet Camaro. Wisconsin, a beautiful race car that is. Former NHRA Divisional Event winner in the top sportsman category. Bruce Barth will come to the starting line in just a moment with the Pontiac. You see sitting in the summit lane. First, the nitrous pressure down just a little bit more. And the passenger door closed, and here comes Bruce. Barth is set. Frederick's in. Kurt Frederick, 025 and 437. The end result, 165 miles an hour, 451, 157. There for Bruce Barth. Down the summit lane.
That'll bring up Vonnie Mills and Henry Underwood. Underwood, left side, your defending world champion in MagnaFuel Elite Top Sportsman. The 63 Corvette out of Quinton, Virginia, sits number 11th in the qualified order. 387.4. And Vonnie Mills, right side, the Maryland-based 2015 Camaro they call Show and Tell. Went a 4.066 that landed her in the number 19th qualified position.
So your defending world champ will come to the starting line there on the left side. The par-powered Corvette. All right, so Vonnie Mills, the Show and Tell Camaro with Sonny's world-class power is in the stage beam. Underwood set. Side-by-side drag race to the top end, 387, 187 miles an hour there for Henry Underwood. Back-to-back elapsed times to the thou. A very consistent race car that Henry Underwood has here in Norwalk this weekend. Vonnie Mills goes 403, 180 the speed. So that's going to be good enough for 17. Underwood will stay 11. Two more race cars are going to come back to the starting line now.
Jeff Pittman on the left-hand side out of Hickory, North Carolina, the 68 Chevelle. He's been a 405 with the 9. And Dwayne Gallagher here on the right-hand side out of Cedarville, Ohio. The Performance Clinic 68 Camaro. His best effort so far, 418 with an 8.
So Dwayne with the Charlie Buck horsepower, 100 plus cubic inches. Top end, 410. 178 miles an hour for Jeff Pittman. Chevelle, 419, 171 for Dwayne, who was 006 here at the starting line. Clean runs out of both of those race cars.
Scott Wasco up next here on the right-hand side out of Columbia Station, Ohio. Hoosier Tires, the Bruzy Converters, Wasco machine. Wasco's been a 412 with a 5 and a 412 with a 6. Nick Maloney on the left-hand side, the Chevrolet Camaro. Out of Brentwood, New Hampshire, TT Motorsports, Nesbitt Performance Engines, and Pit Stop Auto and Truck. He's been a 423 and a 427.
So Maloney and Wasco. Both are qualified right now for the Top Sportsman 32 field, the back half category. Look at the reaction time for Wasco. He's perfect. 4:13.7. 175 for Scotty Wasco. Nick Maloney at 4:26, 165 for TNT Motorsports over there on the Summit side.
Dan Germano left side, the Bad Habit 68 Camaro with royal purple oil on board. And Ken Cortuccio out of Wallingford, Connecticut, the 55 Chevrolet here on the right-hand side. He is in the elite side of things at a 386.4. Germano's pass so far a 426.3.
Yeah, that 55 Chevy. Out of the Tim Wallace camp, Ken Cortuccio doing the driving duties this weekend. They have made some big improvements throughout qualifying. Cortuccio, I believe, pedaled to go 386 last round. All right, Dan Germano's set. Ken Cortuccio's in. There goes Ken. Top in at 3.818. Best run of the weekend for Cortuccio and the team by 0.05 of a second. Into the number 7 spot they will go with that 1955 Chevrolet. Very nice run for Ken Cortuccio. I told you that we're going to get a handle on that race car, and they, in fact, done just that. Brian Yanchik and Tim Molnar is going to be your next pair. Brian Yanchik coming out of Pennsylvania. The Yanchik's Automotive GTO. 565 cubic inch Chevrolet has been 426, and he's right alongside the Gym Attachments Camaro of Tim Molnar. Molnar is currently number 2 in Top Sportsman qualifying. Here at his hometown track. Did some testing yesterday, threw down some big numbers, and they've been a 77 and an 80 out of the 2 qualifying rounds we've seen so far. Molnar's in, Yanchik set. Problems right at the starting line for Brian Yanchik. All eyes are on Tim Molnar's side. 382, 197 miles an hour, and he was 002 at the starting line. Nice run overall. Brian Yanchik will come to a stop out there on the summit lane. We will tend to his Pontiac, get him off the racing surface, and continue on here in Top Sportsman qualifying momentarily.
Parker Incorporated is a design-build firm that specializes in steel structures, custom equine facilities, and commercial projects to meet all of your needs. We offer design services that make your dreams a reality.
When you want proven performance, there's one brand that's been around since 1938. Edelbrock, building the finest American-made performance products for the street and the track. Edelbrock's Total Power Package delivers dyno-proven parts for maximum results. Edelbrock has thousands of made-in-the-USA performance products for all makes and models. Visit Edelbrock.com to get your free Edelbrock Performance Catalog and to check out the latest products we have for your ride.
Pit Pro Custom Carts is proud to be the official pit vehicle of the PDRA. Pit Pro has been serving racers for 23 years all over the world. Pit Pro listens to its racing customers for what accessories they need, and we build what works for them. Pit Pro is grateful for all of our customers over the years and look forward to serving many more in the future. Please check us out on the web at pitprousa.com for all your pit vehicle needs. Brisk spark plugs are the best choice for all high performance and racing applications. Brisk silver electrode technology maximizes the spark energy and quality of the spark ignition. Silver is the best conductor of any metal. It conducts 276% more electricity and 177% more heat than iridium. With Brisk racing spark plugs, you get more torque, horsepower, and better throttle response. At Mickey Thompson, we never stop innovating. Stop by today and see all the new drag racing tires that we have to offer, like the insanely quick Pro Bracket Radial to the Max Traction ET Drag. When Mickey Thompson decides to put this drag tire technology into a high-performing tire for the street, you know it's going to be outstanding. As we need the ultimate
Troy Finner and Andy Horn up next. Finner on the left side, the 68 Camaro's been a 419 with a 3. And Andy Horn here on the right-hand side, the Ford Mustang out of Delaware, Ohio, the 2018 model. He's been a 412 with a 3, sits in the number 22 qualified position.
So Andy Horn, who sits on the right side, at 412 number, career best elapsed time. Troy Finner, bring that Camaro into the beam. They're in the summit lane. This pair's just about set to go. Finner continues to have issues. And 4:18 is going to be the elapsed time for Andy Horn's Mustang at 172 miles an hour. Finner coast on down at 7:13. He's made one good run out of the 3 attempts that they've had in qualifying here this weekend.
Rodney Pryor and Mark Payne. Payne here on the right-hand side out of Waynesboro, Virginia. The House of Payne Performance 06 Cavalier for Mickey Thompson, Holly, FTI, Rogers Automotive, and Mosier Engineering. Payne sits in the number 24 spot with a 4:13.3. That car is only very 0.02 of a second in between runs. And Rodney Pryor, left side out of Henrico, Virginia. The Black Ice 02 Camaro for Iceman Racing, Par Racing Engines, FTI, House of Paint, and Robert Hayes Motorsports. Rodney sits number 62 at a 4:54.6.
So Mark Payne, the little red Cavalier, just about set to turn that car loose. Rodney Pryor had some issues with the starting line. He's going to go 464, 157 here. Mark Payne at 416, 176. So Pryor does not improve.
Lester Johnson up next on the left side out of Cynthiana, Kentucky. The Coltrane 1958 Corvette. He's been a 4:07.7, landed him in the 21st qualified position. And David Strassel here on the right-hand side out of Milan, Indiana. Widener Automotive 94 Lumina.
So Lester Johnson and Dave Strassel. Lester stays at the starting line. Dave closes in on the finish line, 449 to 160. And Mr. Johnson, some issues there.
Larice Motorsports Insurance Top Dragster. Staging lanes 1 and 2 for your final round of qualifying, please. Larice Motorsports Insurance Top Dragster for your final round of qualifying. We need you to staging lanes 1 and 2, please. Boyd Byer, left side of the racetrack. Byer Trailer Sales 06 Mustang. And Jerry Albert here on the right side out of Avon, Ohio. The Mickey Thompson 97 Camaro.
Two top sportsman veterans, Boyd Byer, Jerry Albert, gonna battle it out. Ford and Chevy, the yellow machines, turning them loose. 008 for Jerry Albert, and he will run 430 with a 9. 164 the speed. Boyd Byer coasted 454 and 131. But Jerry Albert's Camaro varied 0.04 of a second in the back-to-back qualifying runs we've seen.
That'll bring up Chris Gilbert and Barry Daniluk. Daniluk here on the right-hand side out of Mooresville, North Carolina, the 68 Camaro. Sits number 15, won a 4 flat with a 9. Chris Gilbert, left side out of Warrenton, Virginia, the Gilbert Motorsports 68 Camaro. Been a 4:59.9. Larice Motorsports Insurance, Top Dragster. Top Dragster, we need you for your final round of qualifying, please. Staging lanes 1 and 2. Top Dragster, we need you to staging lanes 1 and 2 for your final round of qualifying.
So Gilbert and Daniluk. Problems for Chris Gilbert. Barry Daniluk will go 4:06 this afternoon, 175 miles an hour. Chris Gilbert gets there at 4:72 at $1.54. Some issues back at the starting line.
Pete Ignatovic here on the right-hand side at a Boardman, Ohio. The Bruzy Transmission 68 Camaro. Been a 4:38.5 on his best effort. And Ronnie Proctor left side of the racetrack. The 09 Mustang for Albert Race Engines, Roadrunner Racing Fuels, and Linux of Frederick. Ronnie's best pass so far, 4:21.2. Top Dragster, we need you to the staging lanes, please. Top Dragster, we need you for Q3.
There goes Ronnie Proctor. The West Virginia Ford Mustang, 420. 169 the speed, 435, 162 for Ignatovic down the Ohio Cat Lane. They're going to be number 51 for Ignatovic, number 28 for Proctor.
Dan Ferguson, left side of the racetrack. The Dean Young Motorsports machine. Been a 4:21.8, has struggled every attempt so far. And Chad Tilley here on the right-hand side out of Winston-Salem, the TNT Express 96 Beretta for MJ Printing and Graphics, Euchre Motorsports, and Sunrise Tire. Chad's best effort, a 4:29. Tilley utilizing one of those Billy Albert race engines. Top Dragster, we need you to the staging lanes at this time, please. Top Dragster, we need you.
Dan Ferguson pedaled once, got the Dean Young Motorsports Camaro to recover, and it's going to be 4:08. Best run of the weekend there for Dan. 187 miles an hour. Chad Tilley, 4:29, 166.
Ed Foley up next on the left-hand side. Westminster, Pennsylvania. The Cox's Automotive 08 Cobalt has been a 4:27 with a 2. Gary Wojnarowski here on the right-hand side. The 09 Cobalt has been a 4:29 with a 2.
Now Ed Foley, Gary Wojnarowski. Wojo. Turn that stage beam on. He's ready. Cobalt out of Sharon Township, Ohio will go for 28, 169 miles an hour for Gary Wojnarowski. Ed Foley at 428, 164. So next up, Andrew Johnson. Andy Johnson of Cynthiana, Kentucky with that 55 Chevrolet, and he will take on the Doylestown Glenn Butcher. At 69 Camaro, the Butcher Demolition Contracting, and this is not going to be good. Tyler has the mic.
Derek, what state is Glenn Butcher from?
He's from Ohio.
From Ohio, or is he from
No.
Ohio?
Oh, you guys don't let me live it down. It's great. And the only time you jump on the mic is to give me a tough time.
That's every time, isn't it?
I know. It's almost like, I always thought you were next to me.
That hurts, buddy.
I'm used to it. 3 years of it. Yeah, it feels like a lifetime. So Johnson and Butcher, two guys that go head to head quite a few times over the years here in this area. They're set. Oh, Butcher gets crossed up out there and aborts the run. Andy Johnson, 405, 187. As Butcher coasts on through at 450, a buck 24.
Bob Mandel next up on the left-hand side. The Orange Crush 55 Chevrolet out of Bob's Profab. Got a 4:22.6 on his best effort. Monte Carlo here on the right-hand side.
Bob Mandel gets a hold of the racetrack, and it's going to go for 24 here. 169 the speed. 421.71 down the right side.
Dave Peone here on the right-hand side out of Mansfield, Ohio. The O2 Grand Am has been a 4:48.7. And Chris Osborne out of Oakland, Michigan on the left-hand side. 69 Camaro for PAC Racing Springs. 4:27.7. The best effort so far for that machine.
So the general manager of Pack Racing Springs, Chris Osborne, will go 427 after being 002. Dave Payon missed the tree by 16 thou, and he goes 435 there. 160 miles an hour, best for the weekend for Dave Payon, into the number 51 spot.
Gary Granger here on the right-hand side at Akron, New York, the 63 Corvette. Mike Sowers on the left-hand side. Mickey Thompson Tires, 68 Camaro. Issues for the Corvette. 428.0 for the Camaro of Mike Sowers. All right, so we just
Fernandez here in the pits at the PDRA American Doorslammer Challenge, and I've got once again the lady on top, Melanie Salemi. First off, talk about that run there, 64, but big mile an hour.
Yeah, John didn't think it was going to go quite that fast, and honestly, we tested at Dragway 42 the last couple of days before coming here, and we had the car completely set up different while we were testing, and John said, you know what, I think I'm just going to put it back to how it was when we were at Galat and Virginia and go and make a run. So everything that we did, we kind of threw that on the back burner and went back to our roots, and it worked.
Now with PDRA, you guys only have a handful of races each year, and some of these are pretty spaced out. It's been quite a while since you go to Galat. You guys went into testing with a different mindset. What made you go back to the original?
Just because he kind of had a handle on that. Obviously at Galat, winning that race, and then going to Virginia after. We didn't win that race, but we still had a pretty good car. So all the data that we had running at a race, he decided that we would go back to that, and it seems to be flawless. So instead of just going down the racetrack, back to big wheelies and being fast.
So you're sitting on top right now. We've got 2 tonight for the Night of Fire. You guys gonna let her eat?
Oh, absolutely. I think everyone else will as well. So we'll be on our game again and try to just pick at it here and there and see if we can go a little bit quicker.
All right, I think I've dubbed you the first lady of promo, but we've got Melanie Salemi sitting on top.
World Championships. Buck Racing is your clear choice for all of your engine needs. Follow us on Facebook and Instagram at Buck Racing Engines. Sonny's world-class racing engines and components is the winner of drag racing engines. Sonny's has and multiple championships. Sonny's builds engines for Extreme Pro Stock, Pro Nitrous, Top Sportsman, Top Dragster classes, and bracket engines. Sonny sells engine components to engine builders throughout the world. Check out Sonny's new 5.3 water jackets and better weather intakes for all-out nitrous applications. All built in-house at Sonny's. If you want the best, then Sonny's is the choice. With over 53 years in business, Sonny's leads the way. We have a complete in-house facility for manufacturing your
Courtney Enders here in the pits at Summit Motorsports Park, where we are not talking about PDRA right now. We have got the shakedown champion, Blake Denton, part of the Franklin royalty family here. Give us a little bit of insight about how exciting that was for your first win in this car at Shakedown.
Oh, it was exciting. This is actually my first professional win ever in a car, so to do it there, it was nice, and for that big check, it was even better.
Now, you wear many, many hats out here. You drive this car, obviously, but talk to us a little bit about what you do for this team and all those hats that you wear.
So I help Amber when I can, and when I'm not racing, I do help Amber, and then I help when I can on the Pro Nitrous car, and then I drive this car, and then I also work for Mr. Tommy at the Franklin Electric, and then I help at the racetrack when I can. So.
Now, a little birdie just told me that we may need to mic you up in the car whenever you're on the radios. You get a little excited in there.
I like to keep it interesting.
Perfect. This sport needs more personalities. But again, congratulations on the shakedown win from VMP, Blake Denton.
All right, getting ready to go into our final round of qualifying for Larice Motorsports Insurance Top Dragster. But before we do, quick shout out to all the top sportsman cars who made the effort here this weekend. 73 total entries. It took a 4.017 to get on the elite side of things and a 4.516 to get into the back half bump. Tim Williams on the left-hand side, Sammy Helms on the right.
Well, Tim Williams is 005, and 425 is the elapsed time. 436, Sammy Helms at 160. And we are underway here in final qualifying for Top Dragster this afternoon.
That'll bring up our next pair. Nicole Zuccarelli left side out of Falls Church, and Kellen Farmer. Farmer, number 13 on the elite side of things, 382.0, his best effort.
So, Kellen Farmer, 406. You've seen the car spin pretty hard here at the starting line. 456 there for Nicole Zuccarelli.
Lucas Salemi on the right-hand side, the 07 S&W chassis. He's been a 446.1, and Casey Ingram on the left-hand side, the PSI Superchargers Cohen Engineering machine. Has struggled going A to B here. So Ingram in the full throttle truck centers, 22 Miller chassis, going to try to get into the program. Looks to be making his best pass of the weekend. 371.7 for Casey Ingram. 0-10 going by the Christmas tree. Lucas Salemi. It was not going to improve his position, but Casey Ingram goes right to the number 1 spot. 371.7 now. Matt Albright is your number 16 qualifier to 384.3. Tony Passiano on the left-hand side. The Ajax engines, Hutchins transmission. Extreme Motorsports machine. He's your number 31 qualifier to 410 with a 4. And Michael Savoya here on the right-hand side out of Tipton, Michigan. The 2017 American sits number 40 at a 429.7. $393.3 to $428. So Matt Albright, your number 16 qualifier so far to 384.3. Your number 2 qualifier backing up from the burnout right now. Craig Addis on the left-hand side out of Wadesworth, Ohio. The RAB Trucking 21 Spitzer chassis for Kings of Vapor. He won a 372.0. Tyson Fabish on the right-hand side out of Medina, Ohio. The Bruzy Transmissions 2019 Race Tech for Mike's Restoration. He's your number 21 qualifier to 389.8. Craig Addis, 365.4, and he takes the number 1 spot back from Casey Ingram. Mike Knott, left side of the racetrack. Out of Alliance, Ohio, the 08 Spitzer for Fowler Engines, Motorsports Unlimited, your number 6 qualifier to 3.800. And J.B. Donati here on the right-hand side out of Henrico, Virginia, the 2018 Race Tech. He's number 32 out of 419. $382.0. JB's perfect going by the Christmas tree. Goes a 437. Larry Cox Jr. out of Mechanicsville, Maryland. Larry's Auto Repair 2015 American. Left side. Right side, Nick Shirky out of Ridgely, Maryland, and Isaac Marine 2014 Race Tech. 447 for Larry Cox. Shirky goes a 460 with a 5. Chad Trailer left side out of Providence Forge, Virginia, the 2013 American chassis, and Brian Keller on the right-hand side. The KB Trailer Sales 2012 Spitzer, currently not qualified. Keller on a run right here and shuts down right before the finish line. Goes a 375.1 at only 166 miles per hour. But that'll put Brian Keller Frank Carpinelli left side out of Dover, Ohio. So Carpinelli on the left side, Frank Falter on the right-hand side. .382 with a 1 for Frank Falter, .390 with a 5 for Frank Carpinelli, his best effort so far. Dickie Smith left side out of Waldorf, Maryland. Mizzier Enterprises, Cool Shirt System, and Hoosier Tire. And Patrick Forrester on the right-hand side out of Pittsburgh.
Dickie Smith and Patrick Forrester. Forrester's going to run here at 471. 436 there for Dickie Smith. Here comes Ricky Moldar and Patrick McMath. Moldar's American race car sitting there on the left side, currently number 34 at 423. And McMath has been a 429. Puts him at number 40. 16 to an 11. At the finish line, Molnar is going to go 4:25. McMath 4:34.
Dave Jamison next up on the right-hand side out of Twinsburg, Ohio. The Pickens Metalworks 06 Spitzer chassis. He's been a 392.2 that landed him in the number 24 spot. Tony Elrod, left side. The Moser Engineering 2014 American for Hoosier Tires. American Race Cars of Bruzy Transmissions. 4018, his best effort.
So Tony Elrod, Dave Jamison. Elrod should go into the threes. Jamison lights both bulbs. Let's see if that red machine on the left side. Tire shake and Elrod has to pedal. It's not going to be a 3-second run. 4:27 for Tony Elrod. Dave Jamison, 397, 185 in the Spitzer race car.
Tim Antonori here on the right-hand side. The New York Moment 2 on the right side of the racetrack. His best effort, a 4:08.6 for the Janus Superchargers competition transmissions, Martino Motorsports machine. And Kyle Harris, left side. The Mountain Tire Hot Rod sits number 17. First car on the outside looking in, 385.3.
Kyle Harris, let's see if he can keep the consistency up. 380.35, 189. Best run of the weekend by 200 for Kyle. Tim Antonori, who's perfect, is on down there and does not improve off his earlier qualifying efforts.
Tom Reese and Tony Fagnilli. Tony on the right side, the 2019 Miller chassis. He's been a 439.6 and a 439.9. Tom Reese, left side. Been a 433 and a 434.
Tony, let's go to V54. Tom's 13 green and 432 for Tom Reese. Tony Fagnelli, 440, 155 miles an hour. Now it's going to be John Burkle and Matt Albright. John Burkle out of Elyria for the Level Performance, the Racecraft chassis, left side. Currently number 33 at 420. You look across the racetrack on the Ohio Cat Lane, and that is Matt Albright's Spitzer race car from North Royalton for Team Vintage. So pre-stage and stage bulbs are lit up here. Burkle's in. .004 to a .006. Matt Albright's going to go 385, 191. And John Burkle, Summit side, will make his run down there to, not quicker than the 420. The screen changes too fast here. It's great. If you don't get it within like 2 seconds, you ain't getting it. Next up.
Dan Davies on the left-hand side at a White House, Ohio. The 21 Diamond chassis. He's been a 397 with a 5. Landed him in the number 26 spot. And Pete Maduri on the right-hand side at Niagara Falls, New York. The Dynabraid Janssen FTI Performance Machine has been a 376.3.
Pete Maduri and Dan Davies top in. 397 Dan Davies and Team Diamond, 180 miles an hour, 394 for Pete Maduri. You lifted early.
Tyler Rudolph next up on the left-hand side out of Hemlock, New York. The Derek Wolf Trucking 2010 American, 438. Best effort so far. And John Parks here on the right-hand side out of Cadillac, Michigan. The Ultratech Race Cars. Dynabraid Mickey Thompson machine's been a 398.0.
Tyler Rudolph, let's go to B50. John Parks at 18 thou, red 394 for the Ultratech Race Cars entry of John Parks. Tyler at 441 down the Summit side.
Justin Fordyce next up on the right side out of Harmony, North Carolina. The Owen Creasman chassis has been a 452 with the 3. And Nick Maloney on the left-hand side of the racetrack out of Brentwood, New Hampshire. The TT Motorsports 2016 Dan Page chassis. Out of Nesbitt Performance and Pit Stop Auto and Truck. He's been a 428.1.
So Maloney and Fordyce. Problems for Justin Fordyce. It looks like 474. Yep. He's 0.2 of a second off. Nick Maloney at 431.59.
Angie Travis, left side of the racetrack over out of Conover, North Carolina, the 2016 Miller chassis for Hickory Enclosed Trailer Sales. It's number 22 and a 390 with a 1.
So Angie Travis closing in on the finish line at 389.5, 186 miles an hour, 433, 160. They're on the right side.
Howard Michael next up on the right-hand side out of Newport, Michigan. The Mickey Thompson Tires 07 American for VP Fuels, Optima Batteries, Iski Cams. Been a 4:51 with a 5. And Tom Martino on the left side of the racetrack at Youngstown, Ohio. The Lucas Oil 22 Maddox chassis for Salt Life, Mickey Thompson, NGK, K&N, FTI, and AIM Transportation Solutions. He's your number 13 qualifier. Has been a 381 with a 6 and a 381 with a 7.
Tom Martino, Howard Michael. Tom Martino is 19 green, and the Lucas Oil entry 384, 189 for Tom and Ryan, 451 and 154 miles an hour. Howard Michael this afternoon.
Danielle Gonzalez on the right-hand side out of Wallingford, Connecticut, the 23 American chassis. Been a 401 with the 6. And Patrick Forster, left side out of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, the Bruzy Transmissions 2014 American. Been a 381 with a 4. Landed Patrick in the number 11 qualified position.
Danielle Gonzalez and Patrick Forrester. There goes Forrester, 388. 190 miles an hour, no improvement. 403, 181, no improvement as well for Danielle. They are going to stay the same here in final qualifying.
Chris Stein up next on the left-hand side out of Silver Lake, Indiana. The Stein Tire 2016 Diamond chassis for level performance and OEM combustion. 407.9, the best effort so far for Chris. And Mike Kopko here on the right-hand side, the Steel City Rocket 2012 M&M chassis for Kopko's Auto Service. Sits number 20, 388.
Chris Stein, Mike Kopko. 11 up front for Chris Stein, and he will run 406. 388 for Mike Kopko. No 28 reaction time, so Kopko will not pick up any off the earlier Stein there. Chris Stein picks up just less than 100th of a second.
Ben Wilson Jr., left side of the racetrack. The 2011 Spitzer chassis. It's been a 432 with an 8. And Dale Foss here on the right-hand side out of Madison, Ohio, the 2019 American. It's been a 427 with a 5. Wilson with a pop there about mid-track. Going to coast through it. Only a 476, 430 for Dale Foss. Chris Wanakamer on the left-hand side. Pickens Metalworks 2010 Gebhardt chassis. Been a 451 with an 8. And Ashley Strickland here on the right side. Out of Harrisburg, North Carolina, the 21 M&M chassis. She's been a 431 with a 4.
Yeah, Ashley Strickland, the 434 and the 431 numbers that we see here in these previous sessions. That was pedaling the car. They have had some issues at the same point of the racetrack, so we'll see if whatever they have done to try and get that car to get through the volatile point out there. It's fixed here in this final session. Oh, wide camera. There it is. Ashley Strickland, 383, the number they've been looking for, 186 miles an hour to the 450-151 charge at a crisp wide camera.
Russ Whitlock, left side of the racetrack out of Mocksville, North Carolina, the Sunrise Tire and Auto 08 Race Tech. It's number 15, been a 382 with an 8, and T.G. Paschal here on the right side. The Dean's Performance 2012 Race Tech for Wright Trailers. T.G. 427.4, his best effort. .382.7 for Russ Whitlock. Picks it up by 1 thou. T.G. Paschal goes a 429.0.
Check. It's hard to tell with those cars. Check.
Larry Roberts out of Lawrence, South Carolina. The Roberts Equipment and Repair 2016 Race Tech. Number 8 qualifier, went a 380 with a 6. And Shannon Roberts on the right side out of Greenville, South Carolina. The 2010 Race Tech's been a 438 with a 9.
So a little father-daughter matchup right here. Larry left side, Shannon right side. Pre-stage bulbs are lit up. They work their way in here in final qualifying. 11th thou red for Shannon. Larry's 10 up front. 380, 189 miles an hour for Larry Roberts. Shannon going to go 440, 155.
Jordan Willis Parker on the left-hand side out of Kalamazoo, Michigan. The 2019 American chassis has been a 436.4. Trayton Parker on the right-hand side, also out of Kalamazoo, Michigan. 20 American chassis. He's been a 441.6 and a 441.8.
So Jordan Parker, Trayton Parker over there on the right side. Parker's going to go 441, 156. Jordan Parker at 437, 157 miles an hour.
The Kidzilla machine of Robert Pickens on the left-hand side. Number 10 qualifier to 381.1. Art Cioffi here on the right-hand side out of Campbell, Ohio. The 09 American chassis has been a 458 and a 459.
So Robert Pickens and Art Cioffi just about set to go. And Pickens strikes a tire and he has to lift. 7th thou red. Art Cioffi was 459, 150 miles an hour down the Ohio Cat Lane this evening.
All right, going to take just a moment here and check out the racing surface. But a huge run sitting back in the water box. Steve Furr, the right trailer's machine on the left side of the racetrack. Coming into this race, undefeated in elite top dragster competition so far this season. He is currently not qualified for the elite part of the program. So, huge run will finish out our Larice Motorsports Insurance top dragster. Steve Furr. Steve Furr has to go better than a 382.7 to get into the elite side of things. Furr left side out of Harrisburg, North Carolina, the Red Rocket 2013 American for Hoosier Tire, Par Racing Engines, and House of Pain. Max Butcher on the right-hand side, the 2023 American chassis out of Doylestown, Ohio. Furr on a pass right here. 006 goes 382.7. We will have to look. 189 miles an hour. We'll have to check here. So Steve Furr will miss it by less than 1 mile per hour. That's huge. Tisha Wilson, left side of the racetrack. Out of Salisbury, North Carolina, the Tony Wilson Hauling Residential Concrete Services Finney Builders Machine. Sits number 50 at a 439 with a 2. And Ashley Johnson on the right-hand side, your number 9 qualifier on the elite side of things. Won a 380 with a 6. Mickey Thompson, FTI, on board Johnson's machine. .380 with the 1 for Ashley Johnson. Best lap of the weekend so far. That'll actually move Ashley up to the number 7 qualified position. Alan O'Brien, right side of the racetrack. West Virginia base. Greenbrier Excavating 2011 race tech for Barry Allen Race Engines. It's number 8. Won a 380 with the 2. And Gabe Miles got himself a new machine there on the left-hand side. Alan O'Brien goes 381.6 at 189, 459.2 for Gabe Miles.
Courtney Enders here in the pits at the PDRA Doorslammer Challenge, and we've got, I always say this, the man of the hour, the man of everything, runs this show, but we're going to talk about the driving here for a minute. You're sitting on the top of the sheet with a 70. Is there any more out there for you?
Yeah, racetrack's hot out there right now, but hey, awesome facility here. The PDRA crew out there is doing a great job, so we're happy. We got out number 1 out there, so we're going to go up here, tune it up a little bit, and see if we can stay up there the rest of the weekend.
And we're at Summit Motorsports Park. The Baders just have built a beautiful facility. The weather's great, people in the grandstands, and these pits are absolutely packed. Car count is just huge here. What's that say about the PDRA?
It is. This 3rd race in a row. We're just record car count. It's awesome. You know, hats off to all the racers that are out here supporting us. You know, it's nothing better than that. You know, that's what we do this for, is for racers to come out here and just show off and show what they got. And they showed up here, and beautiful facility. You know, the Bader family just this is top notch. You don't get any better than this. So I always say that this is kind of the measuring point. So it's beautiful here. So good job to them. Good job to the PDRA staff, and good job to all the racers here. That's what's really important.
Now I have a really serious question here. This is what everybody wants to know. Did you get ice cream yet?
I have not, but you know, the thicker guys, we're not allowed to get ice cream when we're driving.
All right, there's your crew chief tip of the day. We got Tommy Franklin still sitting on top, but Night of Fire coming right up. Courtney Enders here again in the pits at the PDRA American Doorslammer Challenge, and came over to interview my good buddy Jay Cox over here, and he just thought I was kidding because I said let's talk from.
On me because I'm at the bottom. Let's be honest.
Let's talk from the bottom of the sheet, but for real, walk us through. You just walked me through from the burnout. You heard something fishy. What happened?
I just fired it up, did my burnout. About halfway through the burnout, I felt the motor go flat. Usually that's something in the valve train. And the push rod evidently didn't come all the way out. It just kind of got under the rocker enough to throw it off. I whomped it a couple times. I was like, this don't sound right. And I drove it enough. When I put it on a 2-step, I knew something bad was about to happen. So I just put it on a 2-step and lifted, and we coasted through there. And I think we set a track record, like 15 seconds or something.
I think you might have been looking at the sheet a little backwards, but the last time I talked to you on camera, You said something to me that stuck. You said, I ain't changing a sticker. I ain't cleaning this thing. Did you change a sticker?
I did change one sticker, but it was for a good cause. My girl Lizzie, she's she had some rough news, and we're trying to support her. You know, she's a good girl, great in the racing community, and you know, she got some nice stickers done up, and we're trying to support my girl. She better bring me some good luck right here on this next one, though.
I was going to say, no good deed will go unpunished, so she will, but I have a feeling the pumpkin will not be on the bottom for long. We'll see you next round.
Nah, we're going to turn it loose. It'll be good.
All right, Night of Fire coming up shortly, guys. Jay Cox.
Technology for your daily driver. Increase fuel mileage and restore power in your street car with VP's fuel system cleanup. Or give your race car a boost with VP's Octanium Under, improving your fuel's octane by up to 7 minutes and giving you the throttle response your performance car was built to deliver. That's VP Madness. Available at VPRacingFuels.com. At Mickey Thompson, we never stop innovating. Stop by today and see all the new drag racing tires that we have to offer, like the insanely quick Pro Bracket Radial to the Max Traction ET Drag. When Mickey Thompson decides to put this drag tire technology into a high-performing tire for the street, you know it's going to be outstanding. If you need the ultimate street living.
Hey guys, we are still in the pits here at the PDRA Doorslammer Challenge, and I've got Doorslammer man himself. I'm going to say this every time I interview you, the best hair in drag racing, especially now that Joey Gladstone cut it. Number 1 in Pro Stock right now, but I don't think that session really gave Pro Stock what it should have been that round.
No, I think it was a tough session for everybody, really. I mean, we barely got down. It shook the tires a little bit, and luckily when I plugged second, it cleared right up. But got a little over to the wall, but nothing crazy. But it was enough to, you know, I think we went 411, enough for the number 1 spot. I'm sure that's not going to hold for number 1 for the next session, but we're going to try it and give it all we got and see what happens.
You've been transitioning into this Pro Stock car, and one of your first races out in this thing, you go to the NHRA race last weekend. Give us a little bit of insight of what that was like.
Yeah, that was fun. So I'd never been to the quarter mile before, so we tested about a week prior to get my license and stuff to the quarter mile, and it was a blast. We like racing over there, and it was fun going to the quarter mile. Something about going 223 or 224 and pulling the chutes, it's just a great feeling.
So when you were out there just now, did you want to just keep going?
Yeah, I definitely just wanted to keep going and listen to it, yeah.
All right, guys, we've got Night of Fire coming up. Your number 1 qualifier in Extreme Pro Stock, Alan Drinkwater.
championship-winning race cars. Not only that, within that 20,000-square-foot facility stands a 2-story parts department with enough chassis components and related racing products to build another couple hundred hot rods. Call Jerry Bickle Race Cars today. They are the one-stop chassis shop. Fulton Racing Engines, building record-setting and championship-winning engines since 1972. Our reputation speaks for itself. Whether it's the PDRA Pro Nitrous record, first and only nitrous Pro mod to run 350s and 210 miles per hour, or the Pro 275 nitrous record of 365. Fulton Racing Engines can provide you with a durable and top-performing engine like...
Hey guys, we are still in the pits here at the PDRA Doorslammer Challenge, and I've got Doorslammers are my absolute favorite. Pro Stock, Extreme Pro Stock, you are sitting what, number 5, Dylan Voss. That session was a little bit iffy, I'd say. What happened out there?
Track's a little bald. You know, they run the pro street cars in front of us, and they kind of tear the track up a little bit, so we're trying to work around that. But beautiful weather here this weekend, so we're very fortunate for that. We just got to, the other guys have to work on getting the car the 60-foot clock. We did a pretty good job of it.
Now, this next round of qualifying, we've got something special. Explain what's going on and these side bets that you've got going on with your buddy you're going to race.
So they got what they call the horsepower wars. So the top 4 engine builders in qualifying will pair up against each other during the next race. So the last race, Kazi, Allen, Voss Power, and then there's one other engine builder, Sonny's, is in the horsepower war. So we're paired up against Johnny Placino, and then we'll have to run the winner of the Sonny's and Allen Power in the third round of qualifying.
Now, the Voss boys and Placino guys over there, you guys are good friends, but there's never a lack of smack talking. Would you guys have anything on the side?
Not right now. They're kind of struggling. We're kind of still working on our program, but the smack talk will not stop. Good friends off the track, but when we cross that water box, it's fists up, game on.
I think I'm going to go stir some stuff over there. We might hear from Johnny Placino here soon, but Dylan Voss, Extreme Pro Stock. Courtney Enders here in the pits at the PDRA Doorslammer Challenge, and I have got the champ, Extreme Pro Stock champ, Johnny Placino. First things first, let's talk about that run. Not really what you want to come out swinging with.
Yeah, went about 3 inches, so we need a lot more. Yeah, we'll get there.
Nice short answer there. A little bit about last weekend. You guys went out to the NHRA, back-to-back weekends here. What did your team have to do to kind of prep and get back to 8th mile racing?
Yeah, we just put our 8th mile setup back in. Kind of shows we got to work on our quarter mile setup a little bit because we got ran around out there. So we'll work on that. But in the meantime, we're back to our 8th mile stuff. We're pretty confident with what we got for that. We're going to keep working at it. Obviously, track went away a little bit there for that first session. A lot of guys weren't really going very far. So, but look, we all are on the same racetrack. We got to navigate it. My teammate Alan went to #1 spot. So we'll go out there. We'll make the necessary changes. The track will come around a little bit on this one because the temperature's going to cool down. Hopefully, they can keep some rubber on it. It'll help us all out. But we're all on the same track, so we'll make it happen.
So tonight, Night of Fire, you guys have the horsepower wars. We just had Dylan Voss over there explain what that is. Any kind of side bets going on, or are you guys just out there racing?
No, as long as we go to the other end, we should be okay. I think they went 171, so unless they put another spark plug wire on it, we should be all right.
So your engine builder, John Cossey, give him a little love here since this is all about the engine builders.
Oh yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. I mean, we should be out there going 177, 178, and we got great Cossey horsepower. We want to get it for him. The last 2 horsepower wars, we skipped a session, didn't even run Elijah, so he got the points on that one. So hopefully we can come back and get some points, load that banana up on a trailer, and see what happens.
There we go. There's a little bit of the smack talking I was looking for. Again, your champ, Johnny Placino.
Winning doesn't just happen. You have to engineer it. You have to test it and make it better than it was the last time. Our engineers have the passion to create the parts you need, the way you need them to be, again and again and again. We've led this game for over 40 years, and we design, refine, and perfect every valve train part worthy of the winner's circle.
We drive tech. We drive the industry, going beyond the limits and advancing forward. A versatile all-in-one solution. We're here for you every step of the way. And that's why you see Fuel Tech everywhere.
Around the globe, from 10,000 horsepower nitro burning engines to 50cc motorcycle engines, we have the lubricant and coolants you need. Our lineup of coolants, gear oils, greases, and motor oils have protected racers and championship class. Ester base oil and engineer our lubricants and your protection from there. That's not all. To be cool, you have to stay cool. And our lineup of coolant products includes water oil and our family of super cool products designed for cars, trucks, and all forms of power sports machinery. We even offer our super cool protection with antifreeze mixed in for colder climates. Visit redlineoil.com to learn more and to find a dealer near you. We design, cool, and race what we sell. At Hoosier Racing Tire, it's our mission to fuel passion, pride, and success in the motorsports industry. Let us put you in the winner's circle with our advanced technology and tires designed to perform. Hoosier offers a vast selection of tires for all motorsports needs. So whether you're a weekend warrior or a professional driver, Hoosier has you covered. Also, check out our all-new apparel line at HoosierTire.com. Be the envy of all your friends on and off the track in your new Hoosier tee, hat, or hoodie. Find your neighbor's authorized Hoosier distributor. Visit our website, HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tire. Tires designed for champions. Looking for the best carbon fiber wheelie bars? Look no further than the official wheelie bar of PDRA. MVM by Galop Motorsports. MVM by Galop Motorsports manufactures their wheelie bars to the highest quality, making them the only proven wheelie bar on the market. Check out MVM by Galop Motorsports on Facebook and give them a call. 910-305-2207.
At Classic Graphics, we're a one-stop shop for all your silk screening and embroidery needs. We've been a leader in the motorsports industry since the mid-'80s, producing everything in-house at our Southern California location. Our facility can print up to 1,000 shirts an hour, and our 3 large embroidery machines are capable of handling all of our embroidery needs. Silk screen t-shirts, whether it's in one color or both colors, hats, golf shirts, or your embroidered jackets. Give us a call or send us an email, and we'll work with you to exceed your expectations.
Looking for in-car radio services? Look no further than RH2A. Jim and I have a property in every PDRA event where we will assist you with your radio needs. Check them out online at www.rh2a.com or find them on Facebook at RH2 World Headquarters and like their page today.
If you're looking for the ultimate one-stop shop for everything and anything to do with drag racing, look no further than our official online classifieds at racingjunk.com. That's the world's largest online motorsports marketplace, racingjunk.com, where you can connect with other racers to buy, sell, or trade racing junk. With over $275 million worth of product listed every day, you'll find what you're looking for and more. And best of all, it's free. It's free to join. And it's free to post your ads on racingjunk.com. So get ready to start selling.
It's been over 18 years since Jerry Bickle Race Cars built their in-house designed 20,000 square foot facility in Moscow Mills, Missouri. Since then, Jerry and his talented staff of chassis fabrication specialists have built literally hundreds of incredible championship-winning race cars. Not only that, within that 20,000 square foot facility stands a two-story parts department with enough chassis components and related racing products to build another couple hundred hot rods. Call Jerry Bickle Race Cars today. They are the one-stop chassis shop. And the world's quickest programs to the wildest radio cars out there. If you want record-setting performance and reliability, you need Tie Drive. Like competitors Jim Halston, Tommy Franklin, David Reese, Kurt Stedman, Mike Decker, Spencer Hall, and Jay Cox. Tie Drive, the leading edge in converting drive technology for lockup and non-lockup style torque controls. Race-level results and a name that you can trust. Tie Drive. Catch you locked out. Delivering speed, power, and performance for over 30 years. After Performance Group is proud to be partnered with the PDRA as co-sponsors of both the Pro Street and Super Street classes again in 2023. In drag racing, you only get one chance to get it right. When winning and losing is everything to your race team, think AFCO.
Thank you to our sponsor, Stroud Safety. Stroud Safety designs and manufactures the racing industry's most durable and dependable safety equipment. Stroud products are made in Kentucky and Oklahoma, right here in the USA. If you want to use products that are high quality and made in the USA, reach for the ones with the big blue patch. For more
So finishing up, final track preparation before we go into Pro Nitrous for their second qualifying session of the day.
Test, test. Microphone.
Pro Nitrous, this is your call to the staging lanes, please. Schweitzer Dynamics. Pro Nitrous, you could be making your way into the staging lanes at this time. You have not already done so. Pro Boost, this is a standby call.
Testing.
Pro Boost, this is a standby call for you. So your attention to the pits, please. This is a reminder, the summit side of the racetrack is we have a lot of racers parked on the summit side, and it is also being used as a spectator parking area. Racers and crew, if you leave out the summit side gate, it is imperative that you and each and every person in the vehicle have proper credentials to re-enter. So once again, it is very busy over there on the summit side with spectator parking, and of course a lot of our racers are parked over there this weekend. And if you leave and want to re-enter, you and everybody in the vehicle have to have the proper credentials, i.e. your wristbands and so forth, to get back in. If you could make sure that is taken care of before you leave, would be greatly appreciated. It makes things much easier on our guest services staff here at Summit Motorsports Park.
All right, once again, we've called Schweitzer Dynamics Pro Nitrous cars. You should be making your way to the staging lanes. WS Construction Pro Boost, you are on standby. Get them on the ground, buttoned up and ready to go. Schweitzer Dynamics Pro Nitrous cars, we do need you to the staging lanes at this time.
So we have a Summit Racing parts call. Summit Racing parts call. If anybody has a spare fuel pump to a golf cart. And your question is good as mine, as in make, model, type. We don't have that. So if you happen to have a spare fuel pump to a golf cart, you have a racer in need, and you can take
Hey
that
guys, this is
to
Courtney
the
Enders. We
PDRA
are live down
registration
here
trip.
in the staging lanes. They are doing some track prep right now to come up for Q2 Friday Night Fire, and we have got the man, the myth, the legend here, Tyler Crossno, series director of the PDRA. Let the fans know kind of what they've missed if they missed Q1 and what's going to happen here tonight.
Yeah, we're got a pretty dang good show on tap. We got one hot rod sitting right here behind us. Jay Cox is going to be our first car out here in Schweitzer Dynamics Pro Nitrous. We're going to do a little opening ceremonies, do our prayer, national anthem, and then we're going to get right at it. So Jay's first car out. That kind of means you screwed up in Q1. Jay's going to try to make up for that right here. I think they said they broke a rocker arm. So we got a packed house. I mean, over 350 entries again. PDRA is alive, strong, and well. I can promise you that. 10 years, we told you it was going to be a blast. And I can tell you right now, after race 3, it's going to be a lot more storylines about what goes on here at Summit Motorsports Park. The house that Bill Bader and his father, Bill Bader Sr., Bill Bader Jr., and Evan Bader are carrying on right now. A beautiful facility. We are thankful to have them as a track partner and have them on board here with us with the PDRA. But we're about to go put on a show. We're glad you're tuning into FloRacing. Man, if we're coming to a town near you, come out and see us, man. We've got an awesome product. We have a whole lot of fun whenever you come to the racetrack. And I mean, face it, you get to see badass race cars. What more else would you like?
So not only is this Q2 Friday Night Fire, but you've got something special here. You've got the Nitrous Wars. What did you call it? The Engine Builders Wars. Give us a little insight to what's going to happen.
Yeah, so the last 2 pairs that'll come up in each category in Pro Nitrous, Pro Boost, Pro Street, or Pro Extreme Pro Stock, my bad. They are actually battling it out for an Engine Builders Challenge. In Nitrous Wars, we pass around a nitrous bottle. In Boost Wars, we pass around a valve cover. And we had a custom carburetor trophy built for Extreme Pro Stock. So it's kind of a little bit of bragging rights, kind of a little bit of smack talk back and forth between the drivers, the engine builders, everything else. But man, we all have a good time with it. And hey, I mean, if somebody gets a little in their feelings sometimes, hey, that's what makes a good storyline at times.
That's what's so cool about the drivers here at the PDRA. Not only do you have, like you said, badass race cars going for 200 miles an hour, but the personalities of this sport. And you guys are doing an awesome job highlighting that with stuff like this. Give us a little preview of who you think maybe is going to be talking a little smack or some side bets, or do you think these guys are just going to be out here going A to B?
Well, I mean, you can't ever count out this one. I mean, I kind of thought he was going to be in the middle of it, but he missed it for this one. But he's got a pretty good smack talker that made it in for Team UC and Ricky Smith. Jim Halsey's kind of walk quiet, carry a big stick, but Ricky Smith, he don't mind talking up a little bit. I mean, Ricky's been doing this shit for about 47 years, so I can tell you Ricky's not going to pass up on an opportunity to talk a little bit of smack when it comes down to getting on the racetrack.
I love it, guys. They are pulling up as we speak. They're going to finish up track prep, and we have got Friday Night Fire coming up next here at the PDRA Doorslammer National Challenge.
See ya.
So you will see our first car come around the corner, and that means we are ready to go drag racing tonight here at Friday Night Fire. So ladies and gentlemen, I want to welcome you to America's racetrack here at Summit Motorsports Park in beautiful Norwalk, Ohio for the Turbo Construction American Doorslammer Challenge presented by Callie's. Tonight's Friday Night Fire. We'd ask everyone to please stand and remove your hats for our invocation as we go trackside with Godspeed Ministries chaplain Tammy Smith, followed by our American national anthem being sang by Alaska Holloway. Tammy?
Let us pray. Father God, I thank you for the opportunity to come together and race. Father, I thank you for this amazing facility. I thank you for the PDRA and every team represented here today, Father. I thank you for the safety that you have given to us for the past 2 days and ask you to continue that through now. Father, I thank you for the freedom that you give us to race. Father, freedom is not free, and I thank you for our military and the prices that were paid to keep us free. Father, I thank you for our first responders, Father, and I thank you for the staff and everything that happens here today. Father, bless it. Bless it with safety. Bless it with good numbers, Father. Thank you for all that you allow us to do and experience. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' ray glare, the bombs bursting in air, carried proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
All right, Summit Motorsports Park, it's time to go. PDRA drag racing here at America's Racetrack. Jay Cox will roll into the water box to kick things off in Schweitzer Dynamics Pro Nitrous.
Yeah, Derek, we talked about Jay's consistency in his performance so far this season, yet here he is, first one out in Q2, and that means you did not have a good Q1. Jay Cox out of Smithfield, North Carolina. The Pumpkin 1969 Camaro for Butner Construction. Smithfield Collision got a big old Pat Musey power plant underneath the hood scoop. 973 cubic inches in that RJ Race Cars Camaro.
So Jay Cox will come back to the starting line, and he is in the danger zone. Jay Cox does not want to start race day the bottom half of the field, I can assure you of that. A guy that has already seen success this season knows he has the race car to go right towards the top. To be number one, you got to go quicker than 3.704, and that is currently being held by Tommy Franklin, your reigning event champion here at Summit Motorsports Park. All eyes are on the Butner Construction Chevrolet as we kick off Friday Night Fire. Very nice run for Jay. They're going in the direction that they want to be in. 372.6, 205.69 are the numbers there. So Jay goes down and right into the number 4 spot, and that's something they can work on with the final qualifying session you will see later tonight when they take a big swing at it.
Our next pair, Ed Burnley and Cam Clark. Clark still sitting in the burnout box. Not sure what's going on with that machine. Ed Burnley completed his burnout. Burnley out of Pasadena, Maryland, the Ironman 1969 Camaro for Southwind Refrigeration. And Cam Clark here on the right side out of Reidsville, North Carolina, the D&T Motorsports 69 Camaro for Cumberland Farm and Auto. Pat Musey Power Plants across the board here, 959 cubic inches. Both these machines struggled in the opening round of qualifying. Track temperatures are going to start to cool here. So hopefully the lap times drop as well.
So Burnley and Clark going to square off with their 69 Camaros. Ed Burnley, very surprising to see him sending in the number 15 spot right now at 5:58. That is what he was able to muster in Q1. A guy that is a very aggressive race car, only gets after it. We just seen Jay Cox go down that summit side to a 3:72 elapsed time. Burnley knows the racetrack's there. We'll see if the tune-up on the race car. To A to B. Burnley's going to the top end under full power. Look at the numbers on the scoreboard, folks. 3.701. Ed Burnley in the Ironman Camaro goes to number 1 by 3 thousandths of a second. We've seen the very nice run on a Jay Cox that it's got to make Ed Burnley feel good. He came up there and right down the summit lane with ease. So he goes from number 15 to number 1. So Cam Clark had some issues and coast on down. Now, that's going to bring up our next pair.
Jim Widener here on the right-hand side out of Batesville, Indiana. The 2017 Corvette for BES Racing Engines. Widener Automotive, Induction Solutions, VP Race Fuels, and Holly EFI. He sits number 12, only won a 496 with the 7. And Dave Romer, left side out of North Ridgeville, Ohio. The Gladiator 1968 Camaro for R&R Auto Body, PPG Painter Supply. Charlie Buck provides the horsepower for that machine, 959 cubic inches of it. And Jerry Bickle built that hot rod.
I can assure you this is going to be the start of some stellar performances this evening that you will see in Friday Night Fire. Teams have got a handle on the racetrack. The sun starts to tuck down below the John Force grandstands. And the teams are able to get after their tune-up a little bit more than what they were today. That sun was beating down on the entire racing surface. So Dave Romer and Jim Widener will square off here in Q2. Romer and Widener both chattered the tires earlier in the day. Back to the drawing board. See if they got it figured out right here. Side-by-side drag race, top end. Look at the numbers. Jim Widener, 3.700. The BES Racing Engine Corvette is your new number 1 qualifier by 1 thousandth of a second, and you can't take anything away from the R&R Auto Body team. Dave Romer at 372.9, 201.46, and stellar runs to the top of the racetrack right there. That's what we're looking for, and the teams are delivering it. We have seen Ed Burnley go to number 1. Jim Widener now holds that top spot, and we're just wondering who the first driver is going to be that goes into the 60s. It's going to happen. But that was a monster run out of both teams.
So our next pair completing the burnout process, John Vergatz here on the right-hand side of Erie, Pennsylvania, the A1 Automotive 69 Camaro. They call it Dark Knight. Charlie Buck horsepower underneath the hood. He went a 382.1 on his first attempt. And Blake Housley, left side, out of Lee Summit, Missouri. The Jet Club LLC, 41 Willys, Flying H drag strip, M&M transmissions. He's got a Fulton power plant between the frame rails of that hot rod.
John Vergatz, you just mentioned going that 382 number. Sure, we're going to see Vergatz go a mid to high 70 here. The A1 Automotive Camaro. It's ready to pull to the pre-stage beam. Right side, Blake Housley continues to purge the nitrous oxide into the atmosphere. And here comes the blue, 1941 Willys. They're in the summit lane. Now we're going to see another side-by-side drag race. And we're about to find out in just a moment. Housley and Vergatz set to go. Vergatz is going to the other end, 3.791. John Vergatz picks up 0.03 of a second here in Q2 to take the Dark Knight Chevy into the number 10 spot. Blake Housley goes out, and just before half track, the car is pushing towards the left side of the racetrack and decides, well, we're going to abort the run. See you in Q3.
Jackie Sloat and Mike Achenbach up next. Achenbach here on the right-hand side out of Wind Gap, Pennsylvania, the deep purple 69 Camaro for Canvas Plus and MJA Installations. He went a 371.5 in the first round of qualifying. Jackie Sloan, left side out of Milan, Michigan, the Sloan Boys Racing 69 Camaro for Cox Trucking, Mullins Auto Parts, Hoosier Tire, LaFont Performance Center, and a Pat Musey power plant underneath the hood scoop.
Jackie Sloan, Mike Achenbach bring their first-gen Camaros. Pre-stage beam. Achenbach is only 16 thousandths a second away going into the 60s. That earlier 371.5 elapsed time. Can he do it right here? About to find out. Achenbach's on a run. Watch the Ohio Cap scoreboard. There it is, Norwalk. 368.9, 204.17's the numbers. And Mike Achenbach is your new number one qualifier in the category. Jackie Saloon, 387.196. Going to be that team's best run of the weekend so far. So we've had our first driver to go into the 60s, and it's Mike Achenbach. We will see if that number one qualifying spot is short-lived.
I'm going to say probably for another couple minutes because here comes Marcus Butner and Tommy Franklin. Tommy came into the session number one. He'll be on the right-hand side of the racetrack out of Fredericksburg, Virginia, the Jungle Rat 69 Camaro for Franklin Electric, SmartCom Home Technologies, and Rogers Automotive. And Marcus Butner, left side, out of Tobaccoville, North Carolina. The Butner Construction 69 Camaro for Twin City Rebar. Pat Musey Power Plants across the board here. Butner, 373.6 on his first attempt. Tommy Franklin with a 370 with a 4 and led qualifying in Q1. Nothing more he'd like to do than take it back right here. Has to go quicker than the 368.9 that you just saw Mike Achenbach lay down. If you're on the grounds here this weekend, Butner has new team shirts. Stop by and check them out.
So Marcus Butner and Tommy Franklin. Gonna battle it out right here. We've seen big numbers out of the car sitting in the left-hand side. Eric Galot and Virginia Motorsports Park, the previous races that we've had on tour. How low can you go? 368.9. It's currently number 1. Franklin's in. Tree fires. They're out and away. Side by side to the top end. 367.0. 205 the speed. And Tommy Franklin, just like that, takes the top spot back. Marcus Butner, his 368.6 elapsed time is good enough for number 2. But Tommy Franklin started this session number 1, and he's back there once again. Franklin's got a very good running hot rod here in Norwalk, just like he had last year. And he is fighting for that top position.
WS Construction Pro Boost. You should be in the staging lanes. WS Construction Pro Boost. Final call to be in the staging lanes. And Derek, here we go with our Nitrous Wars competition. Billy Albert on the left-hand side of the racetrack out of Wytheville, Virginia. The El Chapo 1969 Camaro, structural mechanical, and Albert Racing engines. Ricky Smith here on the right-hand side out of King, North Carolina. The Parkway Ford 2022 Mustang for PD Fleet, Boss Buddy, Stocksmith Racing. He utilizes Pat Musey horsepower underneath the hood scoop of the red machine.
So we've just seen 3 drivers go into the 60s so far this session. And now you have the guy that comes up on the right side, Tricky Ricky Smith. The SoCal and Parkway Ford Blue Oval Mustang, who has been to the semifinal appearance, a runner-up finish, and is setting number 2 in points. So you know Ricky Smith has a very fast hot rod. It went kaboom in Q1 and coasted to 383.7 and only 164 miles an hour. So I can assure you, if Ricky's got the tune-up in this race car here, he could take down Tommy Franklin's 367 number. The car rolls the beam. Billy Albert, 370 with a 7, 202. And Ricky Smith at 394, 205. But as the tree dropped, you've seen Ricky's car roll through. That started the timer and threw the run all the way off, each incremental down the racetrack. So Billy Albert, that was a very nice run for him. He will go to number 6. And we see that close gap just blows it in between our top 8 drivers in the category. Just a few thousandths separating them.
So the other half of our Nitrous Wars in the burnout box, right-hand side of the racetrack. Chris Rini out of Hickory, North Carolina. The Silver Bullet 1969 Camaro for ATI Performance Products. Chris's Automotive, L&R Auto Sales. He's got Charlie Buck horsepower underneath the hood scoop. He won a 371.0. We watched that car go in the 60s yesterday in testing. So can Chris Rini take the number 1 spot? But he's got a tough competitor on the left-hand side. Jim Halsey, Havre de Grace, Maryland, the Daddy Shark 68 Camaro for Schweitzer Dynamics, Purnell Body Shop, and Davis Race Engines. He's got Fulton power underneath the hood scoop of his hot rod. And we saw something rare. He struggled in first round of qualifying. Does he come out here and lay a number down, Derek?
Yeah, I think both teams are going to swing for it right here. Jim Halsey, very capable of going 366 or quicker. And Chris Rini, I believe they are very comfortable with the silver bullet. Been running good with Buck horsepower this year. We've seen almost every single car come out in Q2 and go down this racetrack with no issues whatsoever. You go 366 anything or faster, you're the #1 qualifier. Look at the front end hiked in the air for Halsey. A little smoke out of the Daddy Shark Chevrolet. 367.4, but it's not quick enough because Chris Reaney goes 367.0, and off of speed, he is #2. Tommy Franklin's 205 holds on to the top spot to end out session #2 in Schweitzer Dynamics Pro Nitrous. And a stellar side-by-side drag race out of both teams, and we've seen that each and every pair all throughout Pro Nitrous. So that, hopefully, will show what our Pro Boost category is going to be like as they come into the water box. And they're already bringing one to life.
Mincer Motorsports Pro Street. Pro Street, we need you to the staging lanes, please. Mincer Motorsports Pro Street, presented by AFCO Racing. We need you to the staging lanes at this time, please. Pro Street, we need you. So now we move into WS Construction Pro Boost, presented by P2 Contracting and Tie Drive. First car to take time here in Q2 is Wes DeStefano out of Waterford, Michigan, in the Skinny Kids Race Cars 72. Oldsmobile Cutlass, Richards Auto Parts, Shameless Racing, Liberty's Gears, and Proline Racing on board this machine. Wild looking piece over on the left-hand side here at Summit Motorsports Park.
Oh, hold on, Wes DeStefano was that thing out there. 377, 202, and the front end was hiked in the air almost all the way to the 660-foot mark. It powered wheelied right at the half track, and Wes DeStefano had his hands full.
I think if you look it up in Webster's, that's the definition of full send right
That
there.
was
Just
a
let
full
it
send.
eat.
Wes DeStefano, 377.0202, getting down with it here in the second qualifying session in the old Skinny Kids race car. Fire up two more. Waiting for these cars to come to life. And here we go.
All right, so our next pair, Paul Gibbs here on the right-hand side out of Mineral Bluff, Georgia, the 1970 Barracuda, and Scott Quisenberry, left side of the racetrack. I don't think Paul Gibbs is stopping.
No, Paul Gibbs did a burnout and decided that he's just going to go on down and not make the run. Some kind of mechanical failure. Hopefully he has brakes. That's what I'm kind of wondering. If Paul Gibbs has a brake pedal that's working in that thing. Because right after the burnout, the car didn't even slow down. It just kept rolling. So I'm sure he'll get off the top end safely.
So sitting over on the left-hand side of the racetrack is Scott Quisenberry, the Ohio-based 41 Willys with the wild-looking Batman paint scheme on it. And as we watch down at the top end, hopefully Gibbs makes the right-hand turn, and he does.
And Scott Quisenberry goes silent right here on the starting line. So we will go out and push the Vienna, Ohio Jones Paint machine off. Take a look at the right lane as well. I believe there's some kind of part or piece out there around the half track. And as we take care of those two things, we will continue on here in Pro Boost Q2.
We do have our track spotters out there checking things out, making sure the racing surface is clear. Thank you, Donnie Urban. Appreciate you. All right, so we checking the racing surface, getting Quisenberry moved out of the way. We'll fire our next pair. Preston Tanner and Kenny Lang. Lang here on the right-hand side. The Miller Welders, 1969 Camaro for NGK spark plugs and VP race fuels. Al Billis, the crew chief on this machine here right side. And Preston Tanner out of Rensselaer, Indiana, the Sweetheart 2015 Corvette. Strange Engineering, Talbot Manufacturing, Manhattan Collision Center, and YO Motorsports on board his machine. Jeff Pierce turning the wrenches in the Tanner camp. Menser Motorsports Pro Street. Menser Motorsports Pro Street. You should be in the staging lanes.
So waiting on Kenny Lang to roll up. That Camaro on the right side. Preston Tanner. Cleaned it out a few times. So let's go. I'm ready. 23-year-old. Kid out of Indiana. Takes on the pro modified veteran. Canada, Kenny Lang. Lang's in. Preston set. Here we go. Tanner's on a run at 362.4, 206.92 miles an hour. And the Chevrolet Corvette of Preston Tanner's your new #1 qualifier. How about that run, Norwalk? Kenny Lang, 369. 205.66. We'll go to number 11.
Ken Cortuccio on the right-hand side, the serial killer, 1969 Camaro for Eastside Auto Transport, Proline Racing, Menser Motorsports, M&M Transmissions, and Carmack Engineering. Rodejan Basato, left side, Team Fuel Tech, the 2022 Camaro. Both these machines struggled in the first round of qualifying. Track conditions have changed dramatically as we're seeing guys lay down numbers. Keep your eyes on the machine here on the right-hand side of the racetrack. One of the most consistent cars in WS Construction Pro Boost.
Posado, Cortuccio. The battle, the red Camaros coming to the starting line. Old school and new school at its finest. That 2022 and the 1969 bodies that you see. Sato and Team Fuel Tech. They're on the left side. Posato's out of power. Cortuccio 367, 203, and I'm almost positive that I heard Ken Cortuccio maybe blip it once out there. So maybe felt the car start to shake, try to catch it a little bit. But needless to say, he does make his best running up to the number 8 spot, 367.3 and 203. So just a little cleanup on the starting line. Right there before we send our next pair between James Beadling and Derek Ward. Right now, 22 drivers are fighting for 16 spots. The spread right now looks from a 362 down to a 392. I assure you, by the end of Q3, it'll be much tighter than that.
Fabrication, the winningest header builder on the PDRA. Many champions in the past like Ricky Smith, Brandon Snyder, Eric McKinney, Tommy Franklin, all use Pro Fabrication for all their header building and exhaust system needs. You'll find them in all motorsports out there. So make sure to check them out on the web at www.profabrication.com or see them in the pit area this weekend. Parker Incorporated is a design-build firm that specializes in steel structures, custom equine facilities, and commercial projects to meet all of your needs. We offer design services that make your dreams a reality. SP Tools USA is a proud sponsor of PDRA. Our range of tools cover air tools, power tools, hand tools, specialty tools, garage equipment, and other associated products. For over 40 years, SP has been at the forefront of design and manufacturing. We would love to earn your business. SP Tools, manufactured for the professional.
Coolshirt Systems is the world's premier driver cooling system, cooling over 50,000 drivers to date. Whether it's the ultra-portable and convenient drag pack system or the long-lasting club system, Coolshirt has a cooling system to keep you cool in the lanes. Check out their webpage at www.coolshirt.com to find a product that best suits your needs.
Many champions in the past like Ricky Smith, Brandon Snyder, Eric McKinney, Tommy Franklin, all use Pro Fabrication for all their header building and exhaust system needs. You'll find them in all motorsports out there. So make sure to check them out on the web at www.profabrication.com or see them in the pit area this weekend. Top drivers and racing teams around the world for over a decade. Street cars, track cars, Harleys and boats. Motorsports Insurance offers racers broad packaged insurance policies that don't lose gaps in coverage. We offer on and off-track coverage for racers, and starting in 2023, perfect run and best package programs, along with our contingency program. You spend money on insurance to get to the track and win. Now collect money when you win. Visit them online at LarisMotorsportsInsurance.com or scan the barcode on the banners here at the track.
All right, Alaska's out in the stands handing out Summit coupons. If you're interested in getting a Summit coupon, flag her down. She is handing those out throughout the grandstands. Also tell her that was a great job with the national anthem. She knocked it out of the park for us here earlier. Track prep's just about wrapped up. A few more laps with the rotator.
Hey guys, Courtney Enders here in the staging lanes while we do a little track prep here. We've got Spencer Hyde. You've got some accolades that are going crazy now. We've got World Series of Pro Mod Champ, but right now we're talking PDRA, and you are not sitting where you want to. What do you guys have? What have you changed, and what do you have for this qualifying session?
We missed it a bit on Q1 this afternoon, but we made some good test runs yesterday. We went 364, so we're just going to try and go out and do that again tonight.
Now you guys got a little bit more going on in the pits this weekend. Talk about the other cars you have over there.
I got the original green stock here, the 66 Biscayne, and Jack's here driving it. He's 81 years old, and he's having a blast.
Awesome. Are you kind of the pit bitch on that thing?
Sorry, I missed that.
Are you the pit bitch on that thing?
I'm absolutely the pit bitch on that thing.
Awesome. Well, good luck and be safe out there, Spencer.
Thanks, Court.
Ward here on the right-hand side, the DNS Concrete 69 Camaro out of Friendship, Maryland. Struggled on his first attempt. Not qualified as of right now since number 22. James Beedling, left side of the racetrack out of Olmsted Falls, Ohio. The Kelling Equipment 2018 Camaro for SSI Industries. He's your number 14 qualifier to 371.9.
All right, James Beedling will bring that Kelling Equipment Camaro back to the starting line left side. Derek Ward's already ready to start to bring his into the beam for DNS Concrete. Beedling, who went 71.9 in the opening qualifying session. All the way at the bottom half of the field right now. Throw up a solid 60 number, be safe. He's got a long way to go to get there. Let's see what he can do. He had some issues in Q1. Clean run for Derek Ward, 365, 202 miles an hour as Beedling fades away to a 4:19 elapsed time. And we talked about where Derek Ward was at number 22. Well, now he's number 3. 365.0, 202.15, and that's a stellar run, especially when you look at where he's Preston Tanner, Melody Salemi, and there's Derek Ward's name, that qualifying list. So our trackside spotters will jump the wall momentarily. Check out the racing surface. Rob Cox and William Brown. Ready to go. looks like we'll be bringing the tractor out potentially once again.
RC Components, where you get top-of-the-line wheels made by racers for racers. From the street to the strip, we have what you need to gain the competitive edge. Get yours and join Team RC today. RC Components, wheels with class. Davis Technologies. For 25 years, we've been the leader in traction control, unparalleled tech support, multiple world records, and the never-ending journey of speed. Patented software, a simple interface, and proven results make us who we are. And always engineered and made in America. Imitated but never duplicated. Davis Technologies. When only the best will do. Nash Competition Engines has been in business building racing engines and delivering quality machinery for almost 40 years. Located in Scarborough, Ontario, Canada, about 1.5 hours from Buffalo, New York. Our fully tooled machine shop specializes in boosting, nitrous small block, big block, and import engines. We also handle most block cylinder head repairs and stock parts for all your racing needs. We're happy to support the PDRA and helping the Pro Street class grow. So please visit us so we can help you. Hickory Enclosed Trailer Sales and Racing Performances Motor Coaches is a family-owned business. We are a leader in the industry offering a wide variety of quality enclosed trailers and motor coaches to suit every racer's needs. Check us out at www.hickoryenclosed.com.
Hey guys, we are back here in the staging lanes again as we do just a little bit of track maintenance, and we've got the number 2 qualifier as of right now, Carolina kid Travis Harvey. Different racetrack, different weather. What do you guys change for tonight?
The conditions change a lot. Track's getting better, so we're going to swing for it and see what we got. I'm looking for probably a 60 or 61.
You have been just in everything. You have been doing so well. The momentum is just rolling for you. You have to feel good about that rolling into race 3 of the PDRA season.
And I'm just blessed to be here, and I got a lot of good people behind me. And I've just been lucky the last few months. I've been doing good, and hope I can keep it rolling.
Listen, I think if you're saying months, you can't throw luck into there. That takes some skill and a nice team, and we are rooting for you. Good luck this weekend.
Thank you. Thank you.
Engineer our lubricants and your protection from there. That's not all. To be cool, you have to stay cool. And our lineup of coolant products includes water line and our family of super cool products designed for cars, trucks, and homes and power sports machinery. We even offer our super cool protection with antifreeze mixed in for colder climates. Visit redlineoil.com to learn more and to find a dealer near you. Redline Oil, engineered for enthusiasts by enthusiasts. We design, pour, and race what we sell. Want an experienced and professional staff working on your engine? Then head on over to Nesbitt Performance Engines located in Graham, North Carolina. The extremely knowledgeable and friendly staff at Nesbitt Performance is dedicated to giving you the highest quality, most consistent, reliable engines in the industry. Nesbitt Performance offers full in-house machine shop services with some of the industry's newest up-to-date equipment, giving them top quality control while giving you, the racer, the extra edge you're looking for. Paired up with top name brand parts such as Brodix heads and blocks, Dart, World Products, T&D rockers, and Brad Miller lifters, Nesbitt Performance keeps a large inventory of parts in stock to keep you in the driver's seat. When you're ready to take your racing program to the next level, give Nesbitt Performance Engines a call. Hickory Enclosed Trailer Sales and Racing Performances Motor Coaches is a family-owned business. We are a leader in the industry offering a wide variety of quality enclosed trailers and motor coaches to suit every racer's needs. Check us out at www.hickoryenclosed.com. PSI Superchargers, your home of mind-blowing performance since 1988. PSI is home to the original screw supercharger used on many of the front-running PDRA Pro Boost, Top Sportsman, and Top Dragsters. Visit us today at psisuperchargers.com.
Thanks for keeping with us here at the PDRA Doorslammer Challenge. We are on the starting line while they are doing a little bit of track maintenance, but I think where's Waldo? Are you lost here? We've got Lance Stanford from the Carolina No Time. What are you doing down here?
I'm with Travis Harvey. You know, that's my right-hand man, so I come up to support him this weekend.
What do you think of the PDRA show?
Oh, it's a great show. Definitely a great show. I love it.
Talk to us a little bit about what you guys have coming up the pipeline for Carolina No Time.
June 23rd, 24th, we got 4 classes. We also got Dunk Mouse, Boost Doctor, so we got some big wheel cars going to be there as well. So come out, car show, bike show, truck show. Got a whole lot of stuff going on.
Listen, this is proof in the pudding. The PDRA is for everybody. Again, guys, Lance Stanford, check out the Carolina No Time, also streamed on FloRacing.
Championships. Sonny's builds engines for Extreme Pro Stock, Pro Nitrous, Top Sportsman, Top Dragster classes, and bracket engines. Sonny sells engine components to engine builders throughout the world. Check out Sonny's new 5.3 wedge billet cylinder heads with water jackets and billet runner intakes for all-out nitrous applications. All built in-house at Sonny's. If you want the best, then Sonny's is the choice. With over 53 years in business, Sonny's leads the way. We have a complete in-house facility for manufacturing our own parts and components. Our research and development is second to none. Sonny's Racing also offers on-site technical advice at all PDRA races. Visit our website at sonnysracingengines.com.
We are still down here live on the starting line at the PDRA. We have got literally next up right here watching a tractor come down. Rob, sitting number 10 right now. What'd you guys switch up to make it happen this round?
We just try to get a little bit more so we can go down to try to qualify a little bit better, and of course, just get a little bit more.
What's it like in your mentality whenever you're sitting right here ready to fire it up and then you've got a 15, 20-minute stop?
It's hard. It's hard because you get started up in your mentality to get your burnout and all that stuff in, and you get interrupted, so you just try to keep focused.
Listen, I know you got it good because Mike Earl's back here. He's got the tires taken care of for you.
That's right. That's right.
Good luck, man.
All right, bud. Thank you.
All right, next pair fire up here. Rob Cox, left-hand side of the racetrack out of Carlton, Michigan. The Cox Trucking 2017 Camaro for Type A Motorsports, Modern Racing, Elite Motorsports, Corrigan Oils, Noonan Race Engineering, and Pro Charger. In WB3, William Brown III on the right-hand side out of Chesapeake, Virginia. The Blue Magic 1969 Camaro for Proline Racing, Fuel Tech, and Brown Racing. And Derek, yesterday, WB3 made some career best runs here at Norwalk.
That he did. I believe it was a 360 laps time that we've seen in testing. And if William were to lay that down right now, that would put him in the top half of the field, the number 8 spot. Rob Cox comes back to the starting line, left-hand side. Cox Trucking Camaro. Down there on the number 14 spot. Gonna climb up to the middle half. He's safe. And hopefully here on race day. Either way you look at it, a couple teams are going home. Only 16 spots and 22 drivers trying to be here tomorrow. Brown's in. Cox is set. There they go. A little tire shake, it looked like, for Cox, and 3.708 for William Brown at 206 miles an hour. 378, 200 the speed for Rob Cox. That's going to put William Brown number 15. Cox is 14. James Beadling's on the bump at 371.9 at 205.51.
Another old school, new school matchup here. Bob Bauer here on the right-hand side at Elma, New York. The Galaxy Auto Play 69 Camaro. BP Race Fuels, Hoosier Racing Tire, Red Horse, and G-Force Race Cars. Bob currently not qualified. Left-hand side, Scott Wilgus out of Sebringville, Ontario, Canada. Smokey's Garage 2019 Camaro for Remax, Clark Construction, and Fraser Asphalt. Wilgus has struggled thus far this season. Currently sits in the number 12 spot, win a 368.9 on his first attempt.
Bob Bauer the third looking to dig deep right here. The Galaxy Auto Place Camaro. We have the horsepower to make it happen. Wildest of the team, they worked really hard. Done some testing. Get that Smokey's Garage Camaro where it's at. Look at Scott Wildgus. Look at that 364.5. Scott, 209 the speed, 373, 198. Both drivers make their best runs. Bauer still not in the show by 0.02 of a second, but Scott Wildgus climbs right up the leaderboard to the number 3 spot. Hats off to Smokey's Garage, the entire team down there. They have worked for that run. Car, you can just see it pulling away from Bob Bauer all the way down the 660-foot race course, but a very solid Q2 effort.
So that'll bring up your number 11 qualifier so far. Randy Weatherford on the left-hand side at a Danville, Virginia, the WS Construction 2021 Camaro. And Spencer Hyde out of Stratford, Ontario, Canada on the right-hand side, the Jack and the Greenstock 69 Camaro. Summers Generators, Hyde Electric, Wilhelm Concrete, R&R Sand and Gravel on board his machine. Spencer sits all the way back in the number 22 spot. Did not get down the racetrack in Q1. Needs to go better than a 371.9 to move up into the field.
Randy Weatherford, Spencer Hyde, ready to battle here. Q2. We've seen almost each and every team make great runs. Spencer's right alongside of Randy Weatherford. There's the scoreboards light up. 364.6, 208.30 for Randy. Spencer trails right behind him. 367.9. Spencer Hyde. That's going to put Randy Weatherford into the number 4 spot. Spencer goes to number 12.
Liberty's Gears Extreme Pro Stock, we need you. Liberty's Gears Extreme Pro Stock, presented by AED Competition. We need you to the staging lanes at this time, please. Extreme Pro Stock, we need you.
So now this will bring up the Pittsboro, North Carolina. Narrow out there for Jason Harris. Jason, this is dad Bob, their team, Performance Auto. Line Racing and Fuel Tech, ProCharged Chevrolet. Jason's 365-2 start of the session. A lot higher than number 8. That's where he finds himself at the half of the field. Jason on a single run. Supposed to be alongside of Jimmy Pelikarski, who did not show up here. Jason Harris, 3:59.4, 207 miles an hour, and Jason went from number 8 to number 1. A stellar effort down the summit side for the Pittsboro, North Carolina Jason Harris, the first driver to go into the 50s here at Summit Motorsports Park this weekend. In qualifying, 3:59.4. Now that is the number everybody's going to try and chase.
The next pair, Scott Lang on the left-hand side out of Charlotte, North Carolina, the AML Motorsports 2018 Camaro for Proline Racing, Fuel Tech, and KAB. He went a 3:65.2, finds himself in the number 8 spot now. And Dustin Nesloni here on the right-hand side, the second half of the Team Galot. The first Team Galot car you'll see this round of qualifying. Proline, Pro Charger. Dustin went a 3:65.7 and is in the number 9 spot in qualifying so far.
Scott Lang. We've seen some nice runs out of that team on the left-hand side. The AML Motorsports Camaro. And surprised to see either one of these cars to go 362, 363. That's being on the soft side. I think they can go even quicker.
Yeah, nothing but heavy hitters remain here in this round of qualifying, so we'll see.
Nesloni right, Lang left. 3 stage bulbs are lit. These 2 Camaros go head-to-head. Lang's out of power. Nesloni 3:66.8. 209 miles an hour. They did not improve. They slowed up just about 100th of a second from Q1. Scott Lang went out just about half track when the car went silent.
Liberty's Gears Extreme Pro Stock presented by AED Competition. We need you. Pro Stock, we need you for Q2 to the staging lanes at this time, please. Pro Stock, we need you. Kurt Stedding and Joe Albright. Kurt Stedding here on the right side. Stedding out of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, the P2 Contracting, YO Motorsports, Tie Drive, P2 Paving Machine, And Joe Albright left side out of West Babylon, New York. The Fletcher Cox owned 1969 Camaro for Cox Racing, DeSoma Racing Engines, Shady Trail Ranch, and Pro Charger. And this is Boost Wars. Albright representing DeSoma, Kurt Stedding, YO Motorsports.
So Fletcher Cox standing out in front of his race car as Joe pulls towards the pre-stage beam. Guide him in right there, and they're going to readjust where Kurt Stedding will line his P2 contracting Camaro up into the groove that he laid down in the burnout. You got Todd Tutterow, Ty, a lot of great people over there on the right-hand side of the racetrack. Think back to Q1. Kurt went 366, and boy, did he drive that race car. Thing turned sideways on him.
I'm pretty sure it was on two wheels at one point.
Past half track. You could see the passenger side door from the tower. And well, that's never a good thing. But Joe Albright, Stedding, how low can you go? Bottom half of the field players right now. Going to change things up. We've seen almost every team improve. Some, well, by a lot. Especially if you're a guy like Jason Harris. Won 359.4 to be number one. Side-by-side drag race to the top end. 363. 209 for Kurt Stedding, 366, 206 the speed. For Joe Albright, that's going to put Kurt to number 3. And Joe Albright makes his best run to number 11 here in this second session of qualifying tonight.
Liberty's Gears Extreme Pro Stock, we need you. Pro Stock, we need you to the staging lanes. Travis Harvey and Melanie Salemi. Melanie here on the right-hand side out of Buffalo, New York, the 2019 Camaro. Ali Installations, Liberty's Gears, Quick Drive, Ross, NGK, LAT, and VP Race Fuels, as well as Steady Eddies. On board her machine. She's now number 4 qualifier to 364.4. And Travis Harvey, your current points leader in the class. On the left-hand side, the Galat Motorsports 69 Camaro for Proline Racing, Fuel Tech, VP Racing Fuels, LAT Racing Oils, Pro Charger, and M&M Transmissions. Melanie won a 364.4 on her first attempt. Travis, a 365.1. This is your final pair.
Yeah, two cars that are very capable of going into the 50s. Yeah, so the horsepower to Mike Stowicki's shop for Melanie Salemi. And of course, Travis Harvey and Team Proline. Battle between the engine builders, Boost Wars. And both teams are going to throw everything they got at the racetrack right here. Melanie was number 1 at the start of the session. She is now number 4. Trying to be the next driver to go into the 50s. So Melanie's pre-stage, Travis starts to move in. There goes Salemi, top end, 362, 210 miles an hour. Comes up a little short. She picks up 200 overall. Travis clicks it off at 477, 106. But Melanie grabs one spot there in qualifying to go to number 3. Picking up 200s, as I talked about. So Jason stays 1, Preston Tanner 2, Melanie Salemi is 3. Pro Stock. Pro Street, excuse me.
So opening round of Mincer Motorsports Pro Street presented by AFCO Racing proved to be a challenge to most of these drivers as they struggled to get the small tire down this race course. Bill Riddle led the way with a 4:02.1. And I will anticipate we will see some 3-second runs this round of qualifying. Mike Jones first up on the left-hand side out of Hazel Green, Alabama. The Pressurized Solutions 08 Cobalt for B&B Race Cars and VP Race Fuels. Mike Jones starts building the boost and bumping into the bottom bulb. Coast through at a 5:39 at 126. Nick Agostino next up on the left-hand side out of Markham, Ontario, Canada. The Cannoli Express 69 Camaro for M&M Transmissions and NASA Competition Engines. One of the quickest and fastest cars here in the category struggled in the first round of qualifying.
To Nick Agostino. Cannoli Express Camaro. There it is. Watch the scoreboard. 4.006. 205 miles an hour. Nick Agostino by 200 takes over the top spot of the category from Bill Riddle, who had it at 4:02. Just look at the speed out of Nick Agostino, 205, and you look at everybody else in the category, it's a 17-mile-per-hour difference. Yeah, an absolute rocket ship Agostino's car is. You see that thing. Once it takes off from the starting line, it rolls out slow, and it is just gone to the other end.
That'll bring up Ron Stang, the 2013 Camaro, left side of the racetrack, and Dan Bosco, the 74 Maverick, here on the right-hand side. Dan in the Maverick had some issues keeping the body panels on it and testing yesterday. Looks like he's got them all repaired. Hopefully they'll withstand the pressure this trip.
Tree fires. Ron Stang goes nowhere. Dan Bosco to the top end at 466. For Bosco, 168 miles an hour. Looks like he lost the hood off the Maverick. So we're going to have to retrieve that. Ron Stang's going to coast on down. Bosco makes his best run here this weekend.
Next pair coming to life. In the water box, Scott Kincaid and Ty Casper. Kincaid here on the right-hand side of Thornhill, Tennessee, 69 Camaro. And Ty Casper out of Westville, New Jersey, the 05 Mustang. For Victus Baseball Bats, Vibrant, ATI Performance Products, Mincer Motorsports, Hoosier Tire, and Clearview Filtration.
What do you got to love about this Scott Kincaid? His brother debuted this car this weekend, the Thornhill, Tennessee 69 Chevrolet there. And they made some impressive runs in qualifying. Ty Casper on the left side. Made some impressive runs in testing, qualifying. Scotty looked across to me and thought I was crazy, but they did test on Thursday and big numbers out of the car. So let's see. Everybody has been so successful in this second session. Scott Kincaid can lay it down here. Casper's looking to move up. It's a low 4-second player. There goes Scott Kincaid side by side with Ty Casper. 4:02.9 to the 4:02.9, and the speed is the deciding factor. 192 miles an hour for Ty. Scott Kincaid at 188.94. So Casper to number 3, Kincaid to 4, but a great side-by-side drag race, and there's the numbers that both teams were looking for.
Joel Winsley Jr. left side out of Dearborn, Michigan, the 2014 Camaro. And Bill Lutz on the right-hand side out of Canal, Winchester, Ohio, the 68 Camaro they call Big Boost. CIA Motorsports on board Lutz Camaro here on the right side of the racetrack.
We have yet to see a 3-second elapsed time appear on those top end scoreboards, but definitely happened right here. Lutz is set. Winsley's in. Look at Joel Winsley pull away. 409, 183. And Bill Lutz's machine will run 433 at 176. Some smoke out of that race car to the top of the racetrack, but Lutz picks up nowhere near where he was at the last race. He was really running strong.
M&M Transmissions Pro 632, we need you. M&M Transmissions Pro 632, we need you to the staging lanes at this time, please. Tim Essick, Bill Riddle. Essick here on the right-hand side out of Port Tobacco, Maryland. The Brown Sugar 2018 Mustang for Pro Charger, UPR Products, Atomizer, Fuel Tech, and Precision Racing Suspension. What a 410 flat on his first effort. And Bill Riddle, left side, out of Howell, Michigan. The Corrigan Race Fuels 89 Camaro for Mickey Thompson. He came in the session number 1. Now he's in number 2 with a 4021. Both these cars have made multiple 3-second runs. Let's see if they can do it right here.
Riddle left side. Essick right. Defending world champ turns it loose. Look at Bill Riddle pull away. There it is, folks. Look at the numbers. 393, 189 miles an hour. And Bill Riddle sets the world on fire right there. 399 to 190. Tim Essick right alongside. But, man, that was a monster run out of Bill Riddle's Chevrolet Camaro. Hats off to him, the team at a Corrigan Racing Fuel. That was huge. Side by side, drivers going into the threes, end the category out.
M&M Transmissions Pro 632, we need you. Pro 632, we need you. M&M Transmissions Pro 632, we need you. So now we go into Liberty's Gears Extreme Pro Stock, presented by AED Competition Fuel Systems. Our first pair, completing the burnout process. Doug Cottrell on the left-hand side out of Warsaw, Indiana, the 08 Cobalt. And Tony Gillick here on the right-hand side out of Huntley, Illinois, the Dayco Wright Trailers R&B Auto Body 2010 GXP.
Doug Kittrell, Tony Gillick. Dayco, Pontiac of Illinois. For Tony, finding that pre-stage beam, Ohio Cat side. roll in. He's set. Tony's ready to go. There goes Tony Gillick. Top into the racetrack. 4:04.9, 180 miles an hour. That's a stout run for Tony Gillick and the team up to the number 1 spot. 4.049. And every one of the categories is going to be chasing Tony Gillick now. Doug Kittrell's going to go 4:48, 154 up to the number 8 position. That just shows you weather conditions are good, track's great. There's a lot of horsepower to be made out there. Tony Gillick lays down a stellar run in the opening pass here in Q2 of Extreme Pro Stock.
Kurt Neighbor, left side of the racetrack, the 2012 Mustang out of Macedonia, Ohio. And Dave Hughes out of Nazareth, Pennsylvania, the HRE Manifolds 2018 Camaro here on the right side. Kurt Neighbors in, tree fires. Tire shake down low, and Neighbors out of power. There goes Dave. How about 4.110? 178.66 are the numbers for Team HRE. So Dave Hughes goes from number 12 to number 2 off of speed. Alan Drinkwater, of course, laid down that 411 in the first session. Went 176.65 miles an hour. Step up down 2 spots. M&M Transmissions, Pro 632, we need you. Pro 632, we need you to the staging lanes at this time. Derek Reese, right side out of Canal Fulton, Ohio. The Black Magic clutches, Kazi-powered 2013 Mustang. And Jordan Insolent out of Lakeland, Florida. Left side, the 08 Mustang. For PJP Construction, AED Competition Fuel Systems, Mincer Motorsports, and Harry Glass. Allen Competition, underneath the hood scoop for Jordan, 829 cubic inches worth.
Yeah, we've seen each and every team pick up here in Extreme Pro Stock. Jordan Insolent, Derek Reese looking to improve as well. Bottom half race cars in the category right now. The local runner, Derek Reese, home in Canal Fulton. Jordan made the long trip up here from Florida. Pre-stage and stage bulbs are lit up. Now they are. Hanging the front end in the air, Jordan Insulin, he sets it back down, 412, 174 miles an hour, 414 and 175 for Derek Reese. Both teams going to improve greatly. Jordan takes the Polk County Pro Stock machine to number 4. Derek Reese for Black Magic clutches. How about number 9? Right now, that's going to put Johnny Placido. He's still sitting on their bump spot, and I'm sure that Johnny's not going to be there at the end of this session.
Stephen Boone next up on the left-hand side at Weaverville, North Carolina, the Boone Motorsports 07 Cobalt for AD Competition Fuel Systems, Allen Competition Engines, and Maxima Oil. Boone, a past world champion here in the category. Dwayne Rice on the right-hand side of Grove City, Ohio. The DNR Grading and Excavating 2022 Camaro, Ron Miller Race Engine, CP Pistons. He won a 4:13.4 on his first effort, landed him in the number 6 spot. In the pit area, AFCO Racing Super Street. We need you to the staging lanes. AFCO Racing Super Street presented by Menser Motorsports. We need you to staging at this time, please.
Boone and Dwayne Rice. Boone goes towards the wall, drives out of the groove a little bit, brings it back, 407, 176 miles an hour for Steve Boone. Dwayne's going to go 413, 176, and Steve Boone climbs right to the number 2 spot here tonight in qualifying. Dwayne for DR Excavating, that's Chevrolet Camaro, number 7 now.
Darrell Stewart and Jeremy Huffman up next. Stewart on the left-hand side out of Jupiter, Florida. The Chassis Engineering 2018 Camaro sits number 9 in the qualified order. He went a 4.140. And Jeremy Huffman on the right-hand side out of Catawba, North Carolina. The Patriot Axe Throwing 2010 Cobalt. 3V Performance, AED Competition Fuel Systems, Mike Huffman Enterprises, line-to-line coatings, and Hillside Auto on board his machine. He went a 412 with a 1. And sits in the number 6 spot.
Darrell Stewart, that Chassis Engineering team. They have the left-hand side. Seems like every time they come to the starting line, they improve in some way, shape, or form. Jeremy Huffman, very impressive 4:12 elapsed time for Patriot Axe Throwing. Opening round of qualifying. Bump down a bit. Both teams going to try to climb back up the ladder here. There on the Cobalt. 2 of Extreme Pro Stock. This pair just about set to go. The numbers down low, looking good for Darrell. Look at that, 404, 178 miles an hour. He talking about how they're improving each and every time. Well, this is just one of that. They go to the top of the heap by 1,000th of a second. Take that top spot away from Tony Gillick. Jeremy, 412, 175 is, I'm going to say he's going to just stay right where he's at for 7th spot.
Dennis Furcus on the left-hand side out of Franklin Park, Illinois. The Dunride Auto 07 Cobalt for Amsoil and A Foreign and Domestic Auto. He won a 4:13.6 on his first effort. Landed him in the number 9 spot. And Alan Drinkwater here on the right-hand side. Kazi-powered Ford Mustang. Number 5 qualifier so far at a 4:11 with a 0.
Yeah, you got to watch Dennis Furcus, as we've talked about. Furcus went 4:13, and that turned some heads. No doubt about it. Dunride Auto Cobalt comes to the starting line left side. Drinkwater, who started the session number 1, down to number 5 now. A lot of the teams improving. Still, quite a few good teams to come. Everybody's chasing a 4:04.8 and over 178 miles an hour. Identical to the first 60 feet. Finish line stripe, Alan Drinkwater, 4:06, 177 miles an hour. Dennis Furcus stayed right there with Alan Drinkwater. First 60 feet of the run, then he started to fade away down there.
Yeah, that machine pulled over towards the left-hand retaining wall there, so he got out of the gas a little bit. Smart decision. Drinkwater to the number 3 spot with that 4:06.0. Darrell Stewart still holding on to number 1 with the 4:04.8. Tony Gillett 4:04.9. Drinkwater 4:06.0. Stephen Boone 4:07.2. And Dave Hughes rounds out your top 5 with a 4:11.0. Chris Powers and Elijah Morton going to lead off our horsepower wars here in Liberty's Gears Extreme Pro Stock. Powers on the left-hand side out of Carlisle, Pennsylvania. The Sonny's Racing Engines 2021 Camaro for ATI Performance Products. And Sierra Powers HVAC. He is your current points leader in the category. And Elijah Morton here on the right-hand side out of Jacksonville, North Carolina. The Double Trouble 2019 Mustang for South State Development, Horizons East, and Allen Competition Engines. Both these machines struggled in the opening round of qualifying.
All right, so 2 veterans here in the category. Extreme Pro Stock, Elijah and Chris. World champ sitting on the left-hand side. Horsepower out of Sonny's world-class racing engine shop. Elijah Morton for Allen Competition Engines. It's Ford and Chevy battling it out right here in Q2. Problems for Chris. All eyes are on Elijah Morton, 4:06.9. Best run for him and the team, 179 the speed. 4.069. Going to be good enough for number 4 right now. Surprising to see Chris Powers struggle here in qualifying, and he's down there on number 15.
Dylan Voss next up here on the right-hand side at Live Oak, Florida. The Liqui-Moly 06 Cavalier. He won a 4:15 with a 0 on his first attempt. Johnny Placino, defending world champion, left side of the racetrack out of Smithtown, New York. The Strutmasters 2013 Mustang for Featherlight Batteries, Shameless Racing, Kelling Equipment, and Ram Clutches. Kazi Power for Johnny Placino. Ross Racing Engines here for Dylan. Horsepower Wars.
All right, so you're reigning world champ. Johnny Placino turns on the top bulb. There goes the Shameless Racing Ford 027 and 407.9 to the 407.7. 178 mile per hour charge out of both race cars. You can't get much more even than that. Dylan's number 6, Johnny's number 7. So both teams in the top half of the field. And Chris Powers now is number 16 at 6:58.7. Daryl Stewart ends the category, 4:04.8. He's your number 1 qualifier.
Now we're going to move into M&M Transmissions Pro 632. Our first pair, Terry Osmus here on the right-hand side, the 97 Firebird out of Belleville, Michigan. And Tony Lasky, that beautiful 1969 Camaro for Diamond Pistons. Terry didn't make a qualifying attempt in Q1. Lasky struggled to a 7:14. AFCO Racing Super Street. You should be in the staging lanes. AFCO Racing Super Street presented by Menser Motorsports. You should be in the staging lanes at this time. Final call for AFCO Racing Super Street. Final call for AFCO Racing Super Street presented by Menser Motorsports.
Wild rod for both. Tony Lasky is going to pedal it on down. 497, 146. Terry Asmus had some issues on the starting line. Hands full with the Pontiac Firebird. Going to be 780 there for Terry. Number 11 right now.
Next up, left-hand side of the racetrack, Amber Franklin out of Fredericksburg, Virginia. The OG Jungle Rat 69 Camaro for Redline Oil, Pat Musey Race Engines, Franklin Electric, and SmartCom Home Technologies. Current points leader and a race winner so far on tour, struggled in the first round of qualifying. See if they got it fixed up for this attempt.
So to be number one, you got to go quicker than Doug Nichols, 4:18. Amber, that Pat Busey powered Camaro, world champ in the category. Take a swing at it right here. Watch the scoreboard. 4:17.5. 170 miles an hour for Amber Franklin. And the OG Jungle Rat by 5 thou is going to be your new number one qualifier. The young lady, the top of the order, here in the category of Pro 632.
J.C. Beatty Jr. next up on the left-hand side out of Baltimore, Maryland. The ATI Performance Products 2018 Camaro for Jessel Valve Train. J.E. Pistons, Total Seal Rings, RFD Cylinder Heads, and Holly. And Lexi Tanner here on the right-hand side out of Rensselaer, Indiana. The 2015 Camaro for Talbot Manufacturing with Oakley horsepower underneath the hood scoop.
No problems for Lexi Tanner. There goes J.C. Beatty, 445 down the summit lane, 157 miles an hour. JC's been 446, here 445 now. Throw a dial in on it practically. And wanted to see Lexi. One right there.
Joe Valerio up next on the right-hand side out of Campbell, Ohio. The Miners Racing Engines, 1941 Willys. And Jason Ventura out of Pompano Beach, Florida. Gladiator X, 1970 Camaro for Brand X High Performance. Renfro Mining and Grading. Amsoil and HRE.
Pop and a bang down there. Joe Valerio and Jason Ventura. That's the Gladiator X Camaro on the left side. Miners Racing Engines. 41 Willys for Joe. No, Jason's going to do a little bit of driving out there. 426, 166. The numbers for Jason Ventura, Joe Valerio at 429, $166. Best run of the weekend for both drivers in the number 4 and 6 positions.
That'll bring up Walter Lanigan Jr. on the left-hand side out of Pooler, Georgia, the DeWitt Custom Concrete Black Flag Motorsports 2010 GTO. And Patrick Patterson here on the right-hand side out of Wesley Chapel, Florida, the Wicked Willies. Out of Insulin Racing, Veterans Performance, Badfinger Racing Products, and Race 632. In the pit area, we need MagnaFuel Elite Top Sportsman. MagnaFuel Elite Top Sportsman. To staging. MagnaFuel Elite Top Sportsman, we need you. Once again, we called Elite Top Sportsman. You had to run quicker than a 4.017. Prior rounds of qualifying to get an elite sign.
There goes Walter Lanigan, DeWitt Custom Concrete, Pontiac, and 424 for Lanigan. 454, Patterson's going to trail all the way down to the 660-foot race course. And Walter Lanigan, number 4 spot. Everybody's still chasing Amber Franklin, who went 4:17.5.
But here comes Doug Nickel on the left-hand side of the racetrack. Doug went a 4:18.0 in the heat of the day in that Ground Control Property Services 68 Camaro. And Jeff Melnick here on the right-hand side. Good to see him at the racetrack this weekend out of Hubbard, Ohio, the Greenbrier Excavating 2020 Camaro owned by Alan O'Brien. Barry Allen Race Engines, PTP Racing, Visner Engine Development, and Exotic Fab on board that machine. He went a 4:23.1 on his first effort. MagnaFuel Elite Top Sportsman presented by Par Racing Engines. MagnaFuel Elite Top Sportsman presented by Par Racing Engines. We need you to the staging lanes at this time, please.
Jeff Melnick taking the Greenbrier Excavating Chevrolet to a 4:17 elapsed time, but look across the racetrack, the Summit Side scoreboard, 4:12 for Doug Nickel, and that is a monstrous run. Doug Nickel, 4.126 is your new number 1 qualifier by 5 full hundredths of a second. Amber Franklin was number 1 with a 4:17 elapsed time. Nickel came out, set the world on fire in the category and says, take that. Now everybody's going to be chasing that Chevrolet Camaro of Doug Nickel.
Customers over the years, and we're serving many more FuelTech has the perfect solution for your project. FuelTech is changing the game and transforming a traditional EFI system into a complete vehicle control unit. Fuel injection, dashboard, staging control, and safety controls are just a few features you can take advantage of with a FuelTech system. Get ready to consolidate the electronics in your car and make the switch to FuelTech today. Learn more about what FuelTech has to offer by visiting their website at www.fueltech.net. Goodyear. Those who live up to their names make one for themselves. Find us at racegoodyear.com and follow us on Twitter at Goodyear Racing. Summit Racing Equipment is proud to be a contingency sponsor and the sponsor of the Summit Racing Equipment PDRA Pro Stores.
Q2 for AFCO Racing Super Street, presented by Mincer Motorsports. Pulling up to the starting line, Brad Cox on the left-hand side of the racetrack out of Brookville, Indiana, the Nitrous Outlet. 1990 Mustang for BES Racing Engines, RPM Transmissions, and Love's Truck Stop. Cox on a good pass right here, 484 at 152 miles per hour. Move Brad Cox all the way up to the number 3 spot in the qualified order, 484.5. Matt Shallow and Blake Molnar up next. Molnar here on the right-hand side, the 05 Mustang. Out of Hinckley, Ohio, the Motorsports Unlimited. CNC Performance Products, Big 3 Racing Machine. And Matt Shallow out of Virginia Beach, Virginia, the 1320 Fabrication, 2000 model Camaro. Virginia Speed, Lou's Lawn Service. Matt usually campaigns his Ford Mustang and his father's Camaro this weekend here at Norwalk. MagnaFuel Elite Top Sportsman presented by Par Racing Engines. We need you. MagnaFuel Elite Top Sportsman presented by Par Racing Engines. We need you. Shallow and Molnar get ready to do battle here in Q2 of AFCO Racing Super Street, and Molnar is going to break the beams. Shallow We're the only one with the numbers on the scoreboard. To the top end he goes, 491 at 149. Next up, Connor McGee, David Knight. Knight on the right side of the racetrack out of Kannapolis, North Carolina, the 72 Nova. Connor McGee, the Bryans Heating and Cooling 85 Mustang, driven racing oil, Fulton race engines on board that machine.
Scotty Gordon, X-Paris, Super Street, Connor McGee, David Knight. Knight and the turbocharged Chevrolet Nova out of North Carolina. Checks out down the racetrack. Ohio Cat side, 503, 150 miles per hour. Connor McGee had the 60-foot advantage, lost traction, coast down to a 665 at only 80 miles per hour. David Knight slides in at the number 9 spot on the qualifying sheet with that 503 that you just saw down the right-hand side of the racetrack here at Summit Motorsports Park. Final call for Elite Top Sportsman. Final call, Elite Top Sportsman, if you want to make the 4th qualifying run. The loudest small tire car on the face of planet Earth, Phil Hines, has made his way to the PDRA for his debut weekend here in Super Street, sitting on 28-inch slicks. And JC Beatty looks like he's having a little bit of trouble. Looks like the starting line crew is going to cut off the ATI Performance Products Copo Camaro. They'll push Beatty back off the starting line. Looks like it was having just a little bit of leakage. They'll get him fixed up. Phil Hines, Lebanon, Ohio, Pro-Charged, small block power, UPR products on board. Hines back on slicks for the first time in a long time. Past world champion in other different scenarios and different series. Hands down, probably the loudest small tire car on the face of planet Earth. If you don't believe me, stand down there when he does a burnout and stand behind the car. You'll come back and say, huh? Phil Hines going to take a single right here as we push JC Beatty off to the side. Get his mess cleaned up, and we'll get right back at it over on the right-hand side of the racetrack. Phil Hines going to take a single here in Q2 of AFCO Racing Super Street, presented by Menser Motorsports. Phil Hines out and gone. Does not shift. Has to reach down, slap it. Goes 499 at 135 miles per hour. 117 short time for the Pro-Charged Ford Mustang of Hines. Keeps him on the bottom side of the sheet. But we got one more session later tonight, and I promise you that Ohio-based Ford Mustang will be looking to better his qualifying position before going into Saturday race day here at the American Doorslammer Challenge.
Our next pair completing the burnout process, Wes Irvin here on the right-hand side, the S10 pickup truck out of Hurlock, Maryland. And Derek Moda out of Peabody, Massachusetts, the 68 GTO. I'm pretty sure we have the first ever race winner on the right side of the racetrack and our most current race winner on the left side of the racetrack.
That is correct, PDRA statistician Scotty Gore. Wes Irvin claimed the first ever PDRA 660 man here in Super Street at Maryland International Raceway last season. The nitrous oxide assisted S10 pick-em-up truck out of Maryland made the trip over here to Ohio, and he faces off against the number one man in points and the recent winner on tour at Virginia Motorsports Park, the turbocharged entry of Derek Moda. Moda, the 68 GTO, the judge. Over on the left-hand side of the racetrack, has been flexing some muscles so far this season. New combination for the class, and Jamie Miller's got his hands on it, and if you know my old saying, kids, get you a Jamie Miller. Derek Moda builds a boost, and the judge bumps it in shallow. Both drivers out and gone. Irvin loses traction. Moda, top end, 479, 157 miles per hour. Will better his 481, but will keep him at the number 2 qualified position behind the nitrous oxide entry of Blake Denton, who's pulling into the water box now on the summit left-hand side of the racetrack, showing down against the Pro Charge horsepower of Dan Wenstein.
Wenstein here on the right side out of the Essex camp. Went a 486 with a 4 on his first attempt. Blake Denton, your number 1 qualifier. He was number 1 at Virginia a few weeks back. He's number 1 so far this weekend here at Summit Motorsports Park. He went a 477 with a 2.
So sitting on the starting line now, you've got your number 1 and number 4 currently qualified cars. Blake Denton, left-hand side of the racetrack in the 76 model Camaro, is currently your number 1 qualifier. 477 with a 2 is the mark to beat. Dan Wenstein, Pro Charger power, and the Fox Body Mustang out of the Essex Motorsports camp. Crew chiefs walk away. And we see what happens next. Wenstein relying on a supercharged combination, small block power. Blake Denton, 632 cubic inches of Pat Musey power, will stage last. Final pair of Super Street. Both drivers out and gone. Denton has to lift down track. Wenstein, 477, 155 miles per hour. Dan Wenstein makes a move on the sheet. Came in number 4, leaves this session number 2. 5 thousandths behind Blake Denton. Denton goes into its final qualifying session as your number 1 qualifier in AFCO Racing Super Street, presented by Mincer Motorsports.
So now we'll move over to Elite Top Sportsman, Magnafuel Elite Top Sportsman, that is. Q4, presented by Par Racing Engines. Dennis Gaborio, the Massachusetts-based 07 Mustang on the left side of the racetrack for precision turbo, redline oil, and factory billet. Brand new chassis that Dennis built in his garage. Put the same body back on the car, but definitely a brand new chassis underneath that body for the Mustang on the left side of the racetrack. Scotty Wise on the right-hand side out of Ashland, Virginia. The Wise Guys, 63 split window Corvette. Gaborio, number 13 out of 396.7. Scotty Wise, 390 with the 2, landed him in the number 12 spot. Gaborio 4:16 with a 5. Had to pedal it out there. Scotty Wise goes his best numbers of the week in 3:87.1. Cheyenne Stanley next up on the left-hand side of the racetrack out of Cynthiana, Kentucky. The 08 Mustang for Parker Paving. Won a 3:87.3. And Ken Cortuccio here on the right-hand side out of Wallingford, Connecticut. The 55 Chevrolet. He's your number 7 qualifier to 3:81.8. And the pit area needs Schweitzer Dynamics Pro Nitrous. Schweitzer Dynamics Pro Nitrous cars, we need you to the staging lanes at this time, please. Cheyenne goes 001 red and a 3:85 with a 4. His best pass so far this weekend. Cortuccio ran into some issues, coast through at a 6:17 at 71 miles per hour. Backing up from their burnouts, defending world champion, left side of the racetrack, Henry Underwood out of Quinton, Virginia, the 63 split window Corvette for Underwood Flooring and Par Racing Engines. He's your number 12 qualifier with the 3:87.4. And Chris Nyergis on the right side out of Middlefield, Ohio, the Schween Motorsports 2020 Corvette. Charlie Buck horsepower underneath the hood scoop for Nyergis. Top this on board as well. Nyergis number 5 out of 3:81.7.
Underwood 007 goes down there at a 4:12. As Chris Nyergis is 13, 4:58 with the 9. Underwood had to get out of it there.
So Tim Pat, Buddy Perkinson up next. Perkinson on the left-hand side of North Prince George, Virginia, the LAT Racing Oils, 69 Camaro for Perkinson Construction. Pat Musey horsepower, one of those 959 cubic inch bracket motors underneath the hood scoop of his machine. He won a 3:79.7 to be number 4. And Tim Papp here on the right-hand side out of Charleston, Illinois, the Nesbitt Performance 2016 Corvette for JBM Tuners, and Jerry Bickle built that machine. Number 9 qualifier to 3:84 with a 3. Schweitzer Dynamics Pro Nitrous cars, we need you. Pro Nitrous, we need you to the staging lanes at this time. Schweitzer Dynamics Pro Nitrous cars, we need you to the staging lanes.
Perkinson's in. Here we go. 20 to a 005. Oh my goodness. Buddy Perkinson, he's 20 up front, goes down there at 371 with the 5. Buddy Perkinson, your #1 qualifier.
Perkinson moves to the #1 spot with that 371.5. Tim Papp, 380 with an 8. To the #5 spot. Our next pair. Glenn Butcher, left side of the racetrack out of Doylestown, Ohio. The 69 Camaro for Butcher Demolition. Albert Race Engine, a Bruzy Trans, and Hoosier Racing Tire. He's your #4 qualifier to 378 with a 9. And Brian LaFlamme, Ford Mustang here on the right side. Out of Gilbert, Arizona, LaFlamme. 383.0 landed him in the #9 spot. Schweitzer Dynamics Pro Nitrous cars, you should be making your way to the staging lanes. WS Construction Pro Boost presented by Tide Drive and P2 Contracting. You're on standby. Get them on the ground, buttoned up and ready to go.
Linda's checking everything out for Mr. Butcher, make sure he is ready to go. To a 17, and Butcher has to get out of it, but Brian LaFlamme, 17, 379 with a 6 at 195 miles an hour.
So Brian LaFlamme will move up to the #5 spot in qualifying, 379.6. All right, we got jet cars getting ready to pull out onto the racetrack, and then we'll go into Q3 for our pro categories. So race fans, don't go anywhere as we have a whole nother round of our pro categories to qualify here this evening. If you have not got your event t-shirt yet, Classic Graphics, the PDRA apparel trailer will close at 9:30. So make sure you run down and get yourself an event t-shirt, a hoodie, all sorts of PDRA apparel at the Classic Graphics trailer, which is located right across from the concession stand. All right, you can see him pulling up through the water box. The House of Color. Machine driven by Josette Roach and the Florida Tech. Jet Dragster driven by Zach Costello. Costello will be here on the near side of the House of Color. Machine of Roach on the left-hand lane. Once again, make sure you stop by and get yourself an event t-shirt at the Classic Graphics trailer. They're going to close shop tonight at 9:30. About 15 minutes left to get yourself a hoodie. They've got sweatpants if you're getting chilly out there. According to Derek Beach, he just picked himself up some yoga pants, so you can get those down there as well for when you go to yoga class with Derek.
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, hold on to your seats as we got a pair of jet cars coming at you. Josette Roach in the left-hand side, taking on Zach Costello, right-hand side.
might be some issues here on the right-hand side for Zach Costello. Looks like we're just going to get a left lane single as the Florida Tech machine not firing up. Burner pop start for Josette Roach in the House of Color hot rod.
So Josette Roach, the House of Color Jet Dragster, will light the sky here in Norwalk tonight at Summit Motorsports Park. As the young lady that started out in the marketing department has, well, somewhat graduated up to driving a Jet Dragster. Licensed in 2021, and now here in 2023, she is the primary driver for Larson Motorsports. Of course, Elaine Larson, a true jet car veteran, out there watching Josette do her thing. A great introduction that we had by Brittany Ulmer to get you tuned up for this jet car tonight. Tap it! It's going to be Josette going 662, 240 miles an hour right on down the Summit side here at America's Racetrack. What a perfect picture opportunity. The House of Color Jet Dragster, a beautiful sunset to top things off here. And that's just unfortunate. We couldn't have had a little battle between the team cars with Josette and, of course, the Team Florida Tech over there. I'm sure they will be back. Give it another try. Of course, the Larsons have some of the best equipment out there, and I'm sure it was just a couple dollar part that cost them the run there. Usually the way it goes. So a little track prep is going to take place. And then while we're doing a little track prep, throw it down trackside to Alaska Holloway down there. Have some fun with the fans in the stands.
Thanks, Derek. I'm down here with Amber Franklin and Lexi Tanner. Amber Franklin is your number 2 qualifier in the Pro 632 class. Hi, ladies.
Hey. How are you guys tonight?
Okay, so I have some questions for the ladies. Who was your favorite driver or car when you first started racing? It's a hard one.
Probably Melanie Troxel, honestly. I was a big Erica Enders fan.
Okay, Erica Enders fans, I like that. Okay, so what advice would you give to a kid of any age who wants to start drag racing? This is a hard one. What would you suggest?
I would definitely say just get out to your local drag strips. Go meet the drivers, and the best thing about the drag strip is every ticket is a pit pass, so don't be afraid to get personal and just follow your dreams. There's nothing holding you guys back.
That was a good one. Anything for him?
I think just go out, meet new people. It really makes all the difference when you make good friends, and it keeps you involved.
Drag racing community is really like a family. So don't be afraid to get in those pits, get pictures with the cars. They want to interact with you. Okay, with the third and final round of qualifying coming up, right? Okay, what's the game plan, Lexi?
I'm hoping to make a straight, clean class this time.
And Amber, how about you sitting at our number 2 qualifier?
Yeah, hopefully we can go for that number 1 spot. Doug Nickel ran a really good pass. He ran a 4.12. We ran a 4.17, so we've got a little bit of work to do, but we're going to give it a try.
Nice. Okay, so this is PDRA's 10th season, and I'm pretty sure both of you have been racing with PDRA since the beginning. So what are you looking forward to most about this year?
I'm looking forward just to have my second year in the Pro 632 class and just more experienced and doing a little bit better.
I am hoping to back up our championship again and hopefully get some more seat time. And I think this year is going to bring a lot of excitement for you fans, and the racing that we've had so far in the season has been awesome. So this next round of qualifying should be really good.
And why should they come back tomorrow?
It's going to be a great show.
We're going to have the best side-by-side drag racing for you fans, so definitely make sure you come back tomorrow for us.
Okay, thank you, ladies. Everybody give them a big hand. All right, we have a Summit parts call. Got a racer in need looking for a Ford strut spindle mount for a Fox body. If you have a spindle mount strut or a Ford for the Fox body, we have a racer in need. So some track prep will take place, and then we will go right back in to Friday Night Fire here at America's Racetrack. We'll kick things off with Pro Nitrous, followed by Pro Boost, Pro Street, Extreme Pro Stock, Pro 632, and Super Street to end the night out. Final qualifying will be coming up here very shortly at the American Doorslammer Challenge.
If you have
It's your job to make your car as fast and responsive as possible. It's Stroud's job to protect you during your run and slow you down when you blow through your finish line. Stroud makes world-class parachutes, fire seats, seatbelts, and much more right here in the good old USA. Stroud Safety is racing every step of the way. It's the dangerous sport as safe as
So once again, we have a racer in need. Connor McGee needs a strut for a Fox Body Mustang. If you've got a strut for a Fox Body Mustang, go see the McGee camp. They are definitely in need of one. WS Construction Pro Boost. Pro Boost, we need you. WS Construction Pro Boost, presented by P2 Contracting and Tie Drive. Pro Boost will take you to the staging lanes, please. Pro Boost. We're looking for you in the staging lanes. Pro Boost. We're looking for you. Schweitzer Dynamics Pro Nitrous comes to life here in the water box. Blake Housley, first machine out. The 41 Willys has been a 459 on his best effort so far. Sits number 14th in the qualified order.
So Blake Housley coming out on a single run to kick off this final qualifying session in Pro Nitrous. Housley's on a run. Watch the Ohio Cat scoreboard. Low for Housley of the weekend. 375.6 at 200 miles an hour. And Blake will climb to number 11. That's the run they have been looking for. In the night out on a very solid note going into race day tomorrow. Hats off to Blake and his entire team. They've worked for that one.
Derek, we got the whole crew watching us. The lower level lounge is open. Jody and Sonny. Dickie Gore out there listening to us tonight. The whole crowd.
Old Dickie.
Yes, sir.
Yep. I'm sure you'll get a text here in a minute.
Yeah, he'll tell you to stand up and talk.
Exactly. He sure will.
And the Jewels also from Herndon, Virginia, watching us tonight here live on Flow.
You have quite the following.
They're all listening to you, Derek. They're waiting for their autograph cards from you in the mail. Cam Clark and Jackie Sloan up next. Sloan here on the right-hand side out of Maitland, Michigan. The Sloan Boys Racing 69 Camaro. He's been as quick as a 387.0. And Cam Clark, left side of the racetrack out of Reidsville, North Carolina. The D&T Motorsports 69 Camaro owned by Mark Engel. Cumberland Farm and Auto on board that machine.
Well, Mama Cross Snow listening in live back home. Can't forget her. She's number one. So Cam Clark, Jackie Sloan. Back him up a few more times. And we'll guide him in the groove that exactly we want Cam to be in. So the Reidsville, North Carolina fabricator will take on Jackie Sloan, who works at General Motors. Problems for Cam right at the hit. Top end of the racetrack, 372. Low for Jackie Sloan down the Ohio Cat side, 203 the speed. So the Sloan Boys Racing make their run to the number 10 spot here this evening in qualifying. We need Pro Boost. Attention to the pits. Pro Boost, WS Construction Pro Boost, presented by Tie Drive and P2 Contracting. This is your call to the staging lanes, please. Single run coming up. Burnout is complete. This is going to be the 1968 Camaro out of North Ridgeville, Ohio. It's R&R Auto Body's own Dave Romer. Dave Romer. Son Daniel out there. I'm sure he's like on WWE by now. Some wrestling, some major stuff in his off time. So the body shop owner, who has always been a big supporter here at Summit Motorsports Park. R&R Auto Body, Paint My Ride program. And they have laid just truly beautiful paint jobs. Race cars here in this area. So Romer's been 372.9, and that puts him currently number 11. We could see Dave Romer pick up the Charlie Buck horsepower, potentially be in the top half of the field, picking up about 0.02 of a second. Good run for Romer. Finish line 372.8. Can nearly dial the race car in. 202 miles an hour. They have varied 2 thou between Q2 and Q3. That means tomorrow when Dave Romer shows up, he's no slouch. Very consistent.
Now, we've talked about it many times at many different races. If you go A to B a lot of times first round, you're going to move into second round because some guys come up and try to make that home run hit. And unfortunately, they lose traction.
You know, Dave Romer and the team played it smart. They knew they're in the show. There's 15 cars. Let's go up and put a tune-up in it. It goes down the racetrack, A to B, and show up tomorrow. Try it all over again. See if it's enough.
So next up, John Vergatz on the left-hand side. Out of Erie, Pennsylvania, the A1 Automotive 69 Camaro they call the Dark Knight. Best pass so far, 379 with a 1. And Jay Cox finds himself down on the bottom half of the field. The Smithfield, North Carolina-based Pumpkin 69 Camaro for Butner Construction, Smithfield Collision. Pat Busey horsepower underneath the hood scoop of that machine.
So the Pumpkin will pull up, come to a stop. The team will go to work on it. Final adjustments being made. The Willie bar height. They will bring down that bottle pressure a bit. I do want to say a special thank you to our intern, PDRA announcer, Brittany. Made her debut this weekend on the PDRA Tour. She's taking a little break. Could be back later on. John Vergatz brings the A1 Automotive Camaro into the beam, summit side. Candles are lit for both. Vergatz starts to expire a motor potentially, 377. But look at Jay Cox, 3.663, 206 miles an hour, low ET, top speed, and Jay Cox is your new #1 qualifier in the category. Who's from the middle half of the field to the top, just like that.
Yeah, number 9 to number 1 right there for that lap from Jay Cox. 366.3 at 206.92 miles per hour.
Well, that's the thing that we've seen Jay make stellar runs all throughout the season so far. The team could struggle a little bit, and then they come back and they lay down a run just like what you've seen. So Jay,
he's made 2 semifinal appearances so far this season, finds himself in the 3rd spot in the points, so definitely looking good right now.
And unfortunately, not sure how bad that John Vergatz hurt that motor, but you could see a lot of white smoke out of the right side header bank, and they'll probably go to work on it tonight.
Absolutely, and it must be nothing on the racetrack because they're already firing up our next pair. Ed Burnley Jim Widener come to life in the water box here. Summit Raceway Park. Burnley here on the right-hand side out of Pasadena, Maryland. The Ironman 69 Camaro. He won a 370 with a 1. Landed in the number 8 qualified position. And Jim Widener, the left side, out of Batesville, Indiana. The BES Racing Engines 2017 Corvette for Widener Automotive. VP Holly Ross Pistons. He won a 3.700. Finds himself in the number 7th qualified position.
So Widener and Burnley. 1 thou separate him in qualifying. Talked about it earlier that when Jim Widener shows up to a PDRA race, can't count him out. He laid down that 370 number. Exactly what I meant. See if these race cars are into race mode and looking for some consistency. Problems there for Burnley, and 369.8 for Jim Widener, 205 miles an hour, and they have a very happy race car. Jim Widener went off the top and made the turn with no chutes. Made it safe down there. We're on hold for just a minute because we've seen no parachutes.
Guarantee you those brake temps are up right now.
Yeah, they're a little hot. You can see the red glow, I'm sure.
So our next pair, Mike Achenbach, left side of the racetrack, the deep purple 69 Camaro. Your number 6 qualified machine out of 368 with a 9. And Marcus Butner here on the right-hand side out of Tobaccoville, North Carolina, the Butner Construction 69 Camaro. He's your number 5 qualifier to 368.6.
Yeah, a little chaos down there on the starting line. Marcus Butner comes way back, and the crew, I wasn't expecting that. So we're just trying to get out of the way as he pulls forward. Not sure if they got to the wheelie bars and so forth yet. Now the crew member approaches the rear of the Butner Construction Camaro. They're on the right-hand side.
Mike Achenbach waits patiently there on the left-hand side. A few more purges of the nitrous for Butner here on the right side. And they'll start to ease into the top bulb.
Both of these cars have the potential to lay down a 66 number. There's no doubt. Jay Cox went 366.3 and just 0.02 of a second away from that. Mike Achenbach and Marcus Butner. Oh, hold on, Marcus Butner going towards the center line, and Mike Achenbach took a shot at the number 1 position, 367.9 this evening, 204 miles an hour. And Marcus Butner got really close. Crossed it over into Mike Achenbach's lane. I believe he grabbed that 330-foot cone out there.
Down here at the Jerry Bickle top end zone for the first time this weekend. Jay, I just came up to your car trying to give you Nuck, saying good job, but you were bummed. Tell us why you're bummed.
It's only on 7 cylinders. I got a wiring problem. I'm not that smart when it comes to wiring. I need to hire somebody like you said. But it just stays lit on 7 cylinders. It pops and breaks up on the right side. I'll put everything in this thing brand new except the paint job. We're going to probably repaint it. If y'all know anybody that knows how to paint, come on. We'll repaint the thing. That's the only thing that's left that's used on it right now.
You've got to feel better going into race day, though, considering where you started the day today.
Man, I do, but I mean, a nitrous car that won't stay lit on 7 cylinders is a disaster. And I can't afford to, I mean, I don't want to tear nothing up, but I want to fix the problem. I ain't that smart. But it's, I don't know, it is what it is. We'll put all new, brand new stuff in it again. Maybe we'll figure it out.
All right, we'll hope you and the pump can get her done.
Nah, don't count me out yet.
Performance, whether at the strip or on the street, is a passion of ProCharger. There are superchargers, then there's ProCharger. From 400 to more than 4,000 horsepower, ProCharger, leading the industry for almost 30 years with unmatched performance, efficiency, and innovation. Unmatched in the number of national championships and major event wins, ProCharger now has well over 200 national championships in the last 15 years. If you demand the ultimate in power hours, visit ProCharger.com. All of Maxima's engine oils contain a double zinc formula. The first zinc activates at lower temperatures, protecting engines during startup. Once the engine warms up, the second zinc activates, again adding to performance and engine protection while in the heat of battle. To learn more about Maxima Racing Oils or find product for your performance racing needs, visit MaximaUSA.com. Proline Racing is a global...
Well, you got it done. Good luck.
That's it. Thank you.
I was trying to get...
Proline Racing is your #1 source for leading manufacturers like Fuel Tech, Billet Atomizer, Precision Turbo, Turbo Smart, and much more. Proline's main goal is to make horsepower and win races. ProLineRacing.net for great deals in clearance parts, apparel, and more. Or call 770-481-8000 to speak to one of their experienced team members. Maxima Racing Oils was born out of the desire to outperform others on the track, and it's that dedication to provide a quality product prepared to stand up to the high-stress environment of competition that makes it a top choice for races. Maxima Racing Oils was founded in 1979. From its very beginning, Maxima has been focused on providing top-notch products for races.
Courtney Anders down here at the Jerry Bickle top end zone. Mike Achenbach, you just improved there to a 67, but all kinds of squirrely stuff happening. Could you see what was happening in the other lane?
All I seen is like pretty close to me, and that was about it. So I just kept doing my thing, and hopefully he didn't get too close to me.
Now, you guys were sitting decent with a 68, but just improved it there. Were you guys just making a hit for the night run?
Just trying to reset the chassis up with the car and whatnot, and Brandon's just creeping up on it, trying to make A to B run.
Well, you got it done. Good luck.
That's it. Thank you.
Technologies, Rogers Automotive, UC powered Jungle Rat. They're on the left side of the racetrack, and Chris Reaney, right side, out of Hickory, North Carolina, the Silver Bullet 69 Camaro, ATI Performance Products, Chris's Automotive, L&R Auto Sales, utilizing Charlie Buck horsepower underneath his hood scoop.
So Tommy Franklin, Chris Reaney, swinging for Jay Cox right now. Got to remember, Tommy and Chris both went 3.67.0. Franklin had a little bit more speed to get that Jungle Rat Camaro to the number 2 spot right now. So it does not get any more evenly matched than the cars you see on the starting line. So Chris likes the top bulb first. Here comes Tommy. Franklin, he's set. Look at the front end hiked in the air for both. Top end, 366.8. 204 miles an hour. Tommy Franklin at 368 there. 191 the speed. He clicked it off early. Chris goes to number 2. Tommy gets bumped down to number 3. And by 5 thousandths of a second, Chris Reedy misses Jay Cox's number 1 qualifying effort. And Tommy's car was on a run. He had the front end hiked in the air. The car just kept pushing to the left. And I think, before the mile-per-hour cone, that's when Tommy Franklin lifted. But you got to look at his numbers early on. 929 down low, 244 to half track. That would have been a number 1 qualifying effort, to say the least.
So the final round here in Nitrous Wars. Billy Albert, left side of the racetrack out of Wytheville, Virginia. The El Chapo 69 Camaro. For structural mechanical. And Jim Halsey here on the right-hand side out of Havre de Grace, Maryland. Halsey utilizing Fulton power underneath the hood scoop of that 68 Camaro. They call it Daddy Shark.
So looking at incremental numbers, Tommy Franklin, before he lifted, thrown up a 363, 364 laps time. You know Jim Halsey, the reigning champ in the category, with that Camaro on the right side, is going for it here. Billy Albert, throw a 368, 369 number up on those scoreboards. Here on the Summit side. They are nearly side by side. 363.9, 207 miles an hour, and Jim Halsey, he went for it right there. 369.201 for Billy Albert down the Summit side. That's going to move him up, makes his best run of the weekend. But 944 down low, 246 to half track, and the end result was 3.639. And Jim Halsey will start race day in the number 1 qualifying spot here in Schweitzer Dynamics Pro Nitrous. He did it at the Mid-Atlantic Showdown in Virginia, and he does it here in Norwalk. Go into Pro Boost.
WS Construction Pro Boost presented by P2 Contracting and Tie Drive. First car out, Scott Quisenberry. The Jones Paint 41 Willys. Mincer Motorsports Pro Street presented by AFCO. Pro Street, we need you to the staging lanes. Mincer Motorsports Pro Street, we need you to the staging lanes at this time.
Scott Quisenberry right now. Coming up to kick things off here in final qualifying for Pro Boost. Gotta go quicker than 370 with an 8. Yeah, and Quisenberry pushed over towards the center line just before half track, and that cost him the run. 394, 149 miles an hour. And even though it was Quisenberry's best run of the weekend, it just was not enough. 2.5 tenths.
Next up is going to be Wes DeStefano out of Waterford, Michigan. The Skinny Kids Race Cars, 72 Cutlass. Richards Auto Parts, Shameless Racing, Liberty's Gears, and Proline Racing. Machine is fired up, but it's not moving forward.
Courtney Anders down here at the Jerry Bickle top end zone. Now we are still mid-pack, but for now, Chris Reaney sitting on top, just ran a 66. You and Tommy were having a little banter there. It's qualifying, but you guys have some fun, huh?
We do. We try to have a good time about it. It's a lot of work, and you try to enjoy the moments that you could enjoy.
Now, this is a much better racetrack tonight. Weather is awesome. What do you think the rest of this class is going to give?
You know, it's going to get faster. I mean, we got a killer, killer team behind me. I like to thank, ATI Performance Products, Brandon Schweitzer Dynamics. I mean, we've run good all weekend. Norwalk track is killer, smooth, fast. The weather's killer. Not used to this winter weather, but it's nice, and the daytime is incredible. So, I mean, Norwalk Dragway, I mean, unbelievable facility. Obviously PDRA for putting on this show here. And, my guys, I mean, everybody works real hard. We came out here. This is the best outing we've had so far. It's a new car this year, so we don't have a ton of runs. Everybody's so busy, it's hard to get test time. And we got a good racetrack under us. We got good weather. We got no rain. So hopefully, we go some rounds tomorrow, hopefully put in the winner's circle.
Now, last year, kind of a heartbreak ending. Number 2, great season, but how hungry are you to improve on that?
Oh, I'm hungry, and changing cars was hard to do. I got out of a perfectly good car. It's sitting in the garage at the house. Getting into this car, we've struggled because it's new, it's a little different, and, we've just like last year, we struggled the first 2 races, and last year was a new car for me. So this was the race we turned it around last year, and hopefully we could turn it around tomorrow and go the rest of the season like we ended last year.
All right, well, good luck. I think your buddy Tommy wants us to get out of the way. Good luck, Chris.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
The racetrack and do their thing.
support. Attention top sportsman racers. Don't forget to run the Vinegar, Schween, and Schmidt contingency stickers for free money for a win or runner-up at all
You want to?
PDRA
You don't have to.
events.
You're pissed, but go to top end zone if you want to. It's up to you.
Full. I mean, I don't know what it's full of, but
You're on the bump for now. Got him by mile an hour. Here. He was 206.23. At the Jerry Bickle top end zone. We're down for a minute. Wes, you have had an interesting day. First PDRA outing in this new car. Took a couple of wild rides today. Walk us through the day.
Well, we come out this morning and spun. If we go back to yesterday, we came from Martin last weekend and we left off with a 73, put the same exact tune-up in it, came out, ran the exact same numbers, so we thought, okay, repeats, go out for T2 yesterday, blow the blower belt. Well, almost everybody spun on T2, and when I talked to people later in the night, they said the track was progressively getting worse. So everybody almost got down on T3 yesterday. We didn't get to learn off of T2, so I think a lot of people learned, and so we spun the tire there. We spun the tire first outing this morning, and then second outing we went out and backed it up basically on that track tune-up, but the track got a lot tighter, so we kind of stuck the tire, and then when the power and the lean outs come in, hiked the tires and probably carried them nearly through the trap. So pretty much went on the same run. We tried to turn it up this time, and then I don't know what the damage is, but there's a lot of oil out of the car right now.
That's a tough break for you, but as you're sitting right now, I don't know how much you're thinking about this, but you're on the bump spot by mile an hour. That's got to be a slight glimmer.
Yeah, very slight. We'll have to assess the damage. Hopefully it's not as bad as it looks, but it doesn't look pretty right now, and I'm also pretty confident once they get going again, that bump's likely to drop. So if we could use a little luck at this point, I'll take anything we can get, but hopefully the car's not too tore up.
I've seen weirder stuff happen, man. Hope it works out for you.
All right, thank you.